logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these moves while they still replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies. We win, we in it online on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaguing they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league a million degrees, yeah, this is where gamers go pro.
Sunday. That's right, it's time for the Sunday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. Season number 9, the race for $1 million continues today. And I've got one question for you, and one question only. Say it with me. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frowns upside down. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say? We get down to that UEL beatdown, baby.
Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin',
Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their kind of view. But
another person that's defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, expect.
As like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. The Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
What's up, guys? Welcome to our Week 15 matchup between the Blaze and the Ghost. We're sitting down right now with two of the Blaze players. We got Lockdown and Garto already flexing their colors. Gentlemen, I'm excited for today's matchup. First of all, congratulations on your record so far this week. I was talking to Dad Hat Tony yesterday about what I think are the top 5 teams in the league. And obviously, I had to mention the Blaze and throw you guys in there. What's going to be the difference maker in today's matchup, boys?
Well, I'm not playing, unfortunately, or else I would say me. But I think difference maker, man. So Milk's not playing today. We got our rookies playing, and we got Hollywood and Garto. So, honestly, I think our whole team is so well rounded and so efficient. I'm not really worried. I think we just go out here, play our game, do what we're supposed to do.
Okay, all right, I like that. And Garto, my second question is for you, man. I heard like a little bit of I guess, should I say drama, if you will, about like your capabilities on the Blaze in terms of your tier positioning and what have you earlier on in the season. Some things about maybe you could have been spending some more time practicing, but you were busy outside of things. However, as the season continued, you clearly have been putting in more work, been practicing a little bit more. What specific games are you looking for today to really like highlight the fact that you have become, again, that tier 1 type of player that is going to be a well-rounded player? What specific games have you been working on that you're looking to take today, man?
Can't hear you, Garto. Can't hear you.
He said 1 second. No.
These guys, click the microphone button on the screen. That one.
No, we still can't hear him. Well, I mean, listen, Lockdown is...
All right.
I was going to say, Lockdown, is there a specific game that you feel like Garto has been excelling at within your practice sessions that you think is going to be the difference maker for him today?
He said he's looking for Tekken and Overwatch. That's what he's looking to play today.
Okay. All right. We saw some beef yesterday on Tekken. Maybe we'll see some more today. I love that, man. It's definitely like a showdown.
I think Tekken will be a good matchup today.
Yeah.
They have some good fighters over there in Tekken.
Yep.
So I think it'll be a good matchup. I mean, we're just gonna try to finish this out 7-3 and still not make the playoffs. Just letting everybody know.
Okay. All right.
Crazy.
Well, Strix,
Yeah.
anything you want to add, brother?
It's interesting that you brought that up. I know 7-3. I know not making playoffs. Lockdown, stepping in the GM position and working on
Mhm.
that. How have you felt the team has developed in the context of the league and just in general? Where do you think that y'all stand, even though you didn't play playoffs? How do you feel about your team season overall from a GM's perspective?
So I definitely agree with what you
Okay,
said
yeah.
earlier. I do think we're a top 5 team. I honestly think we are at that 4 or 5 spot. I think we could be better. I think in a playoff scenario, crunch time, I think we could have outperformed our where we're at. I say watching the first match of the season before I was involved with the team, seeing the capabilities, seeing a lot of rookies on the team, I saw some potential, but I could see clearly it needed to be polished and kind of figured out. I personally, since I've been the GM and been around them, I've seen so much growth in the team. I think even if they don't stay with us, I think they're studs in the league, hands down, no matter where they go. And in my opinion, I think we got the best rookies in the league. I know there's 1 or 2 rookies on the other teams that are obviously top, and there's no doubting their skills. But I do think that we have 3 of the best rookies in the league, hands down. And I think potentially 3 of the best players in the league. I think they're definitely top 50, top 40, top 50. I think, but yeah, I'm very
That's
proud of them. I think they've showed what they got, and they're very versatile too. I like how they have a lot of different strengths that even people maybe not know. So I'm proud of them.
that's great
Y'all hear me?
to hear. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Gardo's back.
What's up,
Locked on.
guys?
I
It
appreciate
was
the
almost
insight.
a great interview. And y'all ruined it by giving them a microphone.
It was a great insight into the team, and I love seeing where and how this team is developed. And Gardo, you're in that tier 1 spot today.
Right. Mhm.
And there's been a lot of obviously controversy. We touched on it briefly, but talk
Right.
about where you land. What do you hope to show today that really sets yourself apart as that top tier, maybe top 2 player?
Um, Honestly, I don't think there's anything that I'm really trying to prove today. I think I've proved myself throughout the season. There's been a lot of people saying that, I was a bench warmer, that I'm this, and that, and just because I was on the Reapers, I'm getting carried. But realistically, I'm better than probably 90% of the league, even after being on the bench and it being hot. The bench started to get hot, so I guess I had to suit up and, bring more competition into the league with Hollywood. So, yeah, I mean, there's nothing I really got to prove in this game. I think I've already proven my point. Even though we're not in playoffs, I still think we proved that we have the biggest worth ethic in the league, and that yeah, we're a force to be reckoned with regardless. That's our point.
Hardworking and a force to be reckoned with. I love to hear that. I think that defines the Blaze amazingly well. Thank y'all. We're gonna let y'all get back to finishing up your setups and get really locked in for the game. We're gonna head over to an interview with the Georgia Ghosts.
Greatest commentator.
And here we are sitting with our Georgia Ghosts. We got Paku and Lucci right now, just relaxed as ever, feeling good about today's matchup. You saw a little bit of the confidence right there from the Blaze. Gentlemen, first of all, I know you're confident that you're going to take today's matchup, but we want to see a little bit of energy from you guys. What specific category are you going to dominate in today's matchup?
Every category.
Every game? Every game?
Everything. We're here for all wins. We don't losing. We're only here for W.
Okay. Now you heard the Blaze. They're just talking about how they really believe that they were a top 5 team. Lockdown feels really confident. I had thrown their name into that conversation when I was discussing with Dad Hat Tony yesterday my top 5 specific teams. What do you think, for you guys to be considered in that top 5 positioning, where do you think you need to work on the most?
I think definitely just with every, how do I put this? Definitely we're at a bit of an uphill battle as far as everything that's gone on with the league.
Right.
Everybody kind of moving around, everybody kind of just being new to things. And a lot of it stems from just not having the time and not having the, I guess, the chemistry that most other teams have. And that comes with time. A lot of these teams have been together for 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons together. So it's really tough to face against those teams. However, we always put our best foot forward. We always put in the time to, hey, we're going to go out there, we're going to play our best, and we're going to leave no regrets behind.
Yeah, that's true. You mentioned a good something interesting about chemistry, right? We talked to Wonku on the Paladins yesterday, talking about how when she showed up, she actually felt quite a lot of chemistry from the other players on the team. Separating yourself from a lot of the drama, the trash talking, what have you. If you're just focusing on just the players that are on the Ghost, is there a specific player that you would say kind of incentivizes or sort of inspirates a little bit more of that chemistry within your team itself that brings that positive energy that you sort of like being around?
Definitely, I would say Bernoulli.
Okay.
A lot of times he's initiating a lot of the practice matches.
Yeah.
He's saying, "Hey, man, Paco, you need to work on these games. Lucha, you need to work on these games. O2, you need to work on these games." And it's all very constructive criticism,
Yeah.
and it's stuff that you definitely need to hear as a team. And I think that's really important. I think it shows a strong sign of leadership that you can be very critical with your team, but at the same time, it doesn't come off as bossy or anything like that. And I think that's good.
Yeah, I like that, man. Yeah, Strix, you could probably speak to that a little bit. You know what I mean? With Wonku, showing up to the Paladins and what have you. I sort of felt that within that team play yesterday during y'all's matchup.
Yeah, it was really fun to see, and I'm hoping to see the same thing come out of the Ghost. Both of y'all I know have been, working your butts off this season, really showing out. Lucci, I'm gonna ask the question. I will be on my mind from the very first day of this season. Are we seeing you going crazy, going Lucci today in these fighters? How many you taking? Whose names are on your hit list today?
Yeah, because it's been a lot of talk and bias in the league, and today I feel this. Today I'm gonna have to shut a lot of that down. I want everybody to realize today that I am him, not flying kittens. It is me. I am the ultimate end gamer. It was always, and today I'll be showing that.
I love the confidence. I love the swag to go along with it. You're pondering. You're looking across the kingdom. I love the way both y'all came in. And Paku, I know you and I chatted a little bit about the team and getting everything together and kind of your view. How do you think that view from, I guess, first when you got here to the Ghost and you first started playing again? How has that road panned out now that we're coming up on the last game of the season?
I see it as a very positive one. Obviously, when you first come in, it's very rocky. Everybody's kind of everywhere else. People are so used to doing their own thing and how their team would do it. So it was very difficult to kind of just putting everybody together and kind of get everybody on the same page, on the same wavelength. But no, dude, we've definitely made a lot more progress in it. I feel like, out of this team, I would expect us to be playing for maybe about 2, 3 seasons at this point. So, um, no, I'm very proud of what we've accomplished. I'm very proud of the steps that we've taken, and I think, again, it's going to show today.
I can't wait to see it. I know Matt's excited as well. We will let you go ahead and finish up your setups, get fully locked into your games. And in the meanwhile, we'll go ahead and get this started. Matt, let's jump into, I guess, the beginning of our game before this first. Will Smith,
Yeah,
thank
man.
you again. An exciting day. Mhm. Yeah, I love this about the end of UEL seasons. I think as the season goes on, it all starts off rocky. We know that, right? 33 games, a lot of games. Largely every season, we switch 10, 15, 20 games off the wheel. So maybe something you're super comfortable with disappears and you got to pick up something new. But as we come up on the end of the season, we get to see and really understand what makes the ultimate end gamer. Lucci alluded to it. Obviously, Gardo hinting at the fact that, hey, I've been here. I am him already as well. But this idea that these teams really get to show off what they've polished. And I'm happy that both of them kind of have this confidence. My big thing, though, is Gardo's sitting in that number one spot for the Blaze and not Hollywood. It's really interesting to see. And so I want to see him, get a chance. He has a lot of confidence.
Yeah, and you mentioned like Garto being in the tier 1. When we showed up today, for those of you at home, production shows up, prior to this match starting. We got to make sure there's no technical difficulties or like things happening, right? So when we showed up today and I saw that Garto was in the tier 1 spot, I was genuinely very surprised because I have watched Hollywood, sort of excel as a player in multiple different categories of games and just genres of games in general. Everything from roller champions, making full court shot roller champions, to being one of the best players in Crash Team Racing, right? An arcade racer, as well as sports games and so much more. I'd say probably the only category I really want to see him start practicing more in is fighting games, because like he can play fighting games, but I want to see him become one of those really, really top tier players within the league.
Yeah, it's really hard to say, and I think the Blaze are one of those teams that have taken a stance of, each week to week we're looking at it.
Yep.
Hollywood is a top 5 player. Like no one's arguing that Hollywood is like top 5 in the league in terms of players and the performances he put on,
Yep.
and his clutch potential. I think he has some of the highest highs of any player as well in this league. But maybe this week and maybe in these last few months, I think as we come up on the end of the regular season, I think there's 2 mindsets that players get into.
Yep.
The first one is, let me wind down a little bit, a little bit of rest before we jump forward, or flipping the script, getting into that high octane mode ahead of time and really pushing the envelope. I think he's the latter. But we got to find out how this game is going to start. So we got to head over to the arena for RPS between our 2 teams to give control of the first wheel spin to one of them. Who you got? Blaze or Ghost?
I'm going Blaze. I think Blaze are getting ready to take RPS right now. I don't know. I'm just feeling it. Okay,
they came in plotting. I'm letting you know they came in plotting. I need to see O to the L. And Jade gets the best of O to the L. Leaping Jade there. So you were right. The Blaze go ahead and get control of our game. So what you're going to see here shortly is our first wheel spin. There we go. Production. Love y'all. Love y'all. This wheel's going to spin. A game is going to be chosen. And at this moment, rejected rival. So what's going to happen now and why RPS matters is the Blaze can choose to play this game or to put it back. I heard a respin real fast. So they don't necessarily want to see this game right now. Maybe a lineup issue. Instead, we get Halo. I know Matt is on cloud 9 to start off, man. Well, now we have.
Now we have to. Yep. Well, I'm saying we have to play it, but someone could forfeit Halo Infinite.
What do you mean, bro? I don't know why
that happens, but people don't want to play Halo Infinite. Man, I'm really excited. The fact that we just kicked things off with Halo Infinite means tonight is going to be a good night, Strix.
I know you're happy. I'm excited to see. And what's going to happen is the Ghosts now have setup. So what that means, they got to get the lobby up, invite everybody in. But importantly, they get what I like to think of as home field advantage. You get to pick first between map, mode, and side. So if there's a specific map you like, play that. You don't care about mode. You just want to be on that map. You know the weapon spawns. You know timings on everything. You know how to get everywhere. Maybe little shortcuts with jumps. Great. Maybe you want that mode. Maybe looking at Matt might say, look, I know I can slay better than anybody else in the building. I know for a fact that you can't touch me in this game. Let me show you really quick. We're going to go ahead and take Slayer. You pick map. I don't care about map.
Right.
I'm just going to out-frag you. Or maybe side matters. You let them get that map choice. Let them maybe pick what they want. And you'd be like, yeah, we want to be on this specific area of the map to play for certain weapons. It's really interesting to see, and it's one of the fun parts of RPS.
Yeah, definitely. Halo is sort of the gauntlet of shooters, if you will. That's how I like to describe it. Within this game specifically, I personally would choose map. Just because there's certain maps that I think, whether it be just through like rotation routes or power weapon control, I think sort of lend themselves to, I think, map knowledge more so than just the ability to win a specific game mode, right? A great example would be Streets. The Spanker rocket launcher spawns right in the middle of the map on Streets. If you have a really great understanding of how to control rockets, how to manipulate sort of that power weapon in general on the map, it doesn't matter if it's CTF, it doesn't matter if it's King of the Hill, Slayer, or what. If you're grabbing rockets, trust me, dog, you win that game. So I personally would go for map choice. There's also other maps like Aquarius where you have Overshield spawning, and if you're able to control Overshield for the entirety of that match, again, doesn't matter what game mode, you just got to pick up what I would assume somebody somebody on either team, if I had to give some type of advice from what I've seen at the UEL, it would be to learn specifically where the rifles are on the map, whether it be a Bandit Evo rifle or a battle rifle. Because a battle rifle and Bandit Evo rifle, for the most part, not necessarily super close quarters against the assault rifle, but for the most part, you are going to completely dominate your opponent with that one simple weapon. And they have a quicker refresh rate in terms of the actual weapons locker on the map, how they're respawning, how often you can pick up ammo for them. They're much faster than your typical power weapons. So you can continuously pick up ammunition and continue to dominate throughout the entirety of the match.
The insights always come when I'm talking with you about these games. It's always fun. You always got that little thing to be like, hey, like you want to get that 5%, that 10% better.
Yeah.
Again, if you're at home and want to do the same thing, I recommend checking out Matt. Go show him some love over there on the socials. He's always dropping gems every time I get the chance. These players gonna have to drop some kills, or get to capture those points here shortly. I do like the Streets Call as well. I also like it just because I think the Spanker spawn specifically forces teams to engage early. A lot of our teams, sometimes we like to play a little more passive, a little bit more careful. But when you see a rocket launcher spawn in the middle of the map, everybody's first priority is getting to that. I would love to see some Streets. I know a lot of teams also have favored the likes of Bazaar, just kind of like a very standard map for people.
Yep. Bazaar is an interesting one.
But it ends up playing. We see teams split their attention, right? One team is jumping. Maybe I want rocket launcher. Maybe I want to play hot. Well, if Overshield spawn on the other side of the map, cool. We'll make that trade. But the players that are good know how to contest both, play for both, and sometimes what you think is a 50-50 is just 100 points in their side because they managed to get both.
Well, the interesting thing about Bazaar, I only know a lot about Bazaar because I'm a complete Halo nerd, and I was playing Halo Infinite like competitively at the launch of the game prior to taking Bazaar out of the ranked rotation. Interestingly enough, when you actually look at the thumbnail for the ranked rotation Strix and Halo Infinite, Bazaar is the map that's on the thumbnail, and the map isn't even in the playlist. So I'm just saying, Halo Studios, maybe fix that. Besides that, when that map first came out, the reason it was taken out of the ranked rotation is it didn't play well with a 4v4. However, like grassroots tournaments that are 3v3s and specifically doubles tournaments, Bazaar plays really well with just the strict design of the map. If a team were to pick Bazaar, it's a great map to just outsmart your opponent because of the grapple shot that's in the bottom middle of the map. You can actually grab that grapple shot, and then the rocket launcher that spawns on the pillar's balcony. From your spawns, you can actually use your grapple shot to steal the rocket launcher off of that. You don't even have to push rockets. You can actually just grapple shot it from your spawn balcony. It's disgusting. So a lot of people were doing that in competitive play, and they just felt as if the map wasn't completely balanced because they want to force team fights around rockets, whereas people were just grapple shotting and just pulling the rockets. So that's something that some of these players, definitely manipulate. Nonetheless, it looks like we're going to Aquarius. We're going to see some of that overshield we talked about, but there's also dynamo grenades. There's also a shotgun on this map and so much more.
Our next game there being spun is Tekken 8, so early game. It's going to be a good day. I think they know it's going to be a good day. And Aquarius, Slayer on Aquarius, to see how these teams play it out. Now, I do want to highlight for the people at home, the Ghost did use a timeout, it looks like, going into this game as well. It ended up being technical. Okay, cool. Shout out to all the hardworking players in the field. I was a little bit worried. I know me and Matt always, when we hear those words, timeout, we have to take a caution. So we're starting off the game here. We're taking a look at Bernoulli. We heard his name brought up there by Haku more specifically in that opening interview. So I'm excited to see what is going on. He's making some adjustments to those bindings, to those buttons. But I think the unfortunate thing is that this means that first move on Camo is not going to be there. You asked him to pick up that battle rifle, Matt, and I'm looking in his hands right now.
3, 4, cracked shields, gone. Don't even try it. So yes, there is a battle rifle that's onto the back of both blue and yellow base. The refresh rate on that is going to be very, very quick. So he can probably grab that ammo every minute and a half or so. Oh, yes.
We saw there that he jumped in to try to take that fight against Hollywood himself. Hollywood taking him down. Ended up actually pushing into 2 of the Ghost members. They kind of have map control just from where the Ghost are playing. They're playing a little bit too far back, too separated, in my opinion.
Well, right there was a perfect example of like, just because you have a battle rifle doesn't mean you're going to win. It's still a 4-shot kill. The TTK is similar to the assault rifle at mid-range. However, if you get close, it's going to be, if you even whiff a single bullet of that 3-round burst, it's going to be difficult to outplay somebody in close range with an assault rifle. So you really got to gauge your distance, almost like you would with footsies in a fighting game. So as long as you have the battle rifle, you can dominate, but you can't be overzealous with it, and that's why he was caught in that fridge section. Ooh, he might have gotten stuck, but he didn't. He's still alive, but he's getting pinched. A little pincer movement right here in util of yellow. He ends up getting capitalized.
And picked up the battle rifle again. He's really liking this weapon. But every time, the difference I'm seeing in play is the Blaze members are not standing on top of each other, but they're orbiting the same core area. So if Jade takes a fight, Hollywood's there. If Hollywood takes a fight, Jade's there. You never get to really take the 1v1. So even when you're outplaying, you're trying to outplay 2 players instead of just that singular.
Yeah, and we've seen Bernay grab the assault rifle, or I'm sorry, grab the battle rifle, but he's pushing into what's called blue and yellow util, which is that sort of storage room on the left of them right here. And when he does that, he's forcing a close quarters gunfight with his opponent, which doesn't play into the fact that you have a battle rifle. You need to play that at mid-range and start capitalizing. Ooh, nice double kill coming out of, who is that? Jade?
Yeah, Heflin, that would be Hollywood.
Oh, it's Hollywood.
Hollywood is one of those players that the more I want to say something to him, he ends up finding an opportunity to kill time and time again.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if we could get the perspective of Hollywood, specifically because I remember watching him with the sniper rifle 2 weeks ago. He definitely knows how to play some Halo. Interesting. Okay. Understood. Got you. Nonetheless, be on the lookout in the kill feed for Hollywood to be making some plays. Now, this Bandit Evo rifle, not a Bandit Evo rifle, actually, this is the default Bandit rifle that was the first sort of DLC weapon. It has a little bit more of a recoil and sort of vertical bend, if you will, to its recoil pattern. It's not as easy as the Bandit Evo, but it still has a very high TPK and is pretty optimal at medium range. See, the way he's playing yellow fridge right here, this is the range you want to sort of be at. This is sort of like medium range. That's where the Bandit rifle is going to really, really excel. Ooh, get the melee off. Right there, that is going to be, I can't tell who that was. I think that was Bernay, because they're not on the right profiles within the game itself, because it said Wonku, but I believe that was Bernay.
Yeah, Bernay went ahead and went down. We are now taking a look, but Matt, all the while, we're having this conversation, and as close as this game feels like, it shows just how strong the Blaze are. You brought them up as a top 5 team, and I think that conversation needs to be had because this game is 4-13 right now.
Yep, they're complete map control, man.
Every single one of these fights, I feel like I see a play come out of Bernay, come out of Lucci, but then they're immediately taken out once again by another one of his members. They managed to get another kill there, but both of them end up going down. And the last player standing is, I believe, Jade in that scenario. Jade, by the way, for those at home, are a little bit locked in, listening to some of their own music, I'll say. So, you know, locked in, making the environment as much like their own home as possible. Hollywood picking up another kill there, continuing to show his team dominance.
Oh, look at the team shots, though, occurring right now on Bernay. That's going to be Hollywood and Jane, both team shotting him in real time, but collapsing on top of them. So solid rotations from both Jade and Hollywood. I mean, they're all over the map. At the moment that they identify somebody, they both sort of attack them within like sort of a pincer movement. I would say this, the Ghosts are getting sort of caught out of position very often. Look at this, just leaving them back completely vulnerable. Again, same pincer movement that we saw. Jade sort of comes up from behind and or from the side while Hollywood is sort of taking the forefront of the action, if you will. Oh, that's just a tough spot to be in. So what I would like to see from Ghost is them start to play a little bit together. You see the way Jade right there with that sidekick pistol just saw him for a fraction of a second. It ends up getting a stick grenade kill. Potentially another one here in the corner. Oh, but he does get taken out.
Hollywood cleans up the last little bit of it. They are on all 9 for this first game of today. They are looking to put in a threat. I'm going to need to score for that. That's what the split looks like. And look, Hollywood jumps up. Unfortunately, somebody's waiting.
Yep.
He looks over, maybe at his teammate, wondering what's happening. I think they wanted to go ahead and win the game fully. They realized they got enough points. He can go ahead, close out, and move on to what's next. 12 kills coming out of Jade, 10 out of Hollywood in a 22-point victory.
Both of them know how to play that game very, very well. You know, a great indication of that was the fact that Hollywood was using that Mangler pistol. For starters, most people don't even know where the Mangler pistol spawns on that map. But then, secondly, I also loved the fact that he was sort of taking advantage of the fact that that weapon is sort of OP. So when the game first came out, the Mangler was basically a two-piece weapon where you would land a shot and then melee somebody and it was an instant kill, right? So just shot, melee, dead, shot, melee, dead. So it was being used almost like a shotgun. Well, they ended up nerfing all of the weapons' melee damage across the board. So all weapons in the game, they ended up nerfing melee damage just for the Mangler. Why Halo Studios? I don't know. They could have just nerfed the Mangler, but instead of sort of keeping with that, they reverted back to the actual launch settings of the game, which turned the Mangler into another power weapon. And that's why Hollywood had picked that up. He was getting a lot of two pieces throughout that match where he'd get a singular Mangler shot and then melee in order to get the kill. The other reason why he was doing it is it chalks so much damage up right when you land the Mangler shot that you can just swap to your battle rifle and land 2 shots and they're dead. So he was sort of like using the full sandbox toolkit of Halo Infinite, and that's why him and Jade both resulted in over double-digit kills.
A lot of times I think people wonder why we as competitors maybe aren't always able to be critical. As long as you're doing the right thing, it's really hard to find holes in either one of that. They were always cleaning up each other's kills. They were never too far apart. They were always knowing which weapons to pick up, which one to fight. So on the left side of your screen, it looks like you're going to Gardo on the Kazuya. On the right side of your screen, that is Renee sitting back down. Once again, go ahead and take another fight. Now, he is using the stylish mode here in Tekken, which gives him access to a few different moves. He's on the Lars, but he's getting overwhelmed, and this is showing you the prowess of Gardo. The Rage Art comes out. It manages to land, but he's going to have to mount his comeback from this. There's going to be a ton of damage. Lars is such an anime character, man. Why does he have a lightning tornado in Tekken?
Yeah, but Garto's feeling himself, man. He's not feeling pressured really at all. Garto feeling good right there in that player one spot, getting a quick victory here on Tekken. Gotta love that. And here on Tekken, we play 1 round, correct?
Yeah, 1 round.
Guys.
It's a difficult life to be in too, because even if you play people, you know people, sometimes just that 1 round is the difficult wall to climb over, because you just get around like that. Gardo just had full control. You finally find your opportunity, but you don't have enough chances to just reclaim the game.
Yeah. The other thing that is, interesting about this compared to Street Fighter is Street Fighter in between rounds, you regain a little bit of health, but you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen, guys, Garto is at full health. So in between each and every one of these matchups, you get a reset in terms of the health pool, and now Garto feeling that much more comfortable moving into his second matchup now against MJ. Button check over. They're going into Eddie, one of the most functionally awkward characters in this game. He's throwing out a lot of mids right now with these combo strings that he has to be able to recognize. Garto does, getting out of the corner just a little bit, but he's still sort of pressured within it. Oh, but the quick jab in the middle of the combo string interrupts him. MJ, with all the pressure, still has him stuck in the corner. Guys, this is Tekken where you can backboard juggle off the wall out. Garto has got to get out of this corner, and he looks like he does. They're back to center stage.
And this is the important thing. Heat's now gone from both players, that tool that lets them take advantage. But Milk Zolo, I'm calling his name as one of the Blaze players, also plays this Eddie character, and I have to believe that was matchup knowledge there. Catching the big low attempt from MJ and turning that into, unfortunately, the second player on the Ghost going down. But we've seen Magic a few times from different players here in the UEL, and O to the L has done it a few times. Another Eddie, but not the same player. You got to be ready for how these players will vary their play styles and what they want to do.
I like O2, man. I like O2. In the recent weeks, he's sort of definitely have been a standout player within the league for me personally, specifically actually within strategy games. He's a very good strategy game player. And right now we get to see him sort of push himself within this fighting game, but Garto seems to sort of have the ghost downloaded. Let's see if O2 can sort of interrupt him. The fact that Garto is interrupting these combo strings is a strong indication that he has an absolute wealth of knowledge within Tekken, and he's continuing to dominate, now knocking out the third player in O2, the L, with the ghosts.
For me, Garto has to be one of, if not one of the best UEL fighting game players that exists in the league. He's very quick to find his win condition, find how he beats a player, and then just completely run them over. Now, I asked Lucci if he was going Lucci today. This is going to be the difficult part. He's going up again with Azucena, his character. He's been playing it this entire season. I'm happy to see what he's going to be able to do. But more importantly, and to me a little bit more scary, is that's Hollywood's character. Garto has practice just like he does with the Eddie against this character. So he's going to have to find a chance and make sure that, you know, similar to what he was able to do against those Eddie players, he doesn't just know. We see that it's possible, though, to win, get this button check handled, make sure everything's set to default where you need it, put those buttons in the right spot. I like seeing it. And now
this is the Coffee Queen, right? The Coffee Queen. And we've seen a lot of players use this character specifically because of just not just like the, sort of the mobility, but also the speed of the characters. Very, very overwhelming and sort of pressure oriented. Oh, I like that little backstep, but does get caught. Garto going into a little bit of a combo string, tries to go for a staggered combo, but drops it. Now he's getting pressured. He's going to look to interrupt. He does. Now he's starting to carry her over into the other corner. Even if she blocks at this point, there's going to be a little bit of pushback. And now she's in that corner, ready for Garto to create some juggles. Lands a couple of highs. Mega juggles going into right here. Only about 10% health left, but does land some heat, but gets grabbed and headbutted into Timbuktu strength.
He was trying it, but I have to say, he knew. If you watched Garto's positioning that round, he was always just a step away. Lucci ran up and he's like, I got you. And he's like, oh, you want to be in my face for now? Anyway, combo, 1, 2, 3, and the biscuit on the side with the drink. Go ahead, sit down. This is it. All that's left is Paku. Paku's all that's left with the Lee Shaolin. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you're rooting for, be a quick 2-0. Garto looking for a sweep here. Button check is called. I know Paku got to get his stick set up, ready to go, go in and restore everything to default.
I don't know why, man. You got me craving some butter biscuits from Hardee's at this point. A little bit of honey packet on the side, dude. Just a little drizzle on there.
Bro, the Hardee's right up the street, too. Oh, my God. Note to self on game days, go ahead and grab me the butter. I forgot about the butter biscuits. And neither one of these players are forgetting their pressure in Tekken. Both stepping forward and trying to get that pressure. And we've seen this time and time again. Garto takes a lead, and then he continues to dictate the entire pace of the round. You are playing into his hands. He pops his heat. He doesn't have that tool left, but he has one hit to complete his sweep. Somebody get the broom. He's handling every single one. The blocks. Paku, you got this. Paku might be different. If he can find these hits, gets a little bit of life back from these touches, it will be big, but one more touch is all he has. The heat's almost out. I want to see him spend it. Don't just let it run out for free. One opportunity. Did he press? He leans back. He's done. The rage art comes out. He leans up to the camera. You see the eye. Give him the broom. Let him know Tier 1 Garto is in the building today.
My goodness. Strix, a complete sweep out of Garto. That was exceptional gameplay. And it's, I think it just goes to prove, all of the trash talk that he was mentioning and or not mentioning because the mic wasn't working in the actual pregame interviews. Brother, he is here. He's in that tier 1 spot. Dude, let me ask you this, man, because obviously you're a player within the league. Is there any type of sort of pressure on Hollywood right now being sort of dropped from that tier 1 into tier 2, and then he sees his fellow player pop off like that? Obviously, you want to root for your team. You want to be a team player. Do you think the small part of Hollywood is like, okay, I gotta step it up. Like, if I want to move back into that tier 1 spot, I got to be getting some 5-player sweeps. Where's his butter biscuit strings?
I need you to understand. Matt, I think most players in this league would be scared after a performance like that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of those different players. It's not tier 2. He's named Hollywood for a reason.
Hollywood.
Whether or not he's in that tier 1, he knows he's gonna look and guard and be like, I'm better than you.
Okay.
You can do that. I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's the confidence of Hollywood. Hollywood, even in his picture here, is just looking up, kind of like, I know what my job is. He's happy that Gardo gets a little bit of shine. Maybe wants to quiet down some of the chatter in the league chat about where Gardo sits. But Gardo, great performance. Again, the Kazuya was potent. He came out and showed exactly what he needed to there to go ahead and find a victory. Gardo is doing a great job. And this Blaze team in general is doing a great job. We have to highlight that. I just want to, Matt, Milk Zolo is not in the lineup today.
Yeah, man.
One of their veterans has been taken out. Instead is being played. There's a rookie in that spot. Jade back on the lineup. So it's interesting to see what this team ends up developing into. This is, again, they went 7-3. They had a big winning record. They found a lot of wins, even some upset victories. And it's a situation where the wall was just that high, but I'm really happy to see where this team is and what Gardo showing out. I think the sky really is the limit.
Yeah, Milk Solo not being there. Jade stepping in, though, right off the rip, right at the top of the hour, jumping into some Halo Infinite, performing actually better than Hollywood, which for the most part has been in a tier 1 spot pretty much all season. So the fact that he's sitting in that tier 5, comes in, performs even better than Hollywood in a game of Halo Infinite. I mean, listen, that's how you sort of, leverage your position on the team or your sort of prowess on the team, but also sort of within the league, right? When players go to compete against the Blaze, you have to be worried about every single player on that team. We mentioned that a little bit with the matchup between Click and Paladins. On the Paladins, you had every single player on the team. You have heard that name before mentioned within the UEL. You know about specific moments, Twitch clips that were made, social media posts that you've seen them in, something along those lines. Whereas on the side of the Click, there was a couple newer players that definitely had their moments, right? Like Kizzy had some of his moments last night. But, relatively young, new players to the league that you may not have heard of. I love the fact that Jade, even though he's in that tier 5 spot, Milk Zolo's not in here today. I love the fact that he sort of proved himself with sort of his position on the team in that first matchup on Halo Infinite. And then Garto being in tier 1, nobody else even had to do anything in that game of Tekken. They basically just sat back and said, Garto's got this.
It's amazing to see.
Garto's got this. That could be his new motto.
Hey, if you haven't already, keep an eye out for the Gardo show.
Yeah, trademark that, or he's going to sell it on shirts. Garto's got this.
Oh, he has an intro. I'm letting you know, he legitimately has an intro. Maybe production might be able to slide that after halftime, just in case we get another sweep. If I see another sweep, we might have to play the Gardo intro. I'm just saying. We might just have to do it. It would be crazy. But NHL, we're getting our first sports game. And not having Milk Zolo, I think, really does start to change some things. Yes, Hollywood is a dominant sports force in this league. They have the likes of Regine as well to go ahead and play. But I have to wonder, and I have to ask, going into something like this, Hollywood always touted and talked about Milk being one of, if not the best sports players in the league. So not having him in the lineup, I have to believe, does bring down their overall level. And this Ghost team is ripe with talent.
One of the best? Over the non-passing
Bosi.
I
think in Hollywood's opinion, that might be what makes him better than Bosi. He has a pass button on his.
Yep.
I'm just saying. And it looks like we're having some controller difficulties. 2 of those controllers aren't ready to go. This could be a timeout on one of our teams not being prepared. The Blaze have lost a timeout as well.
Yeah.
So it does look like maybe they wanted to make sure this gets set up, make sure everything is ready and good to go. They're going to go ahead and check and make sure everything is in the right positions. We still have some time on our setup timer. I believe they're up at the top of the screen. All right, we will be coming back over to us casters here for a moment as they clean up just a little bit, make sure they're ready to jump in the game. Now, NHL is an interesting game. People at home, hockey at home. But what if I told you there are pucks in this game of hockey worth extra points? Pucks that can take points away from your opponent. Yes, we're playing threes. What that means, there'll be 3 players plus a goalie, and we have specialty pucks. There's money pucks, which are orange pucks that give you extra points, 2, 3 points, and then there are ice pucks, which take points away from your opponent while still giving you a point. Those will be blue. You'll see everything up in the top left when we get into game. What are you thinking, though, Matt? What do you want to see most importantly? at all from.
I personally, and anytime we play NHL, guys, in this 3v3 matchup of NHL 24, my favorite thing to see is comeback scenarios because of those money puck situations, because of those ice pucks. So as he just described, guys, certain pucks will be worth more points and certain pucks will take points away from your opponent. So you can imagine scenarios where one specific team is up by, say, 2 points. Well, what happens if you score an ice puck that takes 1 point away from your opponent and then you gain an additional point? Now things are tied up, right? But it's not just an additional 2 points. Some of these money pucks are worth 3 points. So it creates huge comeback scenarios. Teams constantly have to be sort of on the edge of their seats. They have to be on their toes. They have to be willing to sort of react in real time. They can't sort of let up on the gas, if you will, constantly pressuring their opponents and or just playing solid defense. We've seen a multitude of different strategies within NHL. Some players are a little bit more aggressive, collapsing all 3 players around a hockey net. But then sometimes, we've also seen players that only send 2 of their teammates sort of up the ice, whereas one sort of stays back and plays defense in order to help protect one-on-one scenarios with the goalie. Now, something to note, as they start to sort of apply some pressure around these nets, something to just take a look at is the stamina bar below the goalie themselves, right? So that stamina bar is going to gradually deplete the more shots and the more pressure that's being put onto the net itself. As that stamina depletes, the goalie is going to become tired and be more vulnerable to getting secondary shots and or just slap shots occurring. Oh, it looks like that puck quite literally just bounced in off of the goalie's shoulder. Who was that just scored the goal? I see the Ghosts are in the blue jerseys, Blazer in white. And
the Ghost took that first point, Matt.
Wow.
They're off to an early lead, and maybe Milk Zolo might be felt more than even I thought. With that early goal, they try to answer it back, but the Blaze aren't able to get that early goal. But you talked about it, Matt. That's 1 point. On the table right now is a money puck worth 2 points.
Oof.
A big slap shot there coming out, trying to put some pressure on. They pass the puck out, and now we go round and round again.
Well, what I will say is it does look like the Blaze and the white jerseys have a great understanding of just mechanically how this game operates. They're all very, very quick in terms of reacting to the puck. Look at that bounce shot off the actual glass itself, trying to sort of rotate a pass off to get onto the Ghost goalie itself. I really like what I'm seeing in terms of just the movement. Oh my gosh, this puck is bouncing everywhere. I also love the fact that the Blaze, right? They're getting the actual assisted passes off, not just with shots on goal, but also from their own goalie. Goalie getting on top of it, sending it out to one of the players to quickly sort of skate down the ice and start applying that pressure. I love how fast they are to react to everything, which again, a strong indication that they know exactly what they're doing.
It is big, and you asked me before, and watching this gameplay, I can tell you that first goal came out of Big Bad MJ. He is that sports leader on this team. Woo! He is the tier 1 for his team, and an incredible sports player here in the league. He's ready for any sports game, and you see him taking 3v1 snares. Every time he sees even the smallest opening, he's able to find a shot on the goal to start to chip away that stamina. But now Gardo on the yellow looks for a play himself. Almost slips between the legs of the goalie, but the goalie falls on it and luckily keeps a hold of the lead for the Blaze. We do play 2 periods here with 45 seconds left. The Blaze are going to have to find something. Otherwise, the Ghost might get their first point.
I think the thing that is going to help the Ghosts a little bit more that I'm seeing a ton out of the Blaze, and I know that the Ghosts are up by 1 point, but I think that's just as a result of what was clearly a very awkwardly scored goal there at the top of this game. What I'm seeing, though, from the Blaze isn't just good player movement. Their actual shots on goal are superb. They're doing a lot of, you saw, I believe it was Napkin actually earlier, trying to pull off, this is Garto right here, going for a slip shot off of a stick shift. So as he pushes towards the actual net itself, he is shifting his actual hockey stick left and right, sort of dribbling the puck, if you will, shifting it left to right, and then going for a very, very sneaky shot between the legs of the actual goalie. It's very difficult to do because your movement is with your left joystick, and in order to pull off sort of that stick shift, you have to hold down one of your, it's either a bumper or one of the buttons on your controller, and then actually shift your right joystick from side to side. It's difficult, though, because you have to gauge the distance that you're sliding up the ice. Sometimes you'll be getting too close to that goalie and then not be able to get the shot off in time. So seeing them sort of go for that repeatedly, also mixing up, their positioning on the actual ice itself, the ghosts themselves have not been, look how close they are to each other. They need to start spreading out a little bit more. The Blaze are, look at, one is on the left, one's on the right, goes for the assist, passes it over to the teammate, all of them collapsing around that puck. They're playing very well with each other, whereas the Ghosts seem to not be as organized, even though they are technically in the lead right here.
I have to agree with you, and that might be, going back to Paku's interview, he talked about this still kind of being a team that's figuring out their synergies, figuring out their team, and they have to kind of just play off of each other's strength. MJ back here against Gardo on the 1v1 against the goalie, helps make sure it gets down, and Gardo pressuring, not letting them get a free pass out. I love to see it there, just to be sure. Now, again, 2 minutes, though, and it will be, I believe it in my heart, this might just be a Ghost win. Now, that might be me trying to get a little bit of caster first energy out there on the board. I want both of these teams to have to fight for it. This money puck is followed by an ice puck. So, legitimately, if this puck is scored
this is a saucy game
by the Blaze, this game is still on a knife edge. The next goal will decide who does or does not win it. Holding on and laying on. I have to believe the Ghosts are starting to realize maybe some of what you were saying, and these sloppy attacks are now turning into trying to be a more cohesive defensive wall. But in the light blue there, Regine trying his best to put more and more pressure here. The young rookie is trying to show why the Blaze have had so much confidence in him. And Napkin Gardo tries to make the play. The puck's out. The goalie's laid out. They have to get it away here. His stamina's gone.
I mean, you're seeing exactly what I'm talking about. You see the amount of teamwork, assisted shots on this net right now, but also just their actual stick and puck skills is exceptional, man. It strongly suggests that they've actually been playing this game with one another and actually practicing it in this 3v3 mode. Oh my goodness gracious. Passed it to the right, then slapped it over to the left, went for home. Okay, penalty shot, Strix. Oh boy, this is going to be good. It looks like the Blaze are going to get an opportunity. Oh no, it's the Ghosts who are getting a penalty shot. If they score this could be
dangerous. It's MJ too. Woo! It was blocked. It was blocked. That was almost cataclysmic.
Yes.
If he had gotten that, them going up by 3 with 58 seconds left, MJ looks like he wants to take control of this puck. And his idea is get it off of our side. Keep it away. We do not want them to have control of the puck. We need to survive for 40 more seconds, Matt. The gameplay, though, it's getting harder and harder. Gardo's not able to find the shot there.
Yep, and this looks like O2 coming down the ice, slides it over to Paku, but then it gets stolen. It gets slid up to Regine right now, pushing the net, but he can't get the pass off to what looks like Garto. Garto sliding around the backside of the net. It does get poke checked and stolen. They're trying to steal it back. They do just that. Garto with a little bit of a 1v1. No, that's 1v2. I love this sort of strategy out of the Ghost. They have one of their players playing the back line in order to aid and assist the actual goalie. This is smart. I like that. They recognize that they're in the lead, so let's just play hard defense and just try to take this thing. Just try to take this thing off of time.
5 seconds. This is the last play. Gardo has to make magic. Oh! It doesn't go in. It's up in the air. It's
done. Wow, they end up clutching it right in the last seconds. I love the fact, though, that they understood sort of their capabilities within the game. If you look at just the actual stick skills on the ice, it seemed like the Blaze were much more talented in terms of just their player movement, the way that they were positioning themselves, going for passes and what have you. But the Ghosts recognized the fact they got I don't want to say a lucky goal early on, but it was kind of awkward. They got that goal, and as a result, they had one of their players, I don't know who necessarily that was playing in the back line, aiding and assisting that goalie for the entirety of the second period, Strix.
And I can tell you who that player was. It was Big Bad MJ.
Wow.
And the UEL is a big thing. A lot of players talk about skill. A lot of players talk about how good they are at games. But I think the most valuable skill here in the UEL, a league where we play 33 games across 5 genres, is something small but huge at the same time. Adaptability.
Yeah.
And the ability to recognize the situation, saying, we got this first point. And MJ being, to me, that sports player I'm immediately looking towards in all of the sports game, the category as a whole. They have strong players, don't get me wrong. But him to be like, if I drift back on defense, if I make sure they don't get these breakaway shots anymore, we can increase our odds of winning even with their higher cohesion, maybe their mechanically better skill. I love to see the play out of there, and that earns the Ghost their first point as we get ready to head into Maelstrom.
Yeah, and he was doing everything he needed to do. I mean, he was going for dive blocks, like right on that sort of like front center ice right in front of the goalie themselves, obviously blocking off sort of the weak zones of the goalie, going for poke checks, shoulder checks if somebody got close enough to him. But he was just that extra body. I mean, imagine trying to shoot a puck on the small net that is a hockey net, and you have not only just that big body in the goalie, but you have another player right next to it. It makes it almost impossible in that game of 3v3. And I think that really was the difference maker after sort of stealing that first initial goal. Now, our next game is going to be Maelstrom, but right after that, we're going into some Formula One racing, which is going to be a lot of fun, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. But Maelstrom, a nautical battle royale. Just something to note, that right side of your screen, take a look at the actual crew selection and the captain selection. I like to compare this to Call of Duty multiplayer, right? When you go to play Call of Duty multiplayer, you select a loadout, right? Your gun, your attachments, your perk, your equipment, everything like that. Well, the actual crew members that you select within a game of Maelstrom give you certain perks within the game, and then the actual captain that you select will give you a special ability called a trick. Now, those tricks for certain races like the Ghost faction within this game can allow you to sort of disappear for a few seconds, whereas there's other tricks that bump your opponents away from you, potentially giving you the ability to bump your opponent into a whirlpool that will actually eliminate them from the game. So there's all sorts of cool little tricks and gadgets and things within this game of nautical battle royale action.
It's going to be a fun game. I'm excited to see what these teams bring to the table. We're looking at, on the side of Blaze, Gardo, Jade, and Napkin, the same lineup. That might still be the lineup, I believe, from the last game, unless these teams just decide to basically say, we did it on the ice, let's unfreeze the rink and go ahead and hop onto the high seas. We have to find out who is on each side. I'm guessing that's correct. It's been a little bit, but Jade wasn't in last time. Jade wasn't in. It was Virginia. We did not end up in the right lobby. Now, that makes me wonder. Make sure everybody is 3,000. Now, if you're at home, I would recommend setting your ship's power to 3,000. Go ahead and queuing up when you see us queue up. Go ahead, maybe, show these players 1-4. Maybe you want to make your application for the UEL for Season 10. If you want to do that, make sure you grab that clip. You kill one of the players and be like, by the way, I was in the lobby. I killed everybody.
Yep, absolutely. And guys, head over to uelesports.com if you want a chance to register or become a potential free agent to be drafted in the next season, Season 10 of the Ultimate In-Gamers League, where gamers go pro. Super excited for not just the playoffs this year going down in March, guys, but also moving into the 10th season of the UEL. That couldn't be any more exciting, man. So, guys, please go check it out to get any more information on how everything operates around here.
But, Matt, I'm sitting at home, and I would love to sign up, but I don't have the hardware, I think, to be able to play in the UEL. Do you have anything that could possibly help me to be ready to sign up?
Yes. Obviously, in-gamer approved SurfThing's PCs. Please, guys, go check them out. We love SurfThing PCs around here. They are powering everything that we do from an operational standpoint on the arena floor, in the production room, everything. We love SurfThing's PCs.
Can't wait to see it. And I'll go grab myself one right now. SurfThing.com. Go ahead. You might see some familiar faces from the UEL on the website if you look around a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, man.
I'm excited. Now, looking at these lineups, while we get in, everybody's getting into the same game, I'm kind of sad. Famously, everybody knows Paku brings in the racing wheel and is ready to race.
Yeah.
He is not available for F1. It's going to either be O to the L or Big Bad MJ. But what should be worrying for the Ghost is who they're sitting across from. More than likely, it's going to be Hollywood, who is a top, I'm going to go top 3. Currently
top 3.
Active, top 2. And that's a stretch, in my opinion. I honestly want to say he might be the best F1 player in the league.
Oh, F1? Yeah, I thought you were about to say Racer. I was like, oh, well.
Racer, I kind of...
he's up there. He's up there.
Oh, he's definitely top 3 Racer. Top 2, I would argue, in some ways, Racer.
Yep.
Ooh, and let's see here. So we have some of these different ships. So I'm seeing some human ships. I'm seeing an orc ship there, which is good to see. Who else do we see here as we go around? I don't know if the players are all in the same lobby. Once again, we're going to find out here. second. They're preparing for battle. It's almost time, it looks like, to jump in. So maybe, just maybe they found each other. Maybe things are good.
And they're still not in the same lobby. Again, guys, these are public lobbies, so this is a great time to sort of be able to play against some of our UEL players. But in terms of just breaking down how this works, right? We mentioned a nautical battle royale. All of the ships that these players are using will gradually have to transition to what is going to be a final circle. Think of it in terms of Warzone, of Fortnite, any other battle royale that you've played, Apex Legends. Eventually, the map is going to reduce into a very small circle, and if you're the last team and/or player standing, you're going to get a ton of points for that. However, at the end of these matches, we are still tallying up the points that each of the players has actually, racked up, because you can gain points in a multitude of different ways. You can collect bounties, you can eliminate just NPCs on the map, you can get assists, you can obviously eliminate other players on the map, but you also get additional points the higher you actually place within this match of Battle Royale. So there is scenarios where players rack up quite a few kills early on in the game, but they don't necessarily place very high. But because they got a lot of kills, they outscored their opponent. So it doesn't always just come down to who placed higher. Just be on the lookout for that as we sort of roll into this next match.
I'm interested to see when they get in here. I'm hoping the players made sure to check their power. It's a really small thing.
Oh yeah, flying kit.
And we saw yesterday one of the biggest, I think, mistakes that was made was just the loss of timeouts more than anything else. So I don't want to see that cascading effect maybe come back to play here. If one of the Blaze players maybe didn't check their power, wasn't in the right range, then they wouldn't be able to find each other. Now it looks like, so the decision's been made to jump into 2 different lobbies and to just run it, and we'll calculate points that way. So it ends up being even. And so we send Bernay here right now, getting his kills really quickly and picking up some of the different boons early on. A couple of bounties going to the side of the Ghost bodes well for their good start. So we got Lucy on the Orc here. He wants to ram B up in people's faces.
Yep.
Fury's hold is akin to the Sniper. A lot of damage, but wants to play generally from a distance. Right. And then the Dwarf ship there. The Stormbringer is your tank up close.
And you mentioned a few of the different sort of factions within the game. We see Lucci playing this Orc faction, almost like a chariot that's being drawn by these sharks that you sort of see within the water in front of him. That's just the Orcs faction, right? You have the human faction, which are sort of sales-oriented. They're able to sort of pivot and maneuver a little bit more effectively as a result of being sort of sales-driven. Whereas you also have the Dwarf faction within this game that are your mechanical sort of engineers, right? Definitely like metal, structured, hardy ships that are a little bit slower, but a little bit more hardy in terms of their capabilities. And then you also have the Ghost ship that I mentioned earlier, the relatively new faction within this game. And that's why you see Lucci right here playing that Orc ship, trying to ram his opponent, get up close and personal to potentially board them and what have you. And they were able to sort of claim that bounty right there. Okay, so the Blaze just went in. Blaze just started their match up. Right now we're watching the Ghost with Lucci picking up some kills, getting this boarding off. Lucci might be in trouble, but he seems to be pretty good. He might be able to get away from this.
I don't think he's going to run for too long. Importantly for me, though, he's running away. The Orc ships are notoriously weak on the aft side of their ship. Yeah. That back part of their ship is where you see those few pips of armor that are left. Repositions to try to keep that up, but if they are willing to target him, he will end up going down pretty quickly. It looks like Bernay has claimed another bounty as well, and it looks like just the Ghosts have full control of their lobby. They're running.
They're getting they're getting quite a lot of eliminations. Bernay able to claim yet another bounty right there. And you had mentioned sort of the vulnerability of his ship. I want you guys and you viewers at home to look at the gray cubes that are around each one of these ships. Think of those like armor. The more damage they take from a particular side, gradually you'll see those cubes dissipating, which will leave them vulnerable from that particular side, that there's no more gray cubes on. So those basically just act as armor. Look for these players to be pivoting their ship left and right, trying to avoid damage on their vulnerable spots. Paku right now hasn't taken any damage pretty much. It's sitting pretty good in terms of his armor capabilities. And listen, all of them are sort of surfing these waves around each other in a 3-stack. taking out enemy after enemy after enemy. They're playing very well in tandem with one another, and I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be very difficult for the Blaze to rack up as many points as they have. They've already picked up quite a few eliminations.
It's we don't know what the lobby is though. If they could be having a similar performance, but it's hard for me to argue with you, Matt. There, it's too much. The dominance I'm seeing right now makes me think they could get all the other bounties in this lobby, rack up a ton of damage, and they might carry away here. Now we're watching Paku here on the dwarf ship. You mentioned it. And talked about the faction. The interesting thing about the ship is it can go forwards and backwards. Obviously, if you have sailors, you can't really sail in reverse. You can't sail against the wind unless you're Davy Jones. Then, you already won this game. All right, everybody's going to end up in your locker anyway.
Davy Jones.
But importantly, he is slower than his teammates. You see how far his teammates are away from him as they race to get kills and I think potentially finish off the last person standing in their lobby. Ichabod.
Watch the Maelstrom behind you.
Ichabod, isn't that right?
Oh, we got to be careful of this Maelstrom, this whirlpool to their left. They got to be careful. They can't sort of sail into that, especially if they get pinched from behind. Ooh, emerge victorious. The battle is over. All three of them dominating that lobby. Now we're jumping over to the Blaze. You're looking at Napkin right here. Okay. Looks like Brene taking some selfies in the bottom right. Nonetheless, Napkin and the rest of Blaze and the likes of Garto and Jade trying to sort of pick up as many bounties. Ooh, it looks like... Okay, so this is back in Bernays' lobby. He was able to collect 6 bounties. Lucci picked up 4, and Paku picked up 1. In terms of their actual points that were generated, that's going to be very, very difficult to beat. I mean, you're talking double-digit kill streaks. That's over 10 kills!
Before we get to damage, by the way. That's the important thing. Before damage is even added on, you're starting at that point. The 15 extra points for the first place in the lobby, too. We're at 20-plus points.
Oh, my gosh.
Before we start accounting for damage.
Yep.
I have to look at the Blaze and say, y'all need to show out right now. Like, I honestly need you up in that fight. Hopefully, those are his teammates a little bit closer. All right, Gardo, you want to hit the opponents with the cannonballs. You do not want to. It's not like rain, right? You can't just drop them on them. You got to aim and make sure you come in contact with the ship there.
Yeah.
Manages to pick up a bounty there, doing a good job. And I just need him to continue to do this because, again, 11 kills is crazy in most battle royales. Let alone in this. They killed the majority of the lobby. And that's another kill, I think, going over to the side. That's Weeping Jade. Good job. So the Blaze do have a good lock on this game. But they have to keep pushing the pace. They have to do what the side of the Ghost did, which is keep finding each and every single one of these fights.
I love it. I love that. 300 with his reading glasses on.
I don't know why reading glasses makes it sound
those milk bottle bubble glasses.
Oh, not the milk bottle bubble glasses. Working hard there, calculating these points as the Blaze run their way through their lobby, getting as much damage as possible.
And something they've got to do, which they are doing, and it looks like they picked up yet another bounty, so they're actually doing relatively well. They're not going to take, we might see Garto sort of picking up some of these buffs, and that is something to know, guys. There are buffs that you can get from eliminating some of the NPCs in the game, which you see very early on. When you take out an enemy player, they basically spew all of their buffs, if you will, basically like guts into the water, right? And you can basically just sail right over top of them, collect their buffs, gaining a speed advantage, damage advantage, gaining a little bit more armor, things like that. Wow, did this player just basically walk into a death trap that is the Blaze? It looks like it. They're going to get a free pick right here on whoever this is. Ooh, the sea smells of death. They got to be careful.
Oh, be careful. There's a Maelstrom behind you. If you bump Gardo, he might find himself at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, and is this the black water that's closing in, or is this just the shadow? Yep, he's got to be careful, guys. This is a battle royale. Basically, the storm in this game, if you will, is what's called black water. If you get stuck in the black water for even up to 5 seconds, there's going to be krakens, giant squids, megalodons, everything that's come out and destroy you. Doesn't matter, though. They actually won their match as well. That's going to be Jade, Garto, and Napkin. Both of these teams won their Battle Royale matches, and now it's going to come down to a points tally. Who got more kills, more damage? Talk us through what we're looking at right here, Strix, in terms of points tally.
I'm looking here really quickly. So, jumping in, every 500 points of damage will earn your team some points. So I'm seeing solid points out of the side of Napkin. He already has 3 bounties, I see. And I'm looking at Gardo. If it looks like they may have only gotten 7 or so bounties, we don't have that same double-digit number, which scares me a little bit. Not having that double-digit number means that you're going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting with your damage, and I'm not seeing it. And this is why I liked, unfortunately, if you're a Blaze fan, let me say unfortunately.
Ghost wins, Strix?
The damage, if you look, every time we watched a Ghost player, they were running it. We saw Lucci, them sharks were working. They didn't get a rest for a second. They heard about Gardo's Butter Biscuit from Tekken and said, oh, we got to get over. And they left just as quick as they could, but they were pushing the pace of their lobby, meaning they were constantly in fights, constantly dealing damage. And I think that plus 11 eliminations.
Oh,
13,000.
Yeah, go
I said 500 per. Dude,
that's a lot, Strix. That's a lot. It's hard to overcome, but we kind of knew that going into their match because almost like instantaneously, within the first 60 seconds, they were already getting eliminations. That sort of suggested that they might start pushing that double-digit kill count by the end, and they did, not only getting 10 kills, or over 10 kills, I should say, but obviously winning the match as well, getting an extra point distribution from that. So they did a great job from the start to the finish, whereas Blaze, I think, sort of started off a little slower, started picking up a few of those kills. They got around 7 or so, but they just didn't get off the track, at least fast enough to catch up to the likes of the Ghost. That was the sort of difference maker there. Now, you had mentioned Hollywood and his skills on Formula One racing. Guys, that's what we're jumping into right now. We have Hollywood from the side of the Blaze against MJ from the side of the Ghost. Hollywood, arguably the best Formula One player in this game. And we're going to see the likes of his talent on display throughout this entire track. Now, they are playing in third person. That's what we like to see. I was getting a little frustrated when I see some of the players in first person because I feel like they're sort of mitigating their potential a little bit or holding themselves back. There's a lot of data that you can gather in terms of the actual spacing between the cars, the distance coming up to a turn, and so much more when you're actually in third person versus first. So I love the fact that we're seeing both of them in third person here.
Pretty rough first turn there for both of these players, but Hollywood coming out better between them, maintaining this second, third positioning as he comes up on the second turn, maintaining a lot of speed, didn't even have to brake super hard, found that exact correct line to coast his way through, and now comfortably in second position. On the other side, MJ trying his best, but is stuck with this pack all the way back in fourth.
Yep, and he seems to be in a comfortable lead. I mean, you're talking about a 12-position difference right now between the two of them. That is very, very hard to make up for, especially against the likes of Hollywood, which is one of the cleanest racers in this entire league. He's very, very comfortable on this game. I think all he has to do at this point is just drive clean, right? He only has one NPC in front of him. And guys, the other racers on this track are NPCs. Our players have to be very careful of them brake checking them because they are notorious for doing that. But if you only have one particular car in front of you, it's not too difficult. Also, the other thing just to note here, Hollywood is going into all these turns with a perfect amount of speed. He's basically coasting through all of these turns. This is a track that he's very, very comfortable on.
Yes, it's great to see. Even here, realizing he might be able to get an overtake if he's able to use his opponent as well. The NPC to turn that wasn't able to fully complete it. And mentioning the NPCs, brake checks are usually the scariest option. But I think the more frustrating option is all of the bumping leads to what has already happened to MJ already having a 2-second penalty. So that's important because he has to catch up to Hollywood and beat him by 2 seconds. Just by virtue of being stuck in this giant group of cars right
Yeah, and that's just difficult to do against the likes of Hollywood. I mean, he's not even necessarily worried about passing his car, and it looks like they're going to give that up to the likes of the Blaze, even though there was 3 laps left within that race. It was just too much, man. And listen, having Hollywood in that spot is also, how should I say this? Is also just one of those things that sort of showcases the talent of the racers within the UEL, but also our partnership with Racing America, which the UEL just announced as of recently. There was a few articles about that that basically discussed the ability for some of these simulation racing games to sort of introduce gamers to the likes of professional racing and actually start to train them in terms of the adjustments, the moment-to-moment adjustments that you need to make in the real world when you're actually racing vehicles on a real track. And I just love seeing Hollywood in that position because players like him are how, I think that sort of partnership sort of came about, and it's great to see. It's great to see him in that spot.
And it is confirmed to be a forfeit from the Ghost. That's not
Oh, yeah.
surprising. At the end of the day,
Mhm.
teams know to give Hollywood his respect, and people know to give Hollywood his flowers.
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason, like when I looked over and I was like, "Oh, who's available for this game?"
Yeah.
Hollywood. There are a handful of players' names that I would even begin to say have a competitive chance against him in F1. Just it's a game that season after season he's won best racer with it being on the wheel, and he just says, "Hey, y'all are nowhere near me." He's actively in the acceptance speech has been like, "I need y'all to play the game at least for a week."
Yeah.
But
Oh,
y'all
yeah.
aren't even close to me. I don't have to worry. But what all of these players have to worry about is getting into that game of Overwatch 2. Be interested in what we're going to be able to see and if we're able to see, what gets played. We've been seeing a lot of push lately. I feel like that's the default game mode a lot of teams pick. And then
Yeah.
when you see push, you see Coliseum because
Mhm.
map everybody's comfortable with. It'll be fun to see how these two teams get situated. Hollywood, big fan I know of the game, and the Blaze have played pretty well all season. So be interesting to see what we see.
Yeah, I personally, during my sort of like heyday with Overwatch, if you will, I personally don't prefer push just because of how I would say strong like specific strategies are on game types like payload. I personally just really like sort of optimizing strategies like choke points and what have you for game types like payload, right? There's multiple different sort of phases to the map itself, like 3 different phases in terms of just getting to a cap point, gates opening up, having to get it to a secondary point, and then maybe a third. There's a multitude of strategies that you sort of have at your disposal to stifle your opponent at any given point throughout that map. Whereas on push maps, it just, for the most part, I think the simplicity of it is why people love it, because it really comes down to team fight, we push. Team fight, you push. Team fight, we push. And it just sort of goes back and forth in that tug-of-war sort of motion. I tend to not like that aspect of it. I think there's more variables that come into play in terms of teammates messing up their ultimate economy, if you will. But I also think it sort of highlights the cohesion of chemistry within both of the teams and their capabilities to maintain momentum. Nothing sort of showcases that quite like push because it's going back and forth so often.
I think you hit on most of the key parts about push from I'll add the little player perspective. One thing I know a lot of players have found is because in a game mode where both teams have the chance to win. So that mainly is control and push to keep it very simple, right? Both sides are pushing. We play one round. If you play a game like Payload, you have to attack and defend. And comparing control to push gives you a lot more time to adapt as compared to something like control. So I think that's why as well prepared. It looks like out of the frying pan into the fire. We're gonna be jumping back into Forza after this. But
have you been playing Black Ops 6 at all? Just out of curiosity.
Not yet. I haven't touched it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, my season just ended last night. I got home, grabbed some food, sat down, and possibly installed 100 gigs of games.
100? You mean 300?
That I had. Oh no! Like when I say of games. Black Ops is 1, and then there's the other 100 gigs.
Oh, yeah.
That were not Black Ops. Just games that I had personally kind of stepped away from for the week. But yeah, so I'm going to get into it. What's going on, though, in Black Ops? What do I need to know?
The reason I said that is because you said into the fire. There's menu music within Black Ops that just repeatedly whispers into the fire.
Oh, my God.
Anyway. But yeah, man, getting back into this Overwatch action, this is a map that we all are very familiar with. But we're seeing some escort, man. This is kind of what I wanted to see. And really this map, particularly on this defensive sort of standpoint, they're going to try to hold this initial corner. As they get sort of pushed back, it's really going to come down to this sort of fountain market that's around this second corner. That's where you can stifle your opponent and really lock them into this first phase of the game. But it's going to come down to a couple of like trickle picks, if you will. They got to be careful, and it looks like they're feeling good. Rejane gets 1 pick. Hollywood with 2, playing this Reinhardt out of his mind right now. Diva on Weeping Jade gets an elimination as well. Great environmental awareness from whoever that player was that actually took the elevator onto the building to Hollywood's right here. Hollywood taking some unnecessary risks. He needs to pull back and get with his team. Has to recognize that some of these spawn point doors are easy to sort of back up into. There we go. He has full health and he's back on the payload right now. So they're doing great. I like the combination, by the way, of the Diva Matrix with the Reinhardt shield. It's just a ton of damage mitigation here.
It's so hard to get by. Hollywood has his ult. I know he has to be looking for a play, but was unable to get it off. I was just about to compliment him on... I always love watching Hollywood on tank because he does just a great job positioning, knowing how far, knowing his limits really well. But it looks like the Ghosts have found the opening they need to start to finally get around these first set of turns. That's a Diva bomb. You gotta get out. To go down, ult to the L, and on PC11, one of our players is dropping as well. That is so unfortunate. That would be Big Bad MJ on PC11.
And that's a tank and a healer, so they're backing up and getting ready for another team fight. But this is this complements what I was talking about a second ago with regards to like having really, really strong strategies for games of Escort, as opposed to it being like a very symmetric map, teams going back and forth, that ebb and flow, if you will, the tug of war of a push game mode. I love the fact that there are certain defensive strategies. And look, there's maps in this game that favor sort of attacking and or favor defensive strategies. And that's okay, because at some point you're going to be on offense, you're going to be on defense. It comes down to map knowledge. And I love games that sort of manipulate or manage map knowledge. Tons of picks coming out here. Hollywood, Rejane, and Weeping Jade all getting a pick right there to basically stifle this team yet again, potentially almost getting another stagger pick on that Arista. Jade getting cheeky at the spawn door, waving goodbye to them. I love it. I love the personality. I love the emotion we're seeing. And his Diva is online yet again for another ultimate, which is very beneficial, particularly in this spot because of this big building to his left. There's a massive building. He needs to get his heals up, though. That was...
Well, they can't push.
Terrible
that should
ultimate.
Stop the push.
Wow.
Grenade goes down on the Reaper. That's still a pick there. And he's up again in his mech to catch this Roadhog ult. He's getting so much value from his positioning, from his play. They can't get through this front line of the Blaze. They can't even start to play the game.
Yeah. Rejane and listen, who was it that Bernay? Sorry, Bernay ended up getting caught by that Diva ultimate. Unacceptable behavior. That was one of the worst position Diva ultimates I've seen in quite a long time. And the fact that it ended up getting Bernay is just really unfortunate for them. He's pushing the backline again with this Reaper. Potentially going for an ultimate, but it gets completely dissolved by the Diva Matrix. Bernay struggling, potentially needing to get off of Reaper. That may be sort of it may suggest that he's not as familiar with Overwatch as we may want him to be. A lot of people tend to pick Reaper as a result of just the simplicity of the character. Has big shotguns, his ultimate ability can wipe out entire teams, but he's not doing a whole lot with it because Weeping Jade is consuming his soul, Strix. He's doing nothing. Weeping Jade and Hollywood are in their grill right now, just flipping burgers.
Is he gonna get another kill?
That is my gosh! Weeping Jade, wave goodbye.
The salute. I looked at the cameraman and said, goodbye. That's game.
He waved goodbye with the ultimate and killed Lucci in the same breath.
No.
I need you to understand, they are comfortable in this game. Yeah, I can tell his music's still going, by the way.
He's vibing, bro. What's he listening to? He's listening to This Is How We Do It. It's Friday night. Oh my gosh. Look, he's vibing, man. You gotta love it. That's the gameplay that we like seeing, guys. Jade and the rest of the Blaze feeling good, cooking right now, to say the least.
And they talked about it again, that top 5 team conversation, wanting to be there, being in a position to continue to deal damage, to continue to threaten this team. And now all they really got to do is make it past that first turn and walk up the hill, and they'll claim a victory for their team.
Everybody.
Top 5 team performance, I gotta give it to them. They're showing it right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, and that's why it's exactly why I mentioned them yesterday. There's a few things that I feel like if they improved upon, they could beat even the best teams in this league. Potentially, you know, over the next couple of months as we move towards the playoffs, we'll actually see that from them. As the more that they get in these practice sessions, the more that they take this seriously and continue to just download each and every one of these games, it's going to be pivotal.
Yeah, this performance with 3 rookies really does mean that your ceiling is more dictated by time than anything else. Now, we see Jade playing the Juno. This is one of the newest heroes in the game. And she has enabled this team and enabled a lot of teams for movement, consistent heals, as well as able to deal solid DPS. It's being very elusive. They are playing, I believe, 5 healers, by the way. They are playing with their food currently.
No.
I promise and believe you, they are playing with their food. They know it. Because I saw a Zenyatta, I see a Lucio, I saw Jade on the Juno, Hollywood there on the Kiriko. So yeah, I think this is a 5 support comp currently, as the Blaze have a little bit of fun taking out Bernays' turret there on the Juno. There's so much happening, and they're just holding them in their base, but I don't know if they realize that these support.
Yeah, but they're going 5 support. But I think it's a situation where, look, I don't think ghosts are that inexperienced at Overwatch to go down to 5 healers, especially with the likes of a Winston on their team. His sort of electricity gun, this lightning gun that you see, is going to be able to attack multiple targets all at the same time, and the health pool of these healers is going to be relatively low. So as much as fun as they might want to have, eventually they're going to swap off of this 5 healer stack, because Winston is a really hard counter to that, unless your Winston overextends Paku and can't get healed from the rest of his team. We might actually see them pull this off, which would be really unfortunate for the Ghosts, but a strong sort of clue or hint towards the fact that they need to start practicing some more Overwatch if they want to take and be taken seriously, I should say, into the playoffs this March.
Well, the Winston's back, Matt. Okay,
He's back.
So the push should hopefully be halted here, but if he jumps in right now, it might just spell the end. Oh, they got not the feet up. Not the feet up as you cross the finish line.
The disrespect.
5 supports.
That's so disrespectful. Oh my gosh. I love it though. Great personality. And of course. Is it going to be anyone else?
He even said, of course, in the camera. He went, yeah, of course.
Oh my gosh. The double kill back into the mech pop.
What's next, Forza?
Tanking some of the sort of damage from this Roadhog while also going after Bernay and the likes of that Reaper.
Wow, that's crazy. Only he stayed for his play of the game?
Yeah.
Only Jade stayed for the play of the game?
Yeah.
That's why I
They're
like
probably
Jade.
getting set up.
Jade's
Yeah,
having
they
fun.
are. They're getting set up done for Forza right now, but Jade had to stay in it and just watch it for a little bit. He had to do it, man.
He might want to get moved. I know Hollywood. Hollywood might be like Jade. Jade closed the.
Well, we're going into another simulation racer in the likes of Forza. I think this is another game that Hollywood is really, really strong at. Do you think the Blaze are going to take this and potentially go up 4-2? Because the Ghosts, they were losing 2-0 and they picked up 2 straight wins, tied this thing up, and now they're being sort of staggered again, man.
I'm gonna ask the question. Production. Did Paku bring the wheel? I need to find out if Paku bought his driving wheel. I will put my faith in Paku.
Okay.
So assuming he didn't bring the wheel, though, we're looking at Weeping Jade, who's been crushing it as a rookie in Forza every time I watch him. You have Hollywood, who's been crushing it as a veteran for seasons.
What?
He did not bring the racing wheel today.
Nonsense.
I have to believe this is gonna be a Blaze win. I'm sorry. My faith is not just in Paku, but Paku with the wheel. That's an S+ racer right there, Paku with the wheel. Paku without the wheel, sitting in that A to S range.
Questionable.
Still great, but you need to bring out your best equipment here to beat Hollywood as well as the side of the Blaze. I think the Blaze just might have a more comfortable group of racers.
Yeah.
Just because it's another one of those games that, funny enough, is like Lumina Rush, which we haven't seen,
Yeah.
where if someone doesn't cross the finish line, Matt,
Yeah.
you get your teammate's best time, your fastest teammate, plus 5 minutes. And in a
Yeah.
racing game where we're talking about, oh, we've lost by milliseconds,
Yeah.
5 minutes
Oh,
is
yeah.
killer. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Is killer.
And listen, it's similar to to Formula One in the sense that you want to like driving clean is sort of the name of the game. You do get a time penalty for bumping into other cars, going off the track, and what have you. But this might be one of those situations where if the Ghosts feel as if they're not as talented in terms of their racing capabilities, they might go for the sort of demolition derby strategy, if you will, where some of the players on their team intentionally try to ram the players of the Blaze off the track, leaving them disabled and not able to finish. We have seen that a few times within Forza. Sometimes it works, but it does always sort of create this 50-50 scenario where determining on the random the RNG of who gets placed towards the front of the track right when the whistle blows, right when the shots go off, you can definitely sort of go for the gamble, try to ram your opponent off of the track. We've seen it a few times, and we've seen it actually work. Some teams have stolen Ws as a result of that. Do you think maybe we see that here?
It would be the Ghost of all teams. Like, from what I've seen from the side of the Blaze, they've very consistently just been like, we'll just race better than you.
Yeah.
But it's always fun when you have somebody that's like, hey,
yeah,
what if you know what? I'm going to introduce you to my friend. His name is Wall.
Okay.
You should talk to them for a bit.
Not Paul Wall? It's Paul Wall, baby.
Yeah, just go ahead and pull over right there, right on the other side of the barrier. Just go ahead and have a conversation. We're going to finish this race and
By
take
the
a
way,
victory.
Paul Wall just dropped an album yesterday, just so everyone knows. It's
Yeah,
not.
a lot of
Fire,
people don't-
dude.
He's still been rapping.
He's still vibing, bro. He's still vibing.
He actually dropped he dropped some music a few years ago as well. That's what really put me back on the radar. I'm excited. A lot of big games coming out here
Yeah, man.
shortly.
Mhm.
Timeout used. Forza is one of those more complicated games. There are pages of settings you need to verify things are right on. And it does this very great thing where you go and you save how the game mode works, how everything is supposed to be set up, right?
Mhm.
And if an update comes out for the game, that will sometimes reset all of your settings on your saved game mode. So you have to reset it up and
Yep.
re-verify that everything is correct. So usually a timeout is a pretty good decision in my for.
Yeah, in yesterday's game, I was actually genuinely surprised with the likes of the Click for being able to, I guess, not completely fold to the fact that they wasted so many timeouts at the start of the game against the Paladins. I was shocked. I mean, we had, I think it was like 3 hours left in the matchup, guys, and they had like 1 timeout left. So they had burned through 3 to 4 timeouts very, very quickly. But they definitely sort of rallied towards the fact that they needed to start getting their setups done correctly. And it wasn't that much of a determining factor in their loss against the Paladins yesterday. But we have seen that problem sort of plague the UEL in the likes of potentially the Shogun and so many more, that as a result of not having any more timeouts, they're forced to forfeit games if they set up the game incorrectly. Both of these teams, from the Ghosts and Blaze, have been setting up games. We just saw the first timeout. And listen, most of these high-level teams, 4-5, 6-3, what have you, tend to have more timeouts than 2, at least going into halftime. Now, after we go into halftime, guys, both of these teams are only going to have 2 timeouts afterwards. Now, it doesn't matter how many you burn up until that point. Regardless, you're going to have 2 timeouts after we come back from the half. Both of these teams, though, time management, setup management, seem to be doing relatively well.
It's what I expect from 2 teams of about this caliber, where players are, where teams are. This is what I wanted to see. This is where what I need to see. Both of these teams, there is another timeline where they make playoffs. Both of these teams.
Yes.
But what that also means is even in our timeline where you might not make playoffs, you still need to show that you were at that point and how far you've come along. Now, this timeout is running down, and you do have some more. You do have the opportunity to grow a little bit, but it's a resource management, and it's what makes UEL unique. You can be good at one game, you can be good at 5 games, but how good can you be at 33 games across 5 categories? And how consistent can you do that in a 4-hour period? I think what Matt, one thing that I think that we don't talk about and isn't really touched on is that like 4-hour games are grueling.
Yeah, it requires endurance, brother.
Especially across all the different games. I mean, I know all of us as gamers, we have one more game syndrome, where we hop on a
3
game,
a.m.
we say one more game, and then we look up and it's 3 a.m. and we're like, oh wow, I've been playing for a long time. But doing it in UBL where you need to be locked in and constantly pivoting and shifting really takes a lot out of you. Hollywood, again, is one of those best at it where if you ever get the chance, please come on down, check out the arena, check us out, because you can see players like Hollywood that just straight up lock in.
Yeah.
He's not always the loudest person, but you can tell when he goes from game to game, he's managing where his mind, what he's focused on, what he needs to get done, as well as just keeping himself calm for whatever the situation presents.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I definitely suggest you guys come down to the arena and check us out. They're selling snacks. They're selling Sly energy drinks. You can pick up some of those. Sit down, watch us compete. We got big screens up on the arena floors, 5v5 action, SurfThing PCs stacked on deck, ready to operate this entire system.
People gonna show up for different reasons if we got SurfThing PC stacked on deck. We got enough for the team.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you sure?
Somebody walked in and be like, oh, I heard you got
sell
them
the
SurfThing PCs. Yeah, they're over there in the corner.
Yeah, Strix is like, no, but we got Paul Wall's new CD.
Go ahead and load it up. Actually, for everybody at home, please make sure you join us, not this year, but next year. The UEL production team will be putting out a holiday medley song and soundtrack for your listening pleasure. It's going to be led up by AV2 Slim. He'll be singing lead vocals on a lot of the tracks. Matt and I, we might come out, we might
we might be background.
Flair. What is it? Christmas in Harlem, Holiday in Harlem. We might do a little remix. We'll have a little bit of fun.
Yup. I'm gonna be just sick guitar riffs on Christmas in Harlem.
I'm sorry, people. They are lying to you.
Nah. You can't back away. The people want what the people
want.
Oh
my gosh.
Happening. Y'all are lying.
Yep, 300 on the drums.
Yo,
we got Reb on the triangle. We'd be good, dude.
No, we're gonna have
my goodness.
Singing. No, Reb is singing solo.
I could hear her in the background like, did he just say triangle?
Y'all don't love the chaos. Good.
I love it, man.
Hoping everybody's enjoying this. We have seen today a lot of racers, though.
We have.
That's the thing that's caught me off guard. Like, we've seen now 3 or 4 racers early in the game. Only 2 shoes. I forgot. You know what's crazy? I forgot that Halo was our first game, because every time you and I cast, we never get Halo. I don't think you understand how often you and I play, and it's like, all right, anyway, we're not playing that game. And I'm like, I look over at you, and like, why do y'all do this? Why do y'all let the vamp have his game?
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of shooters. We also haven't seen as many fighting games as you and I typically see this early. Obviously, we saw Tekken and what have you, but we have a lot of fighting games, even fighting games that aren't necessarily within the fighting category, right? Like the likes of Lethal League Blaze and or Checkmate Showdown. Haven't seen Checkmate Showdown in a couple of weeks, actually. Just hasn't been rolling, but it's arguably my favorite game on this wheel. Yeah, guys, we got a ton of really high-octane, fast-paced, exciting sort of games that are left on this 33-game wheel, 5 different categories. And, Strix had just brought up the fact that, like, endurance and the ability to sort of maintain focus as we get later on into the night. We're playing these games for 4 in-game hours, which correlates to about 6 hours in real time. But over that period of time, man, it's very sort of evident on the arena floor when you see certain players start to get tired and sort of get weathered as the night goes on. They don't start as performing as well as they were earlier on. But it's difficult to do that during really fast-paced sort of twitch reflex, type of games, like a lot of your arena shooters and or fighting games. So look for that later on in tonight if some of those games get selected on the wheel.
I'm really excited to see what might just be added. In this game, though, my 3 players I think I really want to keep an eye on are Hollywood, Jade, and Poppy specifically. And a little bit of bumping at the start of the race. Hollywood trying to move. Now, this is the really funny thing.
bro.
These F1 cars are very good, but they are very light cars. So if they ever come in contact with another car, really easy to kind of get pushed around the road. But you look at how calm Hollywood is. He's not worried at all about anything that possibly happened there. His car luckily didn't get too damaged, and he's able to continue to take this race.
Yeah, he wasn't. Nothing was damaged. His suspension, his front or rear axle, nothing was sort of damaged on his car. He's fitting good. As long as he sort of stays on the track, he should be okay. I think that was a very specific strategy out of the likes of the Ghost to get him off the road early. The moment they actually pick up on where he is, they're gonna continue to box him out. But he is overcorrecting on his steering and is capable of staying on the track. It's very difficult to do that on these Formula One vehicles, because the tires are not built for it. The tires are built for just being on this pavement. As soon as they get into the grass, they're difficult to control, but major kudos to Hollywood for being able to maintain sort of his presence on the track. Now, you can look right here. This is 02, right? You can see some of the damage already to his vehicle, right? His sort of back suspension on his vehicle is already almost shot. So if he were to take a few more hits or so, he might not even be able to finish the map. Hollywood did get boxed out, though, and is not that big of a threat, if you will, right here.
Yes, it's doing a good job to ensure that he's able to do a little bit of damage. And on this map, he did it at the pivotal point. So this map has an incredibly long straightaway, which is where we start to see some of the F1 cars and maybe some of the more standard cars not used as much. Because on these straightaways, if you pick some of those faster vehicles, you're able to get so much distance and create so much space. Somebody's right behind him, though, bumping him, saying, hello, how you doing? Good to see you. And starting to get a bump in there. And we see Baku just comfortably driving. Gonna have to brake here as he comes up on this turn. And luckily, the person behind him decides they do want to turn as well. And I think, was that Hollywood?
That might have been Hollywood taking way too wide of a turn. So that, I don't think it, maybe that wasn't. We'll have to get a confirmation from production. Nonetheless, that sort of illustrates, right, on your screen, one of the biggest problems that we see with players that are trailing from behind. They tend to try to pick up too much speed going into a sharp turn because they're too narrowly focused on just trying to get in front of their opponent. And as a result, they don't see the turn coming up. They fly into that turn with too much speed, which results in them sort of either going off the track, taking damage by colliding with the wall and what have you. You have to start slowing down optimally. Oh, that's a huge crash from Napkin. Wow. As we talk about it, it happens in real time. You can even see he was surprised. Oh my, his suspension's almost dead. It's almost gone. And now he's stuck in the corner. Let's see if he can even get back on the track, and he does here. He'd probably be better off just jumping in a hoopty at this point, because he can probably pick up more speed than the vehicle that he's in. And this is 02 right here. Also, his vehicle is very damaged. Let's see, what place is he in? He's actually in 5th. But
so we do team scoring. So his team is currently leading the game. So it'll show him as 5th. He's the last player on his team. Hollywood is in the dirt. OHDL's having some fun, though. You can tell everyone else is trying to get away. Even Napkin had to get his get back. He was like, no, I'm going to bump you as you go by. You're not getting away for free. But I'm looking at a lot of Blaze players here. Is Hollywood trying to bump him off the track there? That car is like, that is an ant pushing a mountain. I need you to relax. But he managed to get the spin out and uses him to maybe stay correct. Hits the dirt.
He's trying. Speed. Okay, he does get back on the track, but he's still struggling. This is the most that I've seen. This is the most I've seen Hollywood struggle on Forza, and it's a direct result of them sort of taking him out of the game early. But he's been doing a good job of sort of staying in it, man. You can definitely tell he's still focused on finishing this race. Still on the first lap, though. They should be coming up here on the second lap as they continue. But nonetheless, man, I mean, props to Hollywood for sort of staying focused, especially in such a small vehicle. Someone just spun out right in front of him. That's interesting.
I think that was Baku, because this should be Napkin here as he lets Hollywood kind of cleanly come by, right? You're going to let your teammate cleanly come by, right? We know Napkin can't really turn with his suspension currently. They're doing a good job, but to the
he gets spun out. Whoever that was, that might have actually been 02. Nonetheless, he almost took out 2 of the Blaze player in the same breath, but he goes off the course, and now he's struggling.
He
to
is
get
driving
back
a
on.
straight line. I promise you. I promise you. He was gunning for Hollywood to come back around that turn and to take him out. But now, once again, we coming back to the straightaway. Hollywood got to get some space because on this straightaway, O to the L will catch him as long as his car is willing to go that fast.
There we go. He's on straightaway now. Oh man, what it might be actually is when he's leaving his joystick and at 0 axis because of the way that his suspension is damaged.
No, he was going. Nope, Matt. Whatever you were about to say, he proved you wrong in that moment. He was aiming for Hollywood, and Hollywood saw the missile coming and said, "Let me get out the way. Let me get out the way. I'm done."
He's going 220 miles per hour on this straightaway, just flying. Can you imagine if there was a Blaze player at the end of this straightaway?
Oh my
gosh!
Yo, hit the knee, hit the what is it? Fast and Furious, hit the 2 spins. Yup. Controlled. That was intentional. Intentional.
Yep, that's so he can slow down for the turn coming up at some point.
Really smart. Who needs brakes when you just have the 360? Just go ahead, spin your car a couple of times if you fine.
Yeah, but what's happening is I think because his suspension is damaged, it's pulling him to the left, and he continuously is having to overcorrect and push right. And that sometimes at these top speeds is sort of flinging him out of control. This is Paku, who's actually behind O2, and he doesn't want to be taken out by his teammate on this second lap. Oh boy.
Paku coming in a little hot, but luckily all 3, looks like this is 3 Ghost members, so they currently have those top positions. They might prove us wrong here, but the Blaze are right behind here as we come in on the second lap. They're entering the second half of this lap. We're coming up on the end of our race rapidly.
Yeah. And I mean, things have
4 or 5
definitely
minutes.
sort of calmed down, if you will. Some of these teammates are sort of next to each other. I would say we're about probably 70-75% done with the actual race itself. They are on the second lap. And there's a lot of distance. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you see a pretty comfortable distance between all of these players. This is O2, just crashed into those tires, and there's a few people behind him. Oh, yeah. Yep, his rear window is gone.
Dude, you said, I'm going to just slip on by you, bro.
Ooh.
Yo, you got to communicate that. You got to communicate that. Hey, Lucci's fine, though. He helped him help Lucci turn. He was helping Lucci turn.
Here's what's interesting. Lucci is this far behind in the race. He has no damage to his vehicle. None.
I think Lucci's been driving conservative.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like that would definitely suggest that.
But I mean, so someone has finished the race, by the way, Matt, because that timer has started at the top of our screen. So players are going to need to fly around here. This is like a 3 to 4 minute lap map, and so players spending 8 to 10 minutes just trying to finish this up. But you only have 30 seconds, so Lucci, I'm gonna need you to pick up the pace a little bit. You can't keep driving this safe unless you know exactly how much time you have left.
And I think one of the things he's driving safe for, he might just not be as comfortable on this game as we may want him to be. Oh, but he actually gets clipped potentially from Hollywood from behind and spun out of control. Imagine that. Wow. Getting bullied on the track. And listen, his vehicle is now sharply damaged from the likes of Hollywood.
Yeah, but this is important, and I want to see this. I'm gonna. Did Hollywood end up finishing? No.
We won though.
But importantly, Hollywood made sure one of them DNF. This is what makes Hollywood the most dangerous in this game. I've played against Hollywood before. Our teams were close to even. He turned around at the finish line and ran face first into me. What that did was ensured that I couldn't finish the race and confirmed the win for his team. His awareness to ensure that Lucci was not going to finish the race there meant that it was guaranteed 3 non-Ghost members finished, which gives the win to the Blaze. Guaranteed.
Huge. Is that a guarantee?
Because if 3 people don't finish, they all get 5 minutes added to the top person's time. That's 15.
Oh my God.
The Blaze had 2, which means they have 10. As long as you have 1 more player that finishes, that 5-minute difference, unless somebody is walking home. or racks up 5 minutes, I guess, worth of penalties, will end up being enough for you to take it. So I have to believe that that's going to be a Blaze win. And we see, I think, the point go up there on the board.
Oh
as
yeah,
final.
5-2. Yep, they're starting to steal a lot of this momentum. I was feeling good for the Ghosts. They were down 2-0 at the start of the hour, and then they racked up 2 wins immediately after that, tied things up, and now they have lost 3 straight. So they need to start stealing back a little bit of this momentum. 3 games isn't too bad, especially if we go on later into the night and there's some incorrect setups and what have you. I don't think we're going to see much of that from either one of these teams. The 4 timeouts from the side of the Blaze, the 5 timeouts from the Ghosts would definitely be a strong hint towards them being really comfortable with these setups. So it's really just going to come down to raw game skill. And we're going to see some of that when we start getting into some of these shooters and some of these fighting games, especially later on into the night. But the Ghosts got to start taking some of that momentum right here and right now.
Yeah, we were left. The shooters haven't gone well for them tonight. I think the shooters might be the only games where I felt like the Ghosts kind of have gotten overwhelmed by the Blaze, both in Halo and in Overwatch. Hopefully that isn't true in the finals. It is a pretty different shooter. The destructible environments, the game modes that are eligible to be played are not like either one of the previous shooters. Today. So I'm maybe expecting that the teamwork, some of that synergy can come together to find it.
Yeah, I would like to see it, but I think that it seems as if the Blaze are really, really comfortable within not just shooters, right? But you can tell from the way that they were actually playing Halo Infinite. You could tell from the way that they were playing Overwatch that they're comfortable within the genre, not just a couple games within it. The finals is sort of it's an arena shooter in the sense of what people would probably categorize it as, especially given its competitive sort of status within the shooter genre. But it's also very sandboxy, sort of battlefield feeling in terms of the actual map size and how much of the map you can traverse very, very quickly. So that being said, if you compare it to a game like Apex Legends or you compare it to a game like Halo, it has a relatively large TTK, which is an acronym for time to kill. It requires really good target acquisition, but also maintaining your reticle on target in order to drain not just the shields, but the full health pool of your opponent. You're going to see a lot of that throughout this match of the finals, and it seems, if Halo, suggests it, that the Blaze are really, really comfortable with maintaining a sense of accuracy and draining out that health pool. I have to imagine that this is going to sort of lean in their favor because I haven't seen as much of that from the side of the Ghosts kind of at all.
Yeah, I have to spot on. I don't have too much to add. Is there any game left on the wheel that you guaranteed want to see played tonight?
Oh, no, Checkmate Showdown. I 100% want to say, I want to see Checkmate Showdown because I think both of these teams are capable within like the fighting game category, but Checkmate Showdown also sort of showcases teams like strategy sort of prowess, right? Their capability of playing a game of chess while also having to perform within a fighter is just fascinating for me. Probably my favorite game that's on. That game to me is one of those, how is this not more popular? Because it's fun, man. Chess is already very, very popular, but then the fighting game aspect of it is really cool. And I think most people within the FGC, just given the competitive spirit of the community, appreciate a good game of chess, which is why I like it so much. So if I had to pick one, man, that would be definitely my go-to.
Definitely, okay. I'm happy. Like you said, we haven't seen it in a little bit. I'd love to see maybe where these teams have come from. And Gardo has put on a few shows in Checkmate. Napkin, I think, on the King has also been able to put some work in. So I'm interested to see even how the Ghosts play this, seeing as this lineup just started to come together. I'm wondering though, we got to get into this finals. What finals? I'm actually expecting not terminal attack, power shift. We kind of saw early in the season a lot of teams were picking power shift, the tug of war. But teams now kind of are maybe saying we want to play search and destroy in finals as opposed to playing with that tug of war game mode. Which one do you think we see today? And do you have a preference?
Power shift is interesting, but I think power shift is more of we're just better than you. Let's run this because you get to respawn, jump on top of the objective, like it, and not get sort of caught out of position with like just a lucky sort of mistake, if you will. So I think if I'm the Blaze, I'm probably choosing Power Shift because I want to overwhelm and just dominate the Ghosts. Whereas if I'm the Ghost, I'm probably going for the Search and Destroy game mode and going to try to sort of outsmart. Okay, it looks like we are going into Power Shift. So I would have tried to outsmart if this was a Ghost setup, but nonetheless, I think this plays into the favor of the Blaze, just given their raw skill within the shooter category. Rejane, Garto, Hollywood, Nappy, we saw Jade earlier. All of these players, I think, are comfortable within that shooter category, and you're going to see that on display right here.
Should be some fun. And we get a chance to watch some Rejane gameplay. Always a fan when we get the opportunity.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. He's fun. He's a fun character, man. I love having him in the arena. We talked a couple of times, sort of on the lunch break at halftime, if you will. He's just a cool cat in general, and
great energy.
Fun just watching. Oh yeah, really, really good energy. He's always good. You're gonna see him be very positive throughout this game, as well as Jade. We saw him catching a vibe with his music on Overwatch earlier. He's a lot of fun to watch. But this game in general also showcases like comfortability factor between two different play styles, which is mouse and keyboard and controller. Certain players play on NK, certain players play on controller. Something to note within the finals is the actual way that the aim assist operates on controller. There's not a lot of aim assist strength in terms of dragging your reticle to a specific player, but in the finals on controller, there's a lot of aim assist follow. So after your reticle is on a player, if they shift left and right, it will pull your reticle with said player. So it's something that is different from other sort of FPS games and something that requires a little bit of getting used to if you are going to play controller. We'll see if any of these players are. Nonetheless, looks like Rejane and the rest of the Blaze are feeling really comfortable.
They must be feeling comfortable. Look at this composition, having Rejane and Hollywood both on light. Means they don't have a lot of effective health, but they have a lot of ability to reposition to take these different fights. You see these grappling hooks working to great effect, flying between different buildings, changing their elevation constantly, and just finding these picks because you can't really predict where some of these players are going to be.
Oh man, look how mobile Rejane has been throughout the entirety of this round. Jumping from roof down to the bottom. Typically speaking, we see players that are really comfortable on a game, but getting another elimination is the likes of Rejane right here, now jumping on top of the objective, getting a revive off, great environmental awareness, assisting with the team, and just the capabilities of him to not just play in a mobile manner, but also have the wherewithal to get on top of the objective to continuously push it at a little bit faster of a pace. Guys, the more teammates you have on this objective, the faster it actually progresses throughout the map. And this is why you're seeing him and Hollywood play these lightweight characters. They're confident with their gun skills. They don't have a huge health pool, but they love the mobility, good target acquisition. They believe that they're going to outplay their opponent just strictly with these weapons.
I also think that they realize, I saw the call there of him jumping off. Maybe there was the call that there's some enemies nearby. Finally, the gunfire is happening. It's right on top of him. Even with that small health pool, he doesn't take too much damage and repositions aggressively, wanting to take this fight, wanting to push this player, and they continue to keep up the man advantage for his team. Never mind. He's back on point.
Ew. That was filthy. Two. That's a double kill. Immediately take a shower. This is gross. He's playing out of his mind is the likes of Rejane, picking up a triple kill, looking for the quad right now. Can we get a quad piece bucket? Maybe some nugs to boot, maybe a butter biscuit with some honey on it straight.
That might have to be. I'm gonna need a sponsorship for the Blaze right now. First of all, they already called the Blaze. I'm telling you right now, if they don't get like the chicken Blaze style, extra spicy, you get the biscuit, bro, I would be so good.
But this biscuit,
because the way they are cooking right now, there has to be something coming out. We got the Hollywood, and now Hollywood picking it up.
Hollywood and Rejane right now
picks up his teammate and he's like, cool, we back to run. We back to run in the squad. The lights are together. Hollywood, instead of the grappling right now, playing with that visibility a little bit more heavily, staying on this lower ground and looking to sneak around. You're not looking behind you. You see Papa shake his head. A little bit of frustration coming there, realizing he got wiped. His team got wiped once again.
Yeah, but he's getting these revives off. Look at him playing with the actual grapple hook to get over to his teammate quickly. Great game sense and capabilities coming out of the likes of Hollywood. You saw that a second ago. Immediately after getting a kill, pops the actual invisibility grenade at the doorway in order to push out towards the objective. Does it again. Clearly, super, super comfortable on the likes of the finals. It'd be interesting to find out what rank he is. This is a guy that you feel like has just been playing a lot of ranked matchmaking.
Well, he found 3.
I love the decision making there. He saw a 2v1. He's on a lightweight character. He said, nah, brother, I'm out of here. Immediately leaves, and now he's waiting for them to try to collapse on top of him, but he's not going to. They're not going to find him. He's going to get comfortable again, pulls out his vision, finds an enemy with this thermal vision. Easy kill. He's going to reload. As soon as that grapple hook is available, guys, he's going to jump onto this building. I don't think he even saw the jump pad. That was just a really good jump pad for him, I think.
Well, he's constantly using it, waiting for someone else to appear in his vision, and he takes out Lucci there. He is an absolute menace right now. Paku goes down.
What is this, the Olympics? Gold medal in skate shooting right now from the likes of Hollywood. And he's dancing on top of the objective, is snapping his fingers to the jig. You gotta love it.
I need you to understand, if you are his opponent, when Hollywood is laughing, you are in the worst mood possible. Finally goes down. I've been keeping an eye. His combat score is nuts, by the way.
Yeah.
Jade now on point. Kind of just, he's playing that role. I like the flexibility. We talked about it before about adaptability in this game.
Right.
But he knows when to rotate off.
my
He's playing
God.
this medium, making sure he's always around point, able to support his heavy. Continue the game push, and another emote as they walk in. He mirrors the emote in real life, realizing that we about to see a dub.
Yeah,
for the side,
I
but
love this, man. I love the
going up with
personality. Look at the hip fire on top of the objective, just as confident as ever. Who was it that we saw earlier playing? It was Regine? Was it Regine and Hollywood that were playing the lightweight characters?
Yes.
That was, okay, so we haven't even talked about Regine, and then you have the likes of Jade, who was popping off earlier on Halo. They are a shooter team. Gonna be honest, just looking at the way that Ghosted perform, I don't see them taking a single shooter. None of them. I don't see them taking Rainbow Six. What other ones do we have left in the wheel?
Valorant.
Maybe Valorant. Maybe. Valorant's a whole other animal.
We will. It's hard to say. It's hard to see exactly where things are going to land. But I kind of agree with you. At the top of this season, Matt, Hollywood and the Blaze came in saying, "Hey, we believe we are the best shooting team in the league."
Okay.
And their early results did not reflect that. There was a lot of big question marks. But we are now seeing the fruits of their labor here at the end of the season. This looks like a well-oiled shooting machine. I'm looking at their cameras, and the thing is, there's some teams that I feel like they're really good because they have really good comms. I don't see a lot of people talking. The players just know where to be, what to be doing, and how to support each other.
Yes.
And maybe they have one person that's really leading that comm, but that allows everybody else to just focus up on their gameplay and do exactly what they need to.
Yeah, they have. I feel like they just have really good, just raw chemistry with one another. I mentioned that yesterday when Wonku was talking about the chemistry on the Paladins, and I had sort of, alluded to a specific player or a specific friend of mine that I've been playing with on Xbox. Obviously, beginning on Xbox Live way back in the day. I've known the guy for about 18, 19 years now, from the original days of Xbox Live. We were playing NFL 2K3 with Brian Urlacher on the cover when Xbox Live first came out. But we've been playing for a long time, and it's weird because the chemistry between me and that player, we don't even have to communicate while we're playing Rainbow Six. If we're playing Oregon on Rainbow Six, and I push laundry right in the bottom of the objective in order to plant, I don't even have to ask him. He's already checking my 6. He's checking the bottom of tower stairs, and he's checking what is it? I think it's called freezer. So he's checking freezer and he's checking tower, knowing that I'm planting in laundry. I'm gonna watch main stairs, and that's my focus. He just knows that about me. I'm gonna plant some a claymore or something at the bottom of these stairs. He needs to protecting my 6 o'clock and these places that I tend to be vulnerable from. So it's like chemistry like that you don't even have to communicate, which is what we are seeing from the likes of the Blaze. It seemed every time that Regine had to drop to ground level in order to clean up a kill or two, Hollywood was back on top of the rooftops, gaining intel, pushing some of their team. The times that Hollywood came across the 1v2 and he had to drop down, he was doing everything he could to just stay alive. Whereas Rejane jumping back on top of the rooftops, capitalizing on the fact that they're now chasing after Hollywood. And then you've got Jade with an AK-47 on top of the objective, picking up double kills in real time. I mean, there's just multiple moving pieces that are all working in conjunction with one another. And I don't even think it's intentional. They just feel comfortable around one another.
That's what I mean. I can't say this because Hollywood came from a championship team and started his own team. Garda was there. He's worked with a lot of players. He knows what it takes and knows what building that chemistry also takes and is needed to compete with top teams. It doesn't surprise me that with a season, he's able to find good rookies, take experienced players, and make a team that I think most players in the league recognize is a strong team. Now, regardless of how people want to, feel what happens in league chat, what happens on Inside the Wheel, where people yap. But at the end of the day, he knows how to build a strong, cohesive unit and has managed to create a team for himself. But Dragon Ball FighterZ requires you to have as many competent players possible going in. Fortunately, Paku is not available. Paku played a few different characters. We have to see now who is going to go ahead and take control of this game. So Gardo, one of the best Dragon Ball Fighter players in the league, Napkin and Rejane going in for the side of the Blaze, and on the Ghost side, Otodiel, Paku, and Bernay. So Paku actually eligible to go in for this game. That's going to be kind of helpful, but he's going to need to do his best because Gardo is going to go on a tear. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you.
Yeah. Gardo for me seems to be like their best fighting game player just in general. He tends to just really do his thing and sort of like, if he's not anchoring, he's at the top of the roster, just knocking out as many players as humanly possible. And you see a lot of that. You see a lot of that sort of occurring here, although they do get a little bit of a damage on him. Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. We have Bernay here on the Gogeta Super Saiyan 4 trying to come in and get some damage, but ready to 2H to launch him into full combo to be able to bring him back down and pick whatever he wants to do. Continue his offense here. Waits the overhead, fake out into the low, but ends up getting touched and now is going to eat a combo of his own. This could be dangerous. Gardo might just be out of the game if he's not careful. The combos here, Bernay looks like he's put his time in, was ready for the swap as well, and now his teammates getting blown up. You brought Napkin into a bloodbath.
I love that. Great sort of understanding of the timing, his window of opportunity is the likes of Bernay right now, maintaining this pressure, goes for the low chip. He's getting blocked out, but look at the way he goes for double low chip and then gets caught mashing buttons is the likes of Napkin, getting backboarded off the left, off the right. You would have thought we were playing 2K right now with the way that he's rebounding each and every one of these combo tricks.
He knows what he's doing. I had some questions, and Gardo comes back and he says, let me get my combo off. Okay. Let me get my hits in. Okay. Start swinging. Should be able to take him out here. This is a good option to spin the meter, take out a player that's been dominant. He didn't get the kill, but got the follow-up. And now all that's left is Paku. Paku, he's done it against 3 before. Let's see if he can do it against 3 here. Got to be careful. Gardo gets the hit there on the low and is going to start dishing out some damage. Now, but he gets caught. He did that to start off the game. You got to be aware, but this is going to be big. If Paku gets the start, gets the kill here, this could be the entire difference. He spins it. He's taking out the big guns, letting the damage go. Is it enough? Gardo's alive. Okay, he jumps. He dodges. He gets the hit. He didn't spark.
No way.
He's not going to have spark. Paku, I need you to spark. Paku, I need you to spark. Thank you. Thank you. You're dying off your next touch. The 2H. The head goes back because he knows what's coming. He dropped the combo.
Okay. All right.
Please. Please. Not like this. Gardo gets hit.
Gardo does get actually taken out. That is hilarious. Gardo almost gave up at one point during that round, but good wherewithal to keep his composure and stay in it. Paku now on his second player, and he's doing relatively well. Who is this? This is actually Rejane, I believe. Now we got Napkin.
Rejane was out there, and Paku said, give him back.
No
I have unfinished business. Napkin said, hold my level 3. Hold my level 3 and let my team win this game. That's Blaze taking Dragon Ball FighterZ.
Wow. Wow. It doesn't surprise me, though, with Garto right at the top of that match, dishing out as much damage as he did. Paku tried everything he could, though. He almost took out 2 of the players. If he didn't get that hit confirmed right there, he might have actually taken out Regine as well. That was awesome, man. It's fun watching Paku because we've seen him in a 3v1 comeback before. I think you and I both casted over that match.
Not necessarily. I think you were casting. I was experiencing it in real time. So it was not fun to be on the receiving end of that beat. But great wherewithal. And I got to give Napkin credit. Napkin, funnily enough, did what I was unable to do. He found the right moment for that level 3 when Paku wanted to continue his offense. Paku knew, he was like, I think I can beat Regine. I need to get Napkin out of here. Brought him back in, but Napkin was prepared. But that was teamwork. All of the players on the team found their jobs, found their opportunities, found damage, and managed to whittle their way through the ghost so that when it came down to a few small decisions, they just had to trust their instincts, trust their ability as fighting game players to take a win.
Yeah, and major kudos to Garto, again, showcasing why he's in that tier 1 spot. You know, I had mentioned a little bit of the drama, some of the trash talk that we've seen from, some of the players throughout this season, questioning his capabilities and whether or not he is like a true tier 1 player. But there has been multiple times tonight where he has definitely illustrated why he's in that tier 1 spot. And that's something that we haven't talked about with you guys at home. If you're wondering what are we talking about with regards to tier 1 and tier 5, well, below each of these teams, you'll see their actual profile pictures on a roster from left to right. That's tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The higher tier you are, every time that you show up to play, the more money that you get paid for competing in these matches. These players are constantly trying to sort of build their own brand in a sense, right? Showcase their capabilities and skill, whether it be as a team, the actual GM, or the coach and what have you. Going into each one of these matchups, you'll see those players sort of shift with an ebb and flow of going up in tiers, dropping in tiers, depending on how they're performing each and every week. Garto has been one of those players that I think members of the league just love to hate and hate to love, right? And so he has, a little bit of presence on social media himself, and I think as a result, there's been a little bit of trash talk going on, but he is locking it down in tier 1. Make no mistake about it, that last game of Dragon Ball FighterZ was a direct result of his damage output. When Paku jumped in there, it wasn't the fact that he had already taken out one of the players of the Ghost. Paku was on a little bit of a tear there, and he actually took away a large amount of health before he ended up getting eliminated. So major kudos to him, man. He's doing his job today.
Yeah, I have some. I wish maybe Paku had popped level or had used burst in his combo to extend it a little bit more before doing the level 3. That way he could have survived. But again, that's Garto's awareness. Like it's there are 2 ways to being a great player in any game, and that is to play exceptionally well and play as close to perfect yourself. But even more so, I think the underrated skill is capitalizing on openings that your opponents do give you, finding that moment and finding that chance. Lumina Rush is our next game, and I believe the Ghost forfeited Final Stand Ragnarok.
Did the Ghost forfeit or did the Blaze forfeit? Because what was the third win that the Ghost got?
The Ghost got NHL. We saw NHL was their first one. Then they came back and they won. Oh, it's sitting right there. I can see the game in my eye.
Help us out in production. As to who just forfeited that last game.
Yeah, who forfeited?
Yeah, with the game, we were getting ready to jump into a separate game, but it wasn't Lumina Rush.
It was Final Stand Ragnarok.
Oh, yeah, Final Stand Ragnarok. Got it.
And we got the wheel spin once again.
That's why I would assume that Final Stand Ragnarok would be a Ghost game, to be honest with you, because they tend to excel at strategy games. I've seen O2 perform really well in quite a few different strategy games. So I would actually assume, just off of like initial sort of predictions, that is something that the Blaze wouldn't be comfortable with. Nonetheless, it's 7-3 at this point. We're jumping into Lumina Rush. This is a speedrunning platformer, guys. I want you to imagine sort of Metroid Prime, Bomberman, not Bomberman. Help me out here. Mega Man. There you go.
Mega Man.
So, yep.
Oh,
yeah, Mega Bomberman. That's a whole nother kettle of fish.
Yeah.
So Mega Man, Metroid Prime, Super Mario Brothers, things like that, right? So you're playing a platformer, but in real time. At the same time, you are competing to finish a specific course while another player is also trying to finish that course. So you have to finish it faster than him. This is going to be a 3-on-3 matchup. All 3 of the players on your team have to finish this course in a timely manner, quicker than your opponent. The teams are going to go back and forth choosing specific maps. We work one-on-one. This is one of our sponsored games. We love the developer behind Lumina Rush, who has created this particular versus mode that you're going to see us playing. They'll go back and forth choosing what particular stage to compete on. There's a little bit of trickery with regards to that, right? Do you pick a really difficult stage and risk one of your teammates not finishing that track? Or do you pick an easy one and then just try to finish it faster than your opponent? So there's a little bit of strategy involved here, but nonetheless, one of the more fascinating games to watch, especially for a lot of the speedrunning community out there like myself.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what both teams bring. I'm excited to see if we see another set of players pick World 4. World 4 is hard, Matt. I promise you that you have to know the levels. It's not just like a pickup and I'll figure it out. I think worlds 1 through 3 you might be able to get to it. We'll see here. 310 looks like it's gonna be the option here coming out. We'll see what's up next. Apex Legends is our next game as well.
Okay. That would be, I mean, I think that that sort of shifts in the favor, I think, of the Blaze. If any of the previous shooters are, sort of a hint, if you will, at what they're capable of on Apex Legends, I think that's going to be another win in the likes of Blaze. So the Ghosts need this right now. Because kind of going into halftime, I mean, we've got 20 minutes left of in-game time. Going into halftime, if this thing is 8-4, that's really not too bad. Being down by 4 games isn't too bad. So they definitely need to take this one, and I think they're more than capable of doing that.
We're about to lose Lumina Rush. Yes. See here. Let's see. I always look to see which teams kind of know. So here what they're trying to do is they're trying to grab this blue triangle to hit the door, to touch the blue wall, to shoot on across. And we have to see what's happening.
Ooh.
Is there something wrong?
Ooh, maybe an incorrect setup, maybe being penalized a timeout. Who knows? We'll get more information on what just happened for you guys here in a moment. And that does happen. Sometimes if an incorrect setup occurs, they'll be forced to burn a timeout, fix the setup. Sometimes they'll just be penalized for the timeout and they'll keep going. But we'll get more information on that here in a second for you.
I kind of frustrated. I'm going to be honest with you.
What? Tell me.
I saw a lot of resets. The way we play here in the UEL, you're allowed multiple runs. My rule of thumb is to finish your first.
Oh, incorrect lineup.
Correct lineup. I think there's been one of these two teams that seem to have some mistakes, but when you're playing Lumina Rush, man, you run, right? I don't care if you get I kind of care if you get like a 30-second time. If you use half of your available time, that's kind of bad. But I would rather you have a 30-second time than end up with a 2-minute penalty. In the game. So what I would rather see is, even if you mess up that first jump, go ahead, the door's open, or go back, retry it, do it. If you're at the beginning of the level, they were at the beginning, so maybe they don't want to like have a bad run. But I need you to be making forward progress constantly on your first run. Then go back and look for a perfect run. I only say this because I've seen way too many players lose this game because they've made the decision to, hey, Matt, I'm going to play perfect this round. I'm going to play perfect this round. And all of a sudden you get to 5 seconds and I have to play perfect for me to even get a time on the board. Oh, wait, my team lost our level.
Yeah.
That's something that we have to be aware of. And I feel like players just like take a safe route. Get like a solid 15-second time. 20-second time, depending on level, obviously. And then from there, start doing those harder skips, the trickier speedrun strategies that require you to maybe be a little bit more precise in your actions.
Yeah, and that's true. I just think that, I think for the most part, you had mentioned that maybe worlds 1 through 3 you might be able to pick up. I don't see, just seeing how difficult some of these stages are, being used to platformers myself, I definitely don't see anybody in, I guess it's World 3, any of the stages within that. I don't see any of these players picking up and just being able to finish just right off the rip. Whereas 1 and 2 definitely can see some of that, but it becomes quite evident within the first few seconds of these players playing, if they've been practicing Lumina Rush and putting in sort of that time. I think a lot of players sort of avoid it, just kind of in the hopes that, hey, this isn't a game I'm necessarily good at, kind of maybe don't put me in. But in the same breath, depending on sort of the roster, baseball dugout system that we run here with our rosters, guys, there's times where players are going to be forced to jump into this 3v3, depending on what the previous game was. If the roster wasn't reset as a result of a 5-person game, they may be the only players that can jump into this. And oftentimes, like I said, within the first 30 seconds, you can see whether or not they're comfortable. Typically speaking, that results in a particular team losing, I guess, or just having a higher time than their opponents, man.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I normally agree with you, Matt. What I think teams also don't do is, hey, just I'm gonna give you a pro tip. If you're playing a team, go back and watch their last game. Did Lumina Rush roll? What 2 levels did they pick?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Because I'm almost certain, I want to say I've seen the Blaze play this level before.
Okay.
And that's why I look at a lot of teams like you're playing the Blaze, you know which level that they at least. And sometimes you kind of have to figure it out. You can kind of look across 3 or 4 games and be like, since he's been playing so well today, I'm gonna go ahead and use him again. Jade's been in. They always like to play 3-9.
Okay.
Seems like Jade's always been in.
Yeah.
So maybe Jade is one of their Lumina players, and maybe 3-9 is one of his. What does his times look like? How has he been doing? And this is where I'm talking again, coaching staff, scouting, working.
Yes, huge.
Or at the very least, because everybody on our team should be good at the same level.
Yeah.
Right. Like if you and I are playing, Matt, and you're like, hey, Strix, I want to play 3-5. Then I add 3-5 to my practice rotation. So that when 3, it's not a surprise when you're like 3-5, and I'm like, oh man, what does 3-5 look like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We are jumping right back into it. Okay, we got Lucci on the right side of your screen, and we got Jade on the left side of your screen from the likes of the Blaze. Like we said earlier, this is a 3v3 game. And there's also, we haven't even mentioned the different aspects that make this platformer sort of unique. There's mechanics, functionality within the game that act as like different tools at your disposal in order to traverse the stage itself. You're going to see slingshot mechanics. You're going to see death walls. You're going to see teleporters, gravity wells, all sorts of interesting things. That's why sometimes you'll see that actual character model, that white dot on your screen, will actually be sort of teleporting sometimes or being flung across the stage, changing its momentum and so much more. But it does seem as if, here we go, looking.
Oh, yeah, true. If he's in, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It would have to be. I mean,
Jade has put some time into the game, has customized his character.
Wow.
Put some time in and managed to get an 8-second lead for his team there with only him and Paku
Spartan
finishing
helmet
for their respective teams.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
He's got a little Spartan helmet on his character. That means he's been playing. He's been putting in that work, bro. And I like
the game
that.
is out on Steam, and again, Steam has come with again that World 4 has come with a lot of updates even to some of the existing levels, as well as more custom levels. I recommend people picking up the game. It's only $10, and I promise you that once you start playing the game for a little bit, you kind of get into this.
You're playing condom.
I don't want to use the word addiction, but you get this feeling, this really good high of you finish the level. Oh wait, I took a second off my time. I took 2 seconds, 5 seconds, and then all of a sudden you're fighting for literal milliseconds, and you're finding the exact precise moment. It's a great game that has endless fun, especially for 10 hours. We're going all the way back to the very first level of the game. I know 1-1 when I see it. Let's see how well these players do and see if they put that time in. Taking this higher path, the first to finish, get 11 seconds. And Gardo so far is the only person on his team to finish. Jade actually playing in the zoomed out view. Maybe that helps him figure out his jumps a little bit better. And Jade, again, has the style. I think he's looking, again, for that perfect finish. He has a little bit of time if he really needs the time. But I'm starting to look and say, hey, I need you to pick it up. But his teammates pick it up with 2 finishes, topping out over all 3 actually of the Ghost players now with a victory.
Wow.
They finishing as well.
3 of them.
This is
all
another
3 of
level.
them.
It's a whole level going the way of the Blaze, unless somebody on the side. Paku now creeping into that top 3, helping his team keep this close. Lucci as well with a good time. Brings it down a little bit, but is unable to close. 2 sub 10-second finishes from Regine and Garto.
Yeah, and
Jade just being outside.
just the simplicity of that particular stage in general, I was hoping to see somebody drop below 10 seconds. When Lucci finished, and you could tell that he was... this is not a knock to Lucci and anybody on the Ghost, but when Lucci finished initially and had like that 13, 14 second finish, he was like really excited. He was super animated. Boom, I finished in first place. It was like, yeah, but your run wasn't clean at all. So the fact that he was really excited in that moment, I think sort of alludes to the fact that he's not super comfortable on this game. Because for him to think that that was a good time, you know what I'm saying? Like, clearly you can clean that up. You can get a faster time. And they did, right? The Blaze ended up beating him by, what, 4 seconds? Which on a really simplistic map like that is pretty significant. So I have to imagine as we get into this next map, get into the map after this, I think the Blaze are actually going to take this just as a result of how comfortable, much more comfortable they are on this game than the likes of the Ghosts. And particularly Lucci is what we're seeing right here in terms of the gameplay.
Yeah, Lucci went with a full reset there. He was actually in a pretty good spot to just straight up go, and he's trying to do this skip here. And on 318, like, I like the level, but sometimes, again, going for some of those harder strategies, you can finish this level and, I mean, you know, really quickly. That's not the right way, Lucci. You went for the green orb. You don't need to go up there, buddy. You got to keep going across. Whereas Jade on the other side of your screen is right here towards the end of the level. Nobody is finishing this level with 5 seconds. I need somebody to cross the line.
No. Somebody has. Who is that?
Paco! Paco! At the last second, 55 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
5 seconds. He manages to get across.
Hey, but that's huge for them. That's huge for them. Sometimes that's the difference maker, guys. If you choose a very difficult level, as long as you have at least one person finish compared to your opponents who have nobody finish, that can be the true difference maker in terms of just clutching a game of Lumina Rush. But I knew that within that first stage 1-1 when I saw Lucci finish and get excited over what was not a very good finish. So I think most of the actual maps that they play, Paku is going to have to be somebody that sort of carries this team to victory. But I think the Blaze are just going to look to choose relatively simplistic levels that are just difficult enough to throw off the Ghost. And maybe we're saying that right here.
You have to see here. He gets the swing. You got to go through. You got to see this is some of the stuff where edge mechanics are. I think people also sometimes play some of the later levels trying to get comfortable. And not realizing that, like, some of these simpler mechanics can catch you if you're just not taking your time. I like Lucci here. He's not resetting. He's just looking for where he might need to go. Okay, he sees he needs to go there. Jade is back at the beginning. He's also looking for that perfect run. It's two different problems that are resulting in a similar situation, right? Where Jade's problem more than anything is he's looking for too perfect of a run.
Yes.
Whereas Lucci is kind of familiarizing himself while he's playing, but somebody on the Blaze has finished. That's Gardo. Somebody from the side of the Ghost need to finish. This would negate Paku's finish. No one touches. That has to be a Blaze win. I think that fourth level all but seals it. That tier 1 Gardo confirming his team's
36
lead.
seconds too, comfortable. Like not super timely, but relatively comfortable right there for Garto. I think he felt really good about that. Potentially a lucky jump there on that last sort of corridor where you have to. If you guys saw that sort of luminescent, no pun intended, light blue wall. After they hit a jump pad, they have to touch that wall in order to gain the ability of a second double jump. Getting through sort of those spinning axes, the spinning axe wheels, those death wheels, if you will, with that double jump right there in that last corridor. You can do it, but it seems like Garto got through that in a really timely manner, maybe with a lucky jump, but maybe also with a skilled jump. There's a reason why he's a tier 1 player. The third time tonight that we've seen specifically Garto hold down his position in that tier 1 spot and show us all why he's there, man. Big difference maker right there at the end of Lumina Rush.
At the end of the day, I do think he had a lot to prove this season. We didn't know what he would look like after being on the bench for a couple of seasons, but he's proven it. Like at this point at the end of the season, he has stamped and put his seal of approval there to say, hey, I am a starter-worthy player. Honestly, I am a top-tier player here in the league. And going into next season, I have to believe that there's a few teams that might be looking to reach out and have a conversation with Gardo for some of those upper-tier spots, especially with his performance today. I'm just saying, like, if he's
Mhm.
performing like this and is able to contest with a player like Hollywood,
Mhm.
there's a great chance there
Oh,
for
yeah.
some victories. Apex Legends, though, is our next game, Matt. Tell the people
Money.
about the shooter, what you expect from it, and we know
Brother.
our lineup since there's only 3 players remaining.
All right, so there's 3 players remaining, but you have to so you have Hollywood and Jade getting ready to go in from the Blaze, which we saw a little bit of their chemistry within Halo Infinite. That is going to spell huge trouble from the Ghosts. But the great thing about the Ghosts is they've got MJ getting ready to go in from that tier 1 spot. And let's see, who else do they got? They got Lucci in that tier 4 spot and Bernay. So I'm not particularly satisfied with what I saw from Bernay in games like Halo Infinite and what have you. I think both of these games, in terms of environmental awareness, being able to keep your shots on target, communication, we saw the way that they were, that Hollywood and Jade were working together in sort of pincer movements, right? Making a call out as to where these players were and then both attacking at the exact same time. That 2v1, sending those shots down range, getting as much damage output as possible. I think that is where the Blaze are going to really excel, again, within Apex Legends and really lock down this genre as a genre that they're just simply not going to lose at, except with maybe the likes of Valorant because of how different it operates compared to some of the other shooters on the wheel. I would probably say Rainbow Six Siege 2, not 2, but as well. I think it's just one of those situations, though, where even on Rainbow Six Siege, the game sense of just the fundamentals of the FPS genre, arena shooters, tactical shooters, what have you. I think the Blaze are really, really going to lock this down. I think this is going to be a comfortable win for them. This might even be a situation where the Ghosts potentially even forfeit, but I'd like to see them actually surprise me here, specifically because they have MJ going in from that tier 1 spot. Let's see if he can really showcase why he is a tier 1 on the Ghosts, man.
We have to see. We're playing Team Deathmatch on Monument, not a map we usually see here in the UEL. So let's see, maybe one of these teams shows that, hey, we picked this map for a reason.
Right.
And we're going to be able to leverage some positioning, high ground, low ground, rotations to take a possible victory in this game.
Well, I think within this particular environment, because of just the way that the building structure is sort of designed here, there's tons of rotations. There's tons of different stairwells and little elevator columns to basically climb up. There's little alleyways to dip off into. There's also open spaces that if you're not careful, you actually get caught out of position and can get eliminated very quickly. What I think we're going to see here is the Blaze communicating with each other, having that chemistry, making a call out as to where somebody is. And if the Ghosts are not playing around each other, I mean, you don't got to hold hands, but you've got to be within, just a couple of seconds in distance in terms of being able to react and sort of aid your teammate. If they're not sort of running closely together, grouped up, the Blaze are going to capitalize off that with solid communication, and everybody is then going to sort of collapse around them and sort of leverage just their damage output against the Ghosts. That's what you're going to see here. And there's definitely high ground advantage too, Strix. I mean, there's a lot of vantage points within this particular map that is going to allow you to sort of download your opponent, if you will, and gain some really solid positioning.
So I think there was a small technical problem that we're trying to get handled there. But you know why we're able to get these stuff handled and get back in the game so quickly? Our PC sponsor, the SurfThing PCs. Games come and go, games crash, games have problems, but you can always be ready for the action on the highest quality and in the quickest spot with the SurfThing PC.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
We're back, guys. We're back. AV caught me sipping on Kool-Aid during that commercial break. I'm surfing that. But we're back and we're ready for some finals action. Getting ready to come up here, guys. Again, I think this match just being a 3v3. Are we still playing Apex? Just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I'm assuming we're still playing.
Okay.
Just getting everything
good. Yeah, I think this game of Apex 3v3, sometimes it comes down to like your team composition. I think one of the reasons why I personally enjoy Apex Legends so much, having put in quite a few hours myself into the game, is a lot of it is just sheer gun skill, right? It is a little bit of environmental awareness, particularly in these versus modes, right, on particular stages. A lot of it is gun skill, and there's also, I would say, a healthy portion, not a majority portion, but a healthy portion of it that comes down to team composition, like your ability to actually manage, like, the economy of your pool of abilities, right? Whether it be like you're playing with a Gibraltar and you know you have a Gibraltar. So say I start taking shots on top of a rooftop and my Gibraltar teammate is on ground level, but maybe he's a little exposed. I can make a call out to him in real time. Yo, drop your shield, drop your shield, drop your shield. Knowing where he is at all times as, you know, an indicator on your user interface. I start taking damage. I want to drop down off that building straight into Gibraltar's dome shield, right? That is part of that utility that comes into play with a hero shooter like Apex Legends. You're going to see some of that unfold. We got a Bloodhound, so you're going to see scans coming out. Bloodhound needs to start communicating. We have a Pathfinder with that grapple hook. That player tends to want to keep high ground and feed data, intel to his teammate. Again, communication. I didn't necessarily see what that third character was, but that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about that's going to make the difference. Make no mistake about it, though. This is Apex Legends, right? This is a true arena shooter with high, or I should say slow TTK. You have to drain a large portion of your opponent's shield, and then also that health pool. They got to keep their shots on target. It's going to come down to just raw gun skills at the end of the day here.
Looks like the Blaze are taking the tower, playing a position of height, maybe trying to get some sightlines before they move in collectively as a team. Now, they've opted to play the Conduit along with the Valkyrie, while still having the information from a character like Bloodhound. They're now closing in on their opponents, and they seem to have an idea. Now, last time we started, what I noticed was that Lucy took the sniper, which informs me that the Ghosts probably want to take longer sight lines, and maybe they want to try to play together. But I noticed all three Blaze members, but I only saw two of the Ghosts. Where is that last member lurking? And hopefully they don't get caught off by themselves. The Blaze are looking to push in and looking to take a fight. And Big Bad MJ is the first player to go down, along with Hollywood picking up a kill on Lucci.
I mean, look at that right there. So when that team fight actually initiated, Jade mistakenly accidentally scanned, even though he had a hitbox on his screen. So he actually saw a player, and so Jade actually got taken out right there. Okay, maybe he's not as comfortable on Apex Legends. We'll have to see kind of moving forward. But he scanned even though he had already seen a player, which left him vulnerable. He took damage. He dipped behind cover while the rest of his team was still able to pick up multiple kills without him having any damage output. So, I mean, that would suggest that we're going to, be seeing... Ooh, look at Hollywood standing up out of his chair, trying to peek over this wall right here. Look how comfortable he is. I'm a Valkyrie main myself. I love the fact that he's able to use that jetpack shift sideways. We see a little bit of that here. He's trying to get towards the smoke in order to break that line of sight using that R301 with what looks potentially like a 2X on it. Nonetheless, his teammates able to back him up in real time and keep him comfortable, even though he already had his shield broken. Now he's just sort of peppering damage. They want to maintain this pressure so that they can't get off any heals. Gets an easy elimination. They don't have a lot of cover. So I'd like to see him push up this grass wall that's right here in front of him and then use his rockets to potentially stun his opponent. The shield's already broken, so he needs to use his jetpack, shift, send the rockets in just like that, maintain high ground. He needs to stay on this bridge. Do not drop unless your teammates need you to. Shoot through the windows exactly like he's doing. Great map knowledge to recognize the utility of that particular bridge and be able to see through those windows.
You gotta get this kill quick, though. A teammate will be pulling up there to help whoever that is on the side of the Ghost, but he's melting these players. More damage is coming out, and I'm starting to feel, Matt, your prediction is right. This is looking more and more like Halo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. Right when that scan comes out, too, boom, that's when you're going to see those rockets flying in like that. Those rockets, they don't do a ton of damage, guys, but they act as almost like a concussion grenade, a stun, if you will, that leaves you locked in place, disables your user interface, it knocks you out of your ADS, all sorts of interesting things. Hollywood pushing up right in the grill of somebody. Don't know who this is, but he takes out the dual-wielding Max Payne's right there with the dual pistols. You gotta know that Hollywood is super comfortable to push into a 2v1 like that, being backed up by the likes of Jade and Napkin on his 6 o'clock. He's hitting this right here, guys, to act as a hit scan. He wants to scan, he sees the opponents, and they're gonna dive right on top of him. That's great data download. They're gonna land behind a little bit of cover right in their grill and instantly engage. They smoke this player. Bernay goes down quicker than a pack of Newports, and now they're shifting back into the streets. Absolutely no cover in front of them, but they're confident, Strix.
It's ridiculous that they immediately identified the player that was off by themselves, jumping over wall, would have no cover, gets into a fight that is immediately in their favor, and wipes the team, and is now looking to reposition and immediately take another fight. Jade is over there. Hollywood's on a completely different angle, and it feels like everywhere the Ghosts go, there's always one of the Blaze members waiting to light them up.
Yuck. Did you see the actual crouch strafing coming out of Hollywood? Oh, he wanted that kill so bad. He wanted that kill so bad. Doesn't matter, though, man. We're talking about a kill count difference, Strix, of 18-3. That's just different, man. They're
We
feeling
might
super
see this
comfortable.
game go to score. We might actually see this game go to score, as opposed to being called on time. Napkin hitting his shots and showing that he's not just here as support. He's able to play. He's able to put some more damage out, and is just playing with the team. This team plays so aggressively, so fluidly. They're always looking to step forward and find the next fight. Now with Jaden that ultimate, he's going to be the person that's going to help them locate, or they can scan with a Bloodhound and give them more information. There's only a minute left, but the Blaze don't want to see this go to a minute. I see Napkin laughing. I see Hollywood locked in.
Oh,
He's
man,
getting shot in the
Hollywood's
back.
got
He
the
goes
bangs on
down.
him.
And unfortunately, I think that the Ghosts have found their tempo, but it is a moment too late. Jade, on the other hand, is saying, I'm looking to take a fight. That's one kill. Let me see if I can't pick up 2. The Rockets come out. That means Hollywood is back. Napkin is here. And the Blaze are looking to claim this game before that time runs out.
Just look how comfortable Jade is with the swap over to his grenade. He could send his frag grenade over here and kill him if he wanted to. He's just sort of playing with his food, if you will. But just the reticle control, like the recoil control on these weapons, this R301, Blaze won because they instantly got to 25. That's one of the strongest. Let's just call it like it is. That was one of the strongest Apex beatdowns I have seen. That was really, really healthy gameplay coming out of
That
Blaze.
was the right word. Beatdown was the word to use. Because, man. Like there were moments where I saw, but you could tell it goes back to all of the shooters today. It looks like that is going to be the genre for the Blaze going forward. If they keep this lineup, if this is their lineup, they have time and time again shown themselves to just be a shooting team. All 5 of them are adept, ready to go, ready to jump in, and ready to take those shots. I'm really proud of and really impressed by what they're able to bring to the table and how they're able just to play off of each other. It makes you realize how hard it is to just straight up beat them. Not only do you got to outshoot them, but you got to outshoot all 3 of them. Again, they were always there ready to trade off for one another, ready to fight. And by the time you took 2 of them down, we cut back to Jade. Jade's on a building taking shots, getting kills. And then we see Rockets and Hollywood and Napkin pull back up. And it's like, wait, didn't we just kill you? Shouldn't this be a 1v3? No, it's a 3v3 at all times.
Yeah, and you can tell that they're just really comfortable, man. They look like they're having fun. You know, the irony is, now that I'm thinking about it, okay, so you got Apex Legends, free to play. Halo Infinite, free to play. Overwatch 2, free to play. The Finals, free to play. All of these games are completely free. Anybody can download them. And I think as a result, they're downloading them, they're playing them without having to spend a dime, and they're having fun. Like, they seem really, really comfortable. You could just tell with the gunplay, not just on Halo Infinite. I remember there was a moment on Halo Infinite where Hollywood had the Mangler, and he was throwing grenades at a door frame that he had just walked through sort of backwards, sort of bouncing them off the door frame into the room behind him. And I thought, I thought he was trolling the opponent that he just killed that was dead in the doorway. I thought he was just throwing grenades on top of them. And then I saw his mini-map. His mini-map had a red dot on it, right? So he actually thought someone was in that room. In reality, they were above the doorway that he was throwing grenades into. But nonetheless, it was that game sense of him recognizing how Halo operates, right? Functionally wanting to pre-nade that particular doorway because he's vulnerable. He had a little bit of damage off of him. Little like moment to moment, like big brain, high IQ plays like that. Those subtle little things make all the difference in games like arena shooters. And we're seeing that on display with every single one of them, from Overwatch, Apex Legends, Halo, the finals. And probably if we see Rainbow Six Siege later on today, we're going to see a little bit of that too. Valorant, like I said earlier, man, it's just different. I would say it's just different within that category here on the wheel. So maybe we see that as one that the Ghost could, potentially steal.
I think a key thing to also add on to that, Matt, is at the beginning of this season, a lot of the Blaze members were like Hollywood. Hollywood didn't have a PC when he first jumped into the league. A lot of these players in the Blaze didn't. All of the shooters are both free to play for the most part and available on console. So you're still able to use your controller. You're still able to be in your comfort zone, even if you're playing on the SurfThing PCs. But more than that, they're able to kind of already have put some time in. This isn't like a game like Checkmate Showdown. You keep bringing it up that, hey, you need a PC, and it's kind of a niche game that you might not have heard of prior to joining the league. No, this is one of those situations where they look like I couldn't look at any of them and be like, oh, they haven't really played much Apex. No, they've played a lot of Apex, both in the league, I feel like, and outside of the league before we even get but Dead by Daylight's coming up next. The game of Cat and Mouse in this game continues, but we'll see.
Is Dead by Daylight free?
The killer. Yes.
Yeah, because this game is free.
No, yes, because it's on game. Well, it's not.
Yeah, it's on Game Pass. Okay, yeah,
it's not technically free. It's on Game Pass.
All right. Nonetheless,
get Xbox Game Pass.
It's the best deal.
It's one of those hard things. Like it's a ridiculous deal. You're constantly able to find new and different games.
They just launched their newest exclusive, if you will, to Game Pass is the Indiana Jones game, The Great Circle, which is getting rave reviews. So it's good to pick up. And nonetheless, you get to play Dead by Daylight and potentially compete here at the UEL. So give it a download. And if you guys think that you can throw hands with the likes of all of our UEL players, head over to uelesports.com, register for Season 10. We want to see you drafted on one of these teams. And it looks like we're getting another fighter coming up with Mortal Kombat, Strix.
Paku making sure he's sending in his lineup. I'd love to see it. Love to see the GM and work going.
Okay, so we're getting some petrified oak here, guys, which is going to spread out the actual hooks that are on the map. Make it a little bit easier for these survivors, if you will, to try to get to their opponents that have been hooked. Without being necessarily too close to their other teammates and leaving themselves vulnerable to the killer that is running around this map. So I like that.
Yeah, the killer in here, Paku playing the Huntress. She is a character that it's pretty easy to track. As she runs around, she hums pretty loud, and you can hear her humming a lullaby. Yeah, it's notable. But what she can do different than every other killer in the game is she was the first ranged killer. So she's able to throw these hatchets from a distance. Paku not choosing to reload, instead throwing it at the tree and now chasing down his opponent. If he has one hatchet, that means those hatchets will down. They're really strong, but it forces you to be accurate. On the other side, before the game, I saw Jade really locked in. So while this first chase is happening, you can see this is a very simple game of hide and seek, except make it more horror movie themed with a giant axe-wielding murderer chasing you around as you try to find your way outside of the map.
If the game never got shut down because of legal actions, I would have loved to have seen Friday the 13th on the UEL game wheel.
It was?
Oh
Yes.
my gosh.
That was a stressful experience.
And that would have made me so happy. I have hundreds of hours into that game, so that would have been great. But nonetheless, Dead by Daylight's sort of the next best thing, right?
Yes. There's a lot of different collabs, a lot of different characters, and a lot of variety here. So Paku has to protect 5 of these generators. These generators are, once you finish 5 of them, will allow the doors to be open and the players to escape. He's looking here, hoping that he catches somebody maybe lurking around. That player has left. They vacated the area. If you're ever wondering, you can run and walk in this game as a survivor. Those scratch marks Paku sees tells him that someone was around here running recently. So he's checking down in the basement to try to maybe see where they might be. But a crow gets set off, letting him know that someone is over in this direction. Right now, though, we see a lot of really good play from the Blaze, because if the killer can't find you, kind of allows you and your team to work for free. So now, nice job using this. Does that find it? It does. And this is the danger. Having one hatchet means one hit, one down, and he's going to be able to carry him on over to the hook. Now, this is very different than yesterday's gameplay that we saw. But he'll go ahead and throw his opponent up on a hook here. This is the first of 3, just like in baseball. 3 strikes and you're out. You're done with this game. And now Paku goes back on his patrol.
Yeah, I would like to point. Do they have 2 generators already finished, Strix?
Yes, this is one of those things that we talked about in the shooters, but coordination in a game like DBD is what starts to skew the game in Survivor's favor.
Right.
A really coordinated team makes the game really hard for a killer because right now, Hollywood is yelling at his team, yelling to his team, you know, however you want to phrase it, that, hey, he's chasing me. You're free to work on generator. You're free to take time. I will buy you time here. If you know how long it takes to do a generator, roughly like 90-ish seconds, depending on how many people and everything going on, then you can get to the point where, oh, I'm holding him here for 30 seconds. That means that you could have 3 gens a third of the way done. And now all of a sudden, Paku has to make the decision, do I keep chasing Hollywood or do I try to stop this generator? Now, I'm assuming he saw that person crouch there and isn't going to just let them go. He sees them jump in the locker, which is more important because this is a free grab on this player. Doesn't even need to hit them. And that's Weeping Jade now on his shoulder. Going to go ahead and get a hook. I would say the Blaze are in control of this game. This is his second hook of the game, and they've already completed 3 generators.
3 now, 3 Strix. That's, you know, we saw, who was it that we watched play this? It was a really, really good matchup the other day.
Ragin' Cajun on the X Gods going up against the Ravens.
Yes, yeah, that particular matchup was one of the best games of Dead by Daylight we have ever seen. Lots of interesting strategy with regards to that particular game, but I'm not going to lie, Paku seems to be struggling a little bit here, way more than I've seen other, you know, killers here on Dead by Daylight. I don't know if this particular killer was the best choice for him. He has landed 1 throwing axe throughout the entirety of this match, but they have 1 generator left on the stage, and yet he's only landed 1 throwing axe. In terms of just total util, like, I just feel like there's better killers to be selected. Maybe he's comfortable with this one, but I don't think it's the most useful. Potentially, he could choose a different one, you know, moving forward.
Against an uncoordinated, unexperienced team, I think he might have been okay.
Yeah.
The issue is that this killer kind of works off of snowball. I hit you with an axe, you're down. I put you on a hook. I hit you with another axe, you're down. You're done. And it seems like even he's pulling his shots a little bit heavy. A player was greedy enough to stay on. 3 players are around this generator. They're just having fun. Similar to Overwatch, they realize that they're in control of this game and are absolutely trying to literally run circles around Pop.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be able. The fact that, listen, guys, they only need to get 1 more generator. I think that's why they're all sort of stacked on top of each other, because they just want to waste as much time as possible. There's at least going to be one of these players that's really been working on a generator. He's been near this cabin house and this basement repeatedly now for over 60 seconds. That means that wherever this last generator is, they've been working on that in real time for well over that 60 seconds. And it's probably going to pop here momentarily. At this point, if I'm on the side of the Blaze, I'm just trying to waste as much of his time as possible. Because listen, even when he puts this player on the hook, they have 3 players that are up. I wouldn't be surprised if they start healing each other. It does look like one of them just got healed. Jade probably getting healed here very soon. I don't mind this decision right here to put this player in the basement, just because it's going to be that much more difficult to get him off of that hook, which may result in him getting a couple cheeky picks. But nonetheless, that last generator just got put online, and this is spelling huge trouble for Paku, trying to potentially bait them into this cabin house. Gonna be like honest here, I don't know if I've ever seen someone spend this much time at the cabin house.
It is generally good. The option of what you're supposed to do here is you want to have the player that was just hooked take the hit. They have immunity. You now run away. Your teammates should be on the other door, opening that other door, and now you just have to make your way across the map. He used his 1 hatchet, so he traded his hatchet for the opportunity to get a 1 hit down. And now Paku's kind of playing for personal gain. Now Hollywood has gone down. 2 players are out. That does give a win on over to the side. If he hits this hatchet, He is unable to, and now Hollywood is somewhere in the map. The game is not fully over yet. Paku does have to kind of find him and figure out exactly what's going on there. Takes his headset off, but now
They're calling it floor. They're calling it on the floor, Strix. It's over, brother. It's all over. But nonetheless, guys, that was a ton of fun to watch. Listen, that was a game by Dead by Daylight.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game, but I doubt that that's going to be the case. So I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not paused. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it was all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules? Once you
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced.
Like
Like game master
information
calls.
about and we was told nothing about it.
It's not in the rules.
It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says, if a player does not finish DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing.
People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the club.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be in the rules. That needs to
Wait,
be
if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not in the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we were winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show them. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too,
we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game. Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question with a question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting game and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam. We already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm going to ask y'all, is what y'all got to say the third when he's coaching tomorrow?
Look, he's going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seam. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post-game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Cordy. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro.
I can't get hyped.
Bro, get hype.
Yeah,
Come
come
on,
on,
get hype,
bro.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Cordy. Yeah. Come on, Cordy.
Let's go.
I can't get hyped.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hype, Ricky.
Yeah! Hey, put your hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure.
Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly. Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught jiu-jitsu the same way. So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from jiu-jitsu what they need from jiu-jitsu. Gracie bully-proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12. Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages. Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible. The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond. And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about. Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. Critical. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase. Students love this. Number 2, safety. Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job. Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy. So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else. And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey. Even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other. Of course. Number 3, street readiness. Now, jiu-jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art. What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years. More, 10. Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight. And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because jiu-jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. Yes. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense. And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle. Where you might be rolling more sportively, jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu. But it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of jiu-jitsu. Or to any other area of your life. Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world. Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet. Or you want to prepare, right? You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson. And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class. It's all about time and energy. There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations or business trips around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that. And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that? Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what? It's not for me. But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more, enjoy. We'll see you on the mat.
up, guys? Welcome back to our game between the Blaze and the Ghost. This Week 15 matchup, the last week of action before we jump into the playoffs. It's been a really fun game tonight, but clearly the Ghosts have been struggling a little bit. I want to point out, Strix, it's been the result of shooters, man. Shooters have been the big game that I think have definitely sort of leveraged this in favor of the Blaze. They've taken every single shooter that we have seen spun on this wheel. How do you think the Ghosts are going to come back into this?
Racers. So now it might just have to be those sports games need to roll, and they need to take them like they took NHL if they want to start to tighten this down. And they're still going to need to steal a fighting game, a shooter, a strategy game along those lines. They're going to have to find that opportunity in that game.
Could they potentially see it right here with Kombat?
Maybe just maybe they could go ahead and see it. So we're seeing players 1 and 2 sit down. Player 1 should be Regine on the Sub-Zero, with Garrus being 0-2 on that right side of your screen.
Okay. I like this. I like that. I like seeing the zoning out of both of them. Now, make no mistake about it, Garrus has a couple of cheeky abilities that he can do full screen. Let's see if there's an Nope. I was going to say, is there an optimized combo coming out of the Sub-Zero from the likes of, looks like that's Regine? But I know he knows how to play this, man. I know he knows how to play this. I love the fact that he brought in that cameo character to get a little bit of damage. Oh, no, that wasn't actually. That was just, no, that was Garrus just actually doing his teleport. A great play out of him. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of damage, though, being output just from simple combo strings. So I think, you know, this might be Ghost's opportunity to get a cheeky win, but they've got to be able to get a little bit more damage here because Regine doesn't look good.
I'm being honest, but he looks like he's found his general offense, and it seems more than anything that O to the L isn't able to kind of deal with the 50-50, the high-low that he's being presented with time and time again. Yeah. Now trying to close the distance just to avoid these freezing ice balls. I like the block. He gets an opportunity, isn't able to find the punish, and is now back into the blender.
Yeah, back to the blender. I think, honestly, if Regine wanted to, he could probably ice slide him over and over and over again. He's not low blocking really at all. Now, Sub-Zero does have a lot of combo strings that actually have low strikes within them. Very, very fun sort of freezing maneuver he did right there with the backflip and ice ball. That was fun. There we go. There's a strong overhead. I will say this, though, man. Sub-Zero has some awkward combo strings that require back directionals, which a lot of people aren't necessarily used to. Nonetheless, Regine gets a really, really comfortable.
Yes, it ends up taking out O to the L, and Big Bad MJ sitting down next to see if they're able to take a win. And it looks like Regine's going to go ahead and get his sweep, laughing, having some fun. I got to believe he's chatting with his teammate Napkin, and going from there. Let's see what the opportunity looks like time and time again. So let's see. We're jumping into the second round. I want to see what the swap up possibly is, and it's going to be the rain coming out of the side of Big Bad MJ. Did Regine swap character? I mean, he's allowed to, but that's an interesting choice. Maybe he decided that he didn't like the current fight he had, but now is dealing with the side of Big Bad MJ. And MJ looks like he's put some time into the game and has some understanding of what he wants to do. Did a couple of tags and is now using his cameo to drain away some of that meter. The Serena doing a great job of limiting his opponent's options, but he's getting put through the blender with smoke, and he's trying his best. The burst comes out, the breaker, trying his best, but this side swap, this smoke guessing game, he used Sub-Zero against O to the L, but now against MJ is just hitting the 50-50 over and over again, making him guess. He pressed the button, but it's enough to end the round. Good round from the side of MJ, managing to mitigate his health losses while still dealing a ton of damage himself. Now we're directly into the second round, and the time is beginning. I love to see a combo starting. Here we go, bounce him up. He does end up missing the kick there, but still gets a good, solid amount of damage. The punish for both players. Neither one's able to confirm it into bigger combo damage, but they're chipping away each other's health bar. But I'm noticing once again that Big Bad MJ is taking a huge life lead in this Mortal Kombat game and is now going ahead and putting out tons of damage and continue to press the pressure on. The high lows, the mix is coming out from him. The guessing game. He gets hit, though, by the fatal blow. This is going to be a huge sign. Neither player is getting that extra damage or defense on the move. MJ may be feeling comfortable with where he is. Stab's going to come in. Let's see what the option is on Wake Up. A nice block. I like it. A low block, looking for something. The teleport catches him, and now he's put back in. But MJ is not going to be stopped. He is now taking 2 hits. He's taking a ton of damage, and he's out. He gets kicked to the other side of the screen, other side of the world. Big Bad MJ evened up this game, made sure that he gets a full game against the likes of Napkin. Napkin is a player that I've had a lot of expectations for this entire season. He came in as that young rookie talent. A lot of people talk to me about him being a really good fighting game player. Love to see him have an opportunity to see it now. But Big Bad MJ, the way he was playing, might just be able to get a sweep if at all possible. I wonder if and how he feels about changing maybe a few of his options. Maybe he realizes something was a little bit off in that first game. We'll see here. We are in the second half, everybody, so the timeouts have dropped down to 2. Teams still have those remaining forfeits. Let's see. It's going to be the Rain again going up against a Raiden pick. Usually a pretty strong pick, very potent character. Solid just options that force you to guess and not having to run a super incredibly difficult or complicated game plan. So I like the pick here coming out. The Rain had his options, and we saw that there was a combo that MJ was going for. And maybe that quick button check was something that was going to allow him to make a few decisions and complete those combos that before he was having a little bit of a struggle with. But we will see here as the round starts. Now, both these players have to win this game. The winner of this game will take the point for this team. The Blaze looking to go up by 7 while the Ghosts are trying to make this a 6-point game. This game could be the beginning of a huge comeback. We saw that yesterday as the Click started to find their footing in the second half. Maybe a good conversation, some good food, a bathroom break is all a team needs. And early on in the round, it does look like MJ's taking the lead, but Napkin is not to be stopped. He's still throwing out a couple of hits. Looking there, knows when to challenge. That tells me MJ's been playing the game. Looks for the overhead, but Napkin blocks it. But he's continuing to throw out these moves and getting more and more damage. Napkin isn't sure what these range strings are doing, and this could be a ton of damage. You don't want to break this. You have to find out if he's able to complete the combo. He wasn't ready to block the follow-up there, ends up dying to it, but didn't want to break there because he knows he has the second round. Gets a hit and is now starting his offense. I like this opportunity and this decision. You don't want to be the person having to block if you don't have to. You want to go ahead and look for your hits. My worry, there we go, the breaker. He doesn't have any more EX meter, so we have to see what combos and how much damage he's actually able to find out. It gets blocked. Unfortunately, wasn't able to punish it. A flawless block into the low, and now he's going to cut a combo of his own. Let's see what it looks like. He ends up dropping it, gets 23%, which works out well for him. But both of these sides are relatively even. For the longest time, every round he's won, MJ has been up on life. For the first time, we see him there lower, but these overheads, these lows are finding their mark. The 50-50, the potent guess that a player has to sometimes do is always present. He's finding it time and time again, and that hit will do it. The Ghosts have found their 4th point. The Ghosts have maybe on the beginning of their comeback, and it is off the back of Big Bad MJ and the likes of Mortal Kombat 1. Our next game is going to be Football Company 24. I talked to you before Mortal Kombat that we might just need to go ahead and see a comeback start with a game win at the beginning of the half. We've seen it happen time and time again. At the end of the day, more than anything, it looks like he is this is the moment for them to find their victory, to find their opportunity, and to find their chance. It's a ton of opportunities for these players to grow. And it being another sports game is a pretty positive sign. NHL, even though their coordination wasn't the best, what I saw out of the Ghost was a great game plan. I'm going to have AV to Slim, one of our producers, popping in here to help me with commentary here for a little bit. How's it going, AV? What's going on?
Good, bro. Good. Sorry, Matt was so excited about Mortal Kombat that he ran away.
He stepped away there for a moment. I think he'll be back Just give them a moment. That excitement, you got to burn it off sometimes. You got to burn it off into a moment. You've been watching the game, and actually, you've been on the floor a little bit more than me. How has the energy been in the building for both the teams?
I would have to say that it's been quiet. It's been quiet. Not a lot going on, but really for at least for Mortal Kombat, I heard Lockdown say that I guess maybe Garto should have went in for Mortal Kombat.
Oh wow, Gardo is in that tier 1 spot, and if his genre is fighters, I as one of them, I don't know why you wouldn't put him in there. Maybe giving the rookies a little bit of experience in the last game, and in retrospect, maybe they underestimated Big Bad MJ. Big Bad MJ found his kills, found his opportunity, and found a chance to take a kill or two. Football Company's up next, and I always like to highlight in Football Company potent duo of Alchemist and Bernay that did exist here in the league for a very long time. They've now gone their separate ways. They're on different teams. But Bernay is in this game and is still a formidable FIFA player in his own right. He'll be going in with Paku Paku. So maybe we see some of that synergy. Paku gave high praises to Bernay early in the game during the interview. So I'm hoping to see, who do you got taking FC?
For honestly, for FC, it's going to be really, in my opinion, a really tough match because we have both Bernay and Paku against Hollywood and Garto, and with Hollywood and Garto being a dynamic duo, Bernay doesn't have his brother Alchemist there with him as his dynamic duo, so it makes things a little tough on their end. Oh, thank God! Oh, I'm so hungry.
How are you guys, man?
And we found Matt. Matt, yeah, they were telling us AV was mentioning you got so excited there. You had to burn off a little bit of energy for that MK. The Ghost did end up taking it though.
What?
Big Bad MJ
No
reverse
way.
swept on he came in with the rain, had a pretty potent 50-50, a high-low, and just kept making the right decisions and making those calls. Napkin nor Regine were able to find their moment to really ever force him to deal with their
It
pressure.
doesn't surprise me. I was going to say he's probably anchoring that team because we have seen MJ before. I do think that I've seen him struggle in Mortal Kombat against other players in the league, but he is sort of the gatekeeper of, if you will, of are you experienced on this game? Because if not, you're getting smoked. And that's probably what you guys saw if I had to guess.
Yeah, Napkin fared okay. I could see that Napkin, he was on the right and he was very clearly trying, but dropped a few combos. And then once he got kind of put back in that high-low situation, it felt like he wasn't always exactly sure which strings to punish where and where to take his turn back. So at least off to a good start. We're going to be jumping into some FC, and it's going to be a good one out.
Ooh, Need for Speed. Drix, I'm excited for that. We've been seeing some awesome action at a Need for Speed lately. But here we are on some FIFA. Was that a goal that was already scored, Strix? Oh, boy. Ooh. Yep. Oh, the steal. About a foot to the left. About a foot to the left. You got it. So that's Paco right here, sending it back to the center court, but it gets taken. This is Hollywood dribbling right down the center, but he sends it out of bounds. This is going to go back in favor. Now we got Bernay and Paco trying to play, but that's going to be
Hollywood! Maybe I see why he's the tier 2 today. Maybe I see why he's the tier 2 today.
Yeah, that's potentially a good call out right there. I like that. I mean, you got to call it like it is, right? Couple of missed goals that are, the dribble skills coming out of Garto right there was insane. That was one of the sickest goals we have ever seen at the UEL. His ability to almost 360 dribble that right in front of the goalie, right in front of the net to get that score. This is a free.
Take your time. Take your time. Walk it in. Thank you. There we go. The game is now 4-1. One more point in this game will end at the moment. It's insane how fast this game has progressed, how fast they've gotten to game point. FIFA, I don't think we even had a chance to blink, but this move ends up going south in the red here. Paku trying to get the ball away. Now Brené's in control of the ball. He's looking for his opportunity. Nice job. He kicks it on over to Paku. Paku, you're going to look for another pass. He is trying to find an angle, I think, but there we go, Hollywood. You missed it. He sends it to Gardo, who takes the nice, easy put. 5 points. That should be the ending of this game. Gardo looking around, be like, that's the end, right? We're done.
Yeah,
we're done.
Just a simple, gentle tap into the goal right there to finish things out. They had momentum pretty much from the start all the way through to the finish. But I got to say, man, that particular score by Garto, oh my gosh, that was beautiful. Sort of did a little bit of a spin with his dribble right in front of the net right there to just sort of toe tap it in. He clearly, man, knows how to play a good amount of FIFA. Again, a great moment for him, holding strong in that tier 1 position. But we sort of figured that something like that would happen going into FIFA because he had Hollywood backing him up right there. Both of them super, super strong sports genre players. The fact that the Ghost had to go up against both of them, any momentum that they just felt from Mortal Kombat just got halted.
It's a really unfortunate situation because I think I would have loved to see Big Bad MJ be able to go in there with Brené.
Right.
I think the two of them, as well being strong sports players, might have been able to put up a little bit better of a fight. Paku's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Paku's put in a bunch of time. I know he has a wide net in terms of the games he covers and can play. But I don't know if I would say sports is his strongest category. But this season has been a season of surprises. So we have to see Need for Speed, though, coming up next. A good game of cops and robbers, this time on the highway, in the woods, wherever it might be, in some pretty quick
Over the
vehicles.
river and through the woods. to AB's house we go.
Yes, it may be just maybe. That's where the cops need to get a roadblock set up, just in case, as this racer tries to escape them. One of them will be marked as the most wanted. They have to get out of the range of the cops if they want to win. Cops just need to catch him. It's a pretty simple game plan. Guy running away, make sure he doesn't get away.
Yep, and that's the game mode, guys. It's going to be Most Wanted is the game mode here for Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, Remastered, a cult classic. Definitely sort of it's almost like a party game, man, but we play it at a competitive level here at the UEL, and it's a ton of fun, particularly within this game mode. Like Strix was just saying, there's one particular racer. This is going to be cops versus racers. The racers have one particular racer that is the most wanted. All the cops have to do is take out that one player in order to win the game. All the racers have to do is basically protect that one racer in order to win the game. Now, this can last a really long time, but in the same breath, it can also be over very quickly if that one racer gets outside of the police radius, similar to how the most wanted system sort of operates within Grand Theft Auto, right? We've all had the cops after us in GTA. If you break that red and blue flashing radius long enough, you will escape the cops and you'll finish the game mode. So that's what the racers are going to be trying to do. We'll give you more information with regards to who is that most wanted racer here in a second. But nonetheless, personally, this is one of my favorite ones to simply sit back and watch because it's always a good time. Probably because of the abilities and sort of the collisions, the action on display. It's a ton of fun, man.
It's such a crazy game. It's never predictable who can win, even down to the final moment. I know, Matt, you've had the pleasure of casting a few of these games that have come down to the literal last second. So I know that you are, it's a lot of fun to play this game. We do have a technical timeout currently going on. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit is an older game. It's up there. I'm pretty sure I was playing it. I think I want to say I was playing it back in before the 2010s, the 2000s.
Yeah, dude, when you were going to middle school dances.
Yeah, I was like,
dude,
I just think
Strix going to the middle school homecoming dance.
so. If I wanted to be
spirit dance, bro.
So, if we really want to date ourselves, man, I don't know how much you remember. This was one of the first games that got into controversy because you had to buy the multiplayer pass if you bought the used copy from GameStop. Remember when EA used to charge $15 to play their multiplayer separate from just buying the game. This is one of those games that headlined that controversy because everyone loved Hot Pursuit. It's one of those in Need for Speed games that everybody, people have like the undergrounds and the different Need for Speeds they love. Some of the more modern ones even have some popularity. But everyone, like in terms of like multiplayer, getting on, playing with your friends, it's Need for Speed Hot Pursuit is a real strong contender there for just being a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely sort of a cult classic, but I love the fact that they remastered it. I personally, downloaded and played this prior to, coming into the UEL, and I was really surprised with how good visually the game works, especially with just like modernized sort of textures a little bit. Obviously, it still is, an old game, but it's just the sheer joy and fun that you get from the game that makes it so enjoyable. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Sea of Thieves is a great, multiplayer sort of cooperative experience. It's not visually the most realistic, good, looking game or textually enhanced, sort of game. But there's moments where it just looks beautiful, but it's just a ton of fun to play. So you don't really care about the graphics necessarily. That's a huge, part of what makes Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered so fun. It just plays well, right? There's multiple different game modes. There's a progression system, cars to customize, achievements to get, and all sorts of things. But we play it at a competitive level here. Now, something just to note, as we get into the gameplay, both the cops and the racers have 4 different abilities at their disposal, and they're going to be pressing basically the D-pads on their controllers or the directionals if they're on M&K to operate these abilities. This is going to include things like road spikes, road blocks, EMPs, and jammers. Okay, so
Jade?
Word from the floor that Jade is going to be the most wanted player on the side of the Blaze. It looks like ghosts.
Oh my god!
I'm laughing a little bit because Jade has had a lot of spotlight put on him this game, and it feels like even UEL wants to give him that opportunity to continue to vibe, to continue to enjoy his music, to play his game, and to show off his skills with him getting this most wanted. It's a rookie, so a lot of expectations here. But I have faith in Jade. Today, I was already up there as Jade was playing really well and has shown off really well this season. But today, I'm excited to see what his second season has in store.
Yeah, man. I think he's been one of those. I would say probably him and Garto. Garto's been how ironic, right? The tier 1 and the tier 5 on the opposing ends of that tier listing are really holding it down today. We saw his vibes, previously on Overwatch, and now we're jumping into Need for Speed, and he's the most wanted. Now, have you seen him play this game before? Clearly, with them listing him as the most wanted, I have to imagine he's pretty experienced.
He's pretty experienced in the game, and this is the unfortunate thing about Need for Speed. It is random, so I think his team is happy that one of their racers, I know racing games are one of his fortes as a rookie. He's happy to be able to do this. We see some of these drifts. That's a key indication to me that he's put some time in and really understands which car he likes, what car he wants to play, different classes, and is able to go ahead and keep pace here around each one of these turns. And it matters because every time you drift, you build a little bit more of your turbo meter back, which is going to be necessary since the cops' cars are automatically faster than every one of the races.
Right. Yeah, 100%. And I want you guys to take a look at the top middle of your screen. That's going to be his rear view mirror. Those orange cars are actually his teammates sort of boxing out the police as they're trying to get closer to Jade. They're struggling to even catch up to him as he races towards the edge of that radius. You can see that in the bottom left-hand corner above those 4 abilities. Now, this is one of the cops. This is MJ right here, sort of getting bullied off the track, but he does keep his composure. He's still running. He might actually hit the police roadblock, but it looks like they may have taken out one of the racers. Great job right there by MJ to capitalize with his teammate in real time and pull that off. Guys, that is 1 racer down. They got 2 to go. All 4 cops are still up.
I don't know how I feel about that decision, Matt, though. He was catching up to the front runners while the rest of his team was kind of lagging behind. And now we see Jade enter cooldown. I don't think he should have stopped to get that capture. You could maybe tell someone else to get it, but if no one else is in range, you're not going to be able to stop him. Now, luckily, this is a winding road. A winding road gives you a little bit of space, but you have to take these turns faster than Jade did. Because the moment he gets straight away, the moment he pops his turbo, he's gone. And it looks like he might just have done it. No, he's still gone.
He's gone, brother.
He is.
Yeah. You can see that in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, that police radius. Jade is actually in front of that. Says he's going to be escaping here in about 5 seconds. Okay, never mind. That was Bernay, obviously here on the police, but he might have actually just pulled this off, and that was a result of MJ. That was a result of MJ going for the racer elimination and not staying after the most wanted. Great job. Another great moment for Jade. I don't really think he even got pressured that well. I think he just kind of held down his trigger button, acceleration, and took a few turns with some nice drifts. His teammates really protected him right there during that matchup. And then big mistake by MJ as opposed to just going straight through that police roadblock.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Man.
Yeah, I mean,
one of
it's
those ones,
one
'cause he
middle
was
mistake.
catching up, and I was really confident. I'm like,
Yep.
cool. They tried to bump you. You're fine. You ignore them. You come around this. The roadblock ends up getting opened up. Oh, somebody turned on their side. Cool. Somebody else coming through. You get a capture that helps you out. You just have to keep that chase. And I think he just made a decision, and it shows the cohesion again. I think that's going to be the big thing between these two teams. Is these two teams, one of them has had a season to really play together and really focus on developing synergy between all of them. And the Blaze are winning, I think, more than anything because of that synergy. Skullgirls being the next game, though, I think does bode well. Oh, wait, I get to see Napkin versus Pop. This about to be good. Hey, took me a second. I had to sit down and look down and be like, who we got playing?
Yeah,
we're in for some good gameplay. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Paku, maybe throwing O to the yellow Lucci here, and then Gardo and Napkin. We're getting the hands thrown. He said he was going Lucci. I need to see it today. But I think this is going to really come down to the two anchors, which I have to believe are again Napkin as well as the side of Paku.
Yeah, and this is Skullgirls, guys. Is going to be an anime fighter, a very fast-paced anime fighter sometimes. One of the things I love about this game is the hitboxes in it in general. There is characters in this game that have full-screen hitboxes, so it can get a little crazy out here. But nonetheless, it's just a ton of fun to watch. And like I said, it's fast-paced. So I would say it's probably amongst the favorites within sort of our FGC players here at the UEL. This game, Blaze Blue, is another really good one that our players tend to favor. And as a result of that, most of our players really know what they're doing. So you tend to see some really high level play here within Skullgirls. And I know Strix can sort of speak to that as well, having been so experienced on Skullgirls himself.
It's an incredibly fun game. A lot of nuance to this game. Character. There's at least a few characters where you need to know how to combo certain characters. It's not just that you're easy and traditional fighter, but also it just gives you the opportunity, I feel like, more than any other fighting game on the wheel, to express yourself as a player.
I like that.
The game is a very open kind of system and a book, and you can kind of play the game in quite a few different ways once you get the fundamentals down. And we will hopefully get a chance to see that. I gotta believe Paku's playing Beowulf, wrestler with a chair. We see that chair used for zoning. We see that chair used for combos. We see it as a part of armor, as a part of pressure. And it'll be interesting to see where all of these players end up placing. That timer's running up, if not done already. So I have to believe these players got to be getting in the game, or we might see a timeout be taken. Matt, we are in the second half. You don't got 5 to work with. You only got 2. So
yeah, but both teams were able to manage their timeouts really well. It shouldn't surprise either one of us because both these teams have decent records. And as a result, I think they know how to do setups. I mean, it's no surprise that the teams that typically speaking have really bad losing records, almost every last one of them struggles to finish a game with extra timeouts or get into halftime with extra timeouts, right? So both of these teams know what they're doing. I think today's matchup being 11 wins on the side of the Blaze versus the 4 on the Ghost is really coming down to just the individual performance of the Blaze outplaying the likes of the Ghost. We may see a little bit of that here, but like I said, Skullgirls is a very favorable, game amongst the community. So it could be a Mortal Kombat situation where MJ and maybe some others, Paku and, others on the Ghost could necessarily, pull this out. But Skullgirls operates functionally just like every other fighter. You have to be careful for overheads. You got to be careful for lows, getting caught in that blender because there are 50-50s. There's very useful zoning tools within this game. And then just applying that pressure, right? When you're staggering your inputs on your combos, instead of reinitiating a new combo, maybe you just walk up and go for a raw grab in order to keep them guessing as to how you're going to apply your pressure. Given the pacing of this particular game, it's a lot more fun to sort of see that interaction between the players, especially with such a beautiful art style, man. I really like this game.
Lucci and Gardo holding on the back end. And we're going to get Paku versus Napkin to start us off. Napkin right now seems to be on the squiggly swapped up characters. He was playing the Eliza before, and Paku on the other side playing Eliza on that player one side. It's going to be interesting. So Eliza is a character. She has some really big buttons. She has some really annoying projectiles in the form of guys jumping from various angles on the screen, and is able to put out a lot of pressure once she gets started. Squiggly is a pretty complex character. I didn't necessarily expect to see her get played, but when she comes out and gets started, a lot of pressure is coming out. Nice job. I like the knockout back. Try to go ahead and get a turn started. And here we go. Squiggly, are you able to do it? No. Gets caught by that big overhead, landing on the other side, and now has to hold pressure after pressure. Both players backing up. So because they're playing one character, there will be 2 rounds. They get another opportunity, and neither player has jumped out as an early leader here. And so Eliza takes that first round. The reset comes in, and Eliza immediately picks up with a combination. This combo puts Squiggly back in the corner, and you have to try. The reset comes in, more damage. I have to believe he's going to look for another one.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Finally burst after losing 60% of his health bar. I need you to start something now. You don't have any more time. This round ends and you're out. Please keep fighting. No, I think this might just do it. One more hit.
Oh yeah.
That's a wrap.
Wow. Now, was that Lucci or is that Paco?
I believe that was Paku.
I mean Paco. Okay, yeah. So that was Paku right there. Okay, so that wasn't Napkin, right? So the player 1 and player 2 is correct at the top of the screen.
Yeah, Napkin, I don't think ended up getting knocked out there. We'll find out here in a second. I'm pretty sure Napkin and Gardo both play Eliza. Me and Napkin talked earlier in the season because we were talking about running a similar team. And then he ended up swapping over to Eliza, I know, later in the season. We'll find out to be sure and to be correct. Lucci was
that's what we thought. That was Napkin popping off. He looked so comfortable. Yeah.
I was incorrect. Paku's on the big band here. This character is really interesting. As I found out myself yesterday during the game. I say found out. Remember, you need character-specific combos for this character. If you have not really looked and paid attention, your normal B&Bs will not work, but he has access to that H-Crash, powerful full-screen armor move. He's able to constantly put out pressure, but doing a great job of checking his opportunity, and the damage is massive. Now, taunts a little bit to upgrade his damage a little bit more, and able to jump in and get another combo going, and is going to do a ton of damage here. You have to see what we're able to do.
Oh my gosh, those overheads. The overhead aerials of Eliza is absolutely nuts, but being rivaled clearly by Big Band, goes for that simple combo string that initiates with an overhead to low strike, a difficult sort of mix up to sort of gauge, if you will. This is a 30, almost a 40 now hit combo strikes, sending Big Band to the corner, now jumping in again with that overhead, getting some low strikes, but the overhead zoning tool to boot takes the first round. The likes of Eliza, that's Napkin, feeling super comfortable. I like the interruption, though, right there by Paku. He blocked the overhead, realized he had some frame data on his side, and absolutely bodies Napkin into the corner. Things just got evened out, guys. 100 health each. Both of them poking a little bit. Again, initiating with that overhead is the likes of Napkin playing that Eliza. As soon as she lands the overhead, she goes into these low strikes that you're seeing here on your screen. I like that little zoning tool that Napkin, I should say, occasionally sort of throws out there. It's a poking maneuver to keep your opponent, just sort of guessing, if you will. Now here's Paku interrupting, landing the trombone, basically knockering into the corner. This pressure is huge because the hitbox is so massive. Brother, how do you jump over the hitbox of Big Band? The answer, Strix, I'll tell you, you can't. Here comes the fist right across the screen. Now Napkin going for broke right here. Oh, but that's a wrap. Baku takes it. Strix. We thought Napkin was going to be unstoppable.
Evening it up is a huge step along the way. Gardo now sitting down for his team. What are you going to be doing, Gardo? What's the plan? Also picking that Eliza there on that player one side. And then Paku going back, making sure you got to get the colors right. Can't just pick any colors.
Yeah, not around here, cuz. Yes, sir. Big man coming in here with Beowulf.
More importantly, Paku has opted to go for 2 characters. So this will be a 1-round game. But what Paku has as an advantage over the side of Gardo. Gardo is going to have more health and more damage than Paku. It's going to hit harder every time he touches Paku. Paku's going to really feel it. On the flip side, Paku should have more consistent pressure than the side of Gardo. Gardo jumping in and immediately getting out to his own combo, showing why he's the anchor for this game and dropping the overhead once again. Eliza's projectile, she has she has throws, she has an overhead, she has a projectile invincible actual guy. But Paku's ready to play some music and is starting his own fight.
Oh boy.
Beowulf and is now beginning, but watch this damage now as he gets the hit. Fortunately, is able to carry here, but the combo once again, he's using this overhead to constantly get recessed, and the damage is adding up. If we look at the different opportunities, now looking for his opportunity, but gets called out once again. Looks like both players are trying to run their offense, looking for opportunity. A big block.
Great block.
So importantly, that has like infinite armor. It is incredibly annoying to deal with that, but loses health every time he swings. Paku is trying to win the war of attrition, put his strength on, and now put him in the corner. Here you go. One more guess could spell doom here for Gardo. He manages to block it out. He needs to kill Big Ben here. The combo drops again. Gardo, what's going on? You can't keep giving these opportunities. Every time you get a hit as a single character, it needs to convert into big damage. But guess what? The game's over, and Paku took a point.
Yep. Yeah, listen, I think that was a matter of just being able to get your hit confirms and carry out that, input throughout your combo strings. That's all it was, man. He got that hit confirm, like you said, sort of in the corner, but it didn't matter. Paku able to sort of clutch with Big Man. And listen, I feel for Garto, just being in a corner against such a big body character. It's almost as if you can't even jump over the character himself. I mean, he has so many not even combo strings, single inputs that'll probably hit your character model just trying to jump over top of them. But that's one of the reasons why we see a lot of big man play here at the UEL. And, Paku knows how to do it, man.
He's one of the funnest players to watch, and is exceptional.
Good for him. I like
the
that.
games that the games he knows. Like I always value Paku's insight and how he plays the game, because he comes up with a good mindset. He understands the game and is always able to threaten and put some good pressure out. But now I have to go ahead and take a look forward. You mentioned it earlier as Valorant being this wild card shooter on the wheel in its next game that we have to get into.
Yeah, Valorant's awkward, man. I actually was recently talking to my wife about Valorant yesterday because we checked out the new first-person mode that just dropped on Fortnite. Operates in a similar fashion, clearly without the abilities. Oh, wow. So that's a forfeit out of the Ghost, guys, for Valorant. Yet another shooter. Is that all the shooters on the wheel? Oh, no, we don't have Fortnite. Fortnite hasn't been played yet.
Fortnite has not been played, and NCAA and Big Bad MJ's available. Put him in.
Okay, Rainbow Six and Fortnite, 2 of the shooters left on the wheel. Fortnite's a different animal, but I do think that the Blaze would probably take Rainbow Six. I'm going to be honest. I think they're going to take both of them. I think this is a whole... Go ahead.
Big Bad MJ plays a good bit. Big Bad MJ plays a good bit.
Okay.
And
Right
on
here.
the other side, I know Bernays has put some time in. Paku isn't necessarily his favorite game, but he's also put some time in. I think they have a solid squad. Lucci has been doing great as well this season. It might be one of the closer ones, but today I don't know if I expected the Blaze to come out looking like this.
Looking
So
like
I might have
this?
to review a few plans. Just the way they looking.
Yeah. Yeah, they look clean, man. I think just the shooting category in general, amongst the strongest performances that I've seen. I kind of figured that was going to be the case. Just in props to Hollywood for this. Last time I saw Hollywood prior to today playing Halo Infinite, he looked so comfortable on Halo. It was like one of those situations where you go, oh, okay, you play shooters. Understood. Okay, I get it. So it like, you know that there's players like that amongst their roster, and it probably correlates to the rest of the players, especially if they're practicing together and what have you. So it shouldn't be a surprise. It's just only surprising to see how quality their gameplay has become, especially here, sort of rounding out the season the last week before we enter playoffs. So major kudos to them for that. But the Ghosts, on the other hand, man, most of these games, if not all of them, are free to play and or are on Game Pass. They can download them. They've got to start practicing shooters. Because if you were to sort of mix that up a little bit, the shooters that we have played, if you were to give maybe a couple of them to the Ghosts, they'd be much more capable of pulling off this comeback than right now with the Blaze at 12 wins, threatening that magic number of 17. Guys, if they reach 17 wins, that means that on the 33-game wheel, the most wins their opponent can get is 16. So that's the magic number they want to get to. They're 5 away. Wow. So forfeit Blaze on NCAA. I did not think that I would see Blaze forfeit a sports game not once today.
We mentioned it during NHL. Milk Zolo is not in the building. That is their NCAA player. They aren't going to even take a chance, knowing that every single person that has gone up against Big Bad MJ has had a miserable.
So he knows him. He knows NCAA like that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's understandable.
And
That's
so I guess they made the decision coming in the day when they made the decision to not play Milk Zolo. That hey, if that rolls and he's available, we're gonna go ahead and head on out. We're gonna clock out, move to the next game, and that next game is one of our featured games, Die by the Blade.
I'm just surprised by I'm just surprised by the decision because I believe Hollywood was available. Hollywood, former tier 1 player, now in the tier 2 spot. He seems really comfortable within sports games, and just gauging off of his personality, the energy that he sort of exhibits on the arena floor, it seems like he would have a lot of fun jumping into what is like pop culturally a very popular game right now, which is NCAA college football. It seems like something he would really enjoy jumping into and sort of mastering himself. So the fact he was available for that, I believe, to jump in, and then they chose to not play him against MJ. Maybe that's one of those, type of games within the wheel that if we see Hollywood start to master games like that, there should be no, listen, if you want to be a tier 1 player, there should be no game on the wheel that you're not capable of at least pulling off an upset, right? If you're going to be in that tier 1 spot, I'd like to see that from Hollywood sort of moving forward.
I'm gonna go to bat for Hollywood. I'm gonna go to bat.
Right, go ahead.
He can play. I think he can play.
I know he can.
That's a UEL decision. I think he thinks his team wins the majority of the wheel.
Okay.
Rather than take a 50-50 with an hour, 25 minutes left. Let's roll. We'll win Die by the Blade. We'll win whatever else rolls.
Okay.
Take your point. Take your point.
Okay.
Feel good about the point that you got.
Understood.
I think that, and that's mainly because looking at from his time previously on the Reapers and being on the championship team, there were points where they would completely forfeit a category on the wheel, knowing that they won the entire other 4. They were like, cool, if we don't win in this game in this category, we pick 1 or 2 that maybe we want to compete in, throw the rest of them out. We make sure we play as many games as possible because we know we're the better team. And that's where it comes down to playing UEL. We are a gaming league that is focused on 33 games across 5 genres: sports, shooters, racers, strategy, and fighters. You can be a great fighter. You can be a great racer. You can be a great sports player, strategist, and a great shooter. But can you be an in-gamer, a master of all the genres, able to flexibly move between them at a moment's notice and still be able to perform your best? Hollywood's one of the best out there.
He is, man.
And I think that he is playing UEL, not necessarily playing what he believes he could beat you at. So I promise you, like Hollywood would make the assessment really quickly of like, it's kind of like I'm gonna pull this to like anime, right?
Okay.
When you see the real strong character walk up and ready to fight, and then they're like, you know what? I don't feel like fighting that hard right now. I'll deal with you later, and walks away like the big bad boy. Now, the issue is when you do that, the main protagonist, sometimes they get a power up.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you should have dealt with the problem before it
Okay.
became a problem. But I
Okay.
think Hollywood's kind of taking the approach of why play a harder game when I can just, keep moving and reach that magical number of 17. As you
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, now that's the only reason I bring it up is because there's only been a handful of them, but Hollywood is a Mobster Matt certified dog, bro. He has pulled off some incredible moments here at the UEL. I could point out, just within the sports game category, which is why I brought this up. Roller Champions. I mean, this is a guy who's making full court shots on Roller Champions to clutch wins for his team. Very, very exceptional players. So that was really the only reason I bring it up. But nonetheless, I mean, they're still double the wins of the Ghosts, so they're sitting really comfortable, But as you found out during yesterday's game, guys, you can't get too comfortable here at the UEL because a team might just pull off or at least threaten a comeback at any given moment. And the Ghosts, still feeling pretty good, man. I think the fact that they have 6 wins, other than the shooter category, they've been contesting just about everything else today. So Die by the Blade is something that they definitely can steal. Now, this is a game. Strix has described it the best way possible. I want you to imagine 2 samurai nemesis, okay? Nemesis to one another, who accidentally stumble across one another one random night in a dojo. All of a sudden, they see their nemesis across from one another. They draw their blades, and the first one to get struck by a blade is dead. That's why it's called Die by the Blade. It's a ton of fun to watch. It's very, very intense. Tons of, I would say, footsies action, going on where players are sort of feeling each other out, gauging that distance before they go for that one strike against one another. There is combo strings, but I would say combo strings for the most part are used to sort of carry distance with regards to trying to close the distance between your opponent. Some of these combo strings will carry your character model across the stage and potentially hit your opponent. You would think that they'd be like, like other fighting games where they're used right in front of one another and what have you, but not so much. You can do that. There is a parrying system within the game itself that operates similar to Ubisoft's For Honor. So your right joystick determines what specific direction you slice your blade. It can come from the side, overhead, under, and what have you. And if you say you hit your opponent with an overhead blade strike, your opponent parries that by flicking up on their joystick the same way that you struck them with the upward directional on your joystick. So there is parrying. You can parry specific combo strings, and if you're able to actually parry your opponent, it leaves them vulnerable to a counterattack. That's where that level of intensity and I would say anticipation comes into play at the start of each and every one of these rounds. It's a lot of fun to watch.
I'm excited to see. It also involves everybody in the building, so you can't. Sometimes it might be another Tekken situation. Maybe Gardo comes out and just sweeps through the entire team. Jay's put on some impressive performances. Honestly, the Blaze have been, I think, one of the better Die by the Blade teams this entire season.
Yep.
But you never can count people out. It's a game that really does test your kind of neutral, your fundamentals. I'm excited to see who's going to go ahead and take it. I believe this is a technical timeout.
Yeah.
So we'll be getting in the game shortly. We'll be getting in the game shortly.
Yeah, it's fun, man. It's fun. I like when you said you just mentioned something along the lines of just the technical ability of maintaining neutral, right? Like just the neutral position in the center of the stage. There's certain things as if, just reading your opponent, if they tend to back up once you initiate with aggression, how do you capitalize off of that? I've seen players who, prior to throwing a strike, will intentionally sort of flick upwards on their right joystick to act as if they're going to go for an overhead and then initiate with sort of a side strike, right? You're trying to condition your opponent at any given time. So there's tons of little mind games within this particular fighting game on the UEL wheel, and why it's probably amongst one of my favorite ones, my favorite selections, man. Oh, and you mentioned it too, man. Everyone in the building, Strix, all 10 players are throwing hands right now in the dojo with these blades. This is going to be good.
I have to believe and I have to see who is going to be the last one standing and who will die by the blade, as the name entails. So player 2 is going to be the side of will be on the side of the Blaze. Actually will be the player 2 side, that right side of your screen, and player 1 will be will be the side of the Ghost. They're playing on the Gauntlet side is going to be that whole arm. That is Napkin here. Using these long strikes, playing his distance game. We see this weapon commonly from fighting game players.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just the distance, man. I think it's really just the distance. The combo strings carry your character model forward a little bit, just like I was talking about. It happens right there on your screen. O2 picking up a clutch victory, feeling good, scratching his beard a little bit, kind of wondering, oh, man, how many of these players am I going to be able to take out today? And that's the thing, man. We see huge sweeps within this game because, again, it is one strike. So just as easy as you can take out multiple players, multiple lives, you, in a matter of seconds, can be taken out in a fraction of a second, if you will. I don't know if he was calling for a specific button check right there. Jade, I don't think even was tripping. I think Jade just wanted to sit down and go at it, just like he has pretty much all night.
Okay, so I think there was a call. Jade maybe actually went in the game without swapping his character. There's a call to go ahead and make sure his weapon's right, make sure everything is in position where he wants it to be. And so now he's got to go back. We're changing characters, and we're going ahead and getting started. We'll see if there's a button check here. Normally, it's hard to tell because we can't. If one side pauses, because it's online, we don't see that they necessarily pause. So my guess is going to be if he doesn't immediately move, he's probably doing a button check. Luckily, O2DL didn't hit him, but we're moving and we're playing. This is live.
Does O2 have 1 life? Does O2 have 1 life? Did he get a life taken in his first matchup?
I don't think so. I believe he's still on both of his lives, and that's a nice stab there. I need to understand, O2DL is really good. Like, people underestimate, I think, O2DL's ability. And he just does the biggest call out in the world. That man just jumps up and says, hey, yo, you're done. Get off the sticks.
Oh, my gosh.
And
a
we
simple
see
overhead?
We see the Ghost starting to get a little bit loud. And I can tell you the Blaze aren't going to like that. The Blaze aren't going to like that. But right now, O2DL's in his element.
He's holding it
You
down,
gotta
Strix.
prove that you can take the dub here. I like how after each game, he leans back. He's got the master stance right now. He's contemplating.
Yeah,
okay, what's
Master
this people about to do?
Yeah, Master Splinter, but he jumped down from the rooftop like Leonardo diving into action with that overhead katana in that last round. O2 put some respect on his name. I love the fact. Now, this is a player that excels within our strategy category here in a fighting game, now taking out multiple players. Garto coming in. Let's see what Garto has, what it takes to take out O2 to God right now and die by the blade. Oh,
Gardo! I promise you, Gardo thought
kidding me?
he had that space. Gardo thought he had that spacing perfect. He thought he was good. You see him leaning and locking. He said, "I'll do it again. I'll do it again and do it again."
O2! Oh my gosh. O2DL dishing out L's for sure here. Now, Rejane sits down, potentially going to stifle O2's momentum. But here's the thing. O2 has not had a single life taken from him. He still has 2 lives, Strix. Goodness gracious.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. People sleep on O2DL. People legitimately, I think, sleep on him. He is since his rookie season, I feel like he has grown tremendously as a player. People don't necessarily know. I like the back dash. He whiffed. Oh, if he wins this, he said, "What are you doing? Don't play with me." He whiffed into a strike that took him low enough that finally loses a life. Rejane finally slowing down the steam. He had lost a life apparently.
Oh, okay.
And
That's what I
is
thought.
put in a position. I need you to go ahead swap stances. You can't do that in mid stance. I need you to go ahead. Thank you. Appreciate you.
There we go.
See now I'm on O2's side. People don't understand. Don't get how often people try to make bets like that, bro. Nah, play StarCraft. That man been working.
Yeah, man, that was fun. That was fun because that was definitely a sort of standout moment. We like seeing moments for each and every one of these players. Sometimes we don't, though. Sometimes we finish an entire match. And not that, a specific player didn't, play well throughout the evening. They could play exceptionally well, but not necessarily have a big moment. That was O2's moment right there, man. And it makes me happy to see that because he's a good guy. And, yeah, we love his gameplay around here. Oh, boy, that's a straight-up execution.
So, Paku in my opinion, did the dangerous way. So to perfect parry something, you have to both match the direction and time your parry correctly.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he tried to. Never mind. I like the patience there, but he tried to at the last second flick to deflect it and parry it. That's super hard to do. Thank you, Paku. Go ahead, lock it down. But guess what? Who's sitting there, locked down in the background behind Hollywood, wearing the championship hoodie.
Dang.
You see him locked in. You see him look over.
Okay. He's feeling good. Now it is cold there in the arena, which is probably why he has that hoodie on.
He's wearing. I need you to understand though. He got me earlier because I saw the hoodie. I was like, oh, it must be cold. And he's still wearing shorts.
Oh wow.
My man is comfortable. But you gotta have warm hands. Warm hands to play.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like the side step.
Look at the feet.
Footwork. The footwork.
Twinkle toes. Oh, but twinkle toes get slapped. Come on, Paku. Oh no. Look at Hollywood though. Hollywood wasn't even smiling from that. Like he's just locked in. Now we got Hollywood versus Lucci coming up for you guys right here. You can definitely see why we described this game the way that we did. It's very, very intense. As soon as the swords start getting thrown out there, it's just a matter of seconds, right? You see a parry here and there, maybe a parry or two, but typically speaking, by the time a third strike comes into play, somebody is dead on the floor. Now, both of these players have 2 lives. So it's been a couple of rounds since we saw an evened out sort of health pool, if you will. Let's see what happens. Lucci versus Hollywood.
Oh, not the little wink. Not Lucci hit the little wink into the Yo, Lucci, you gotta win. You can't hit the wink and then never mind. He said take the first one and he threw it up like it's just that easy.
Yep.
Hollywood now has to sweep with 1 life left, and that would be what I would expect from Hollywood. If Hollywood's looking for a win, Hollywood's gonna make it cinematic like his namesake. Trying to catch the whip. Nice delay.
Nice parry. Had he not blocked that second strike, that would have been game over. But no, they trade. No, Lucci ends up clutching it right there. Hollywood gets slapped. The Ghosts get another point on the board. Paku, sit down. It wasn't because of you. It was because of O2. O2 is the reason.
I don't think you understand. The fact that Lucci sat down, that man went, God, let me hit you a little wink. And then went, my man said, I already know this game over. O to the L did the thing. I'm just here to clean up.
Yep, that was good, man. That was good. Yep, now they're within 5. They have an hour left. It's definitely doable, guys. Just picture this, right? Imagine some of the games that we played. Some are faster than others, but typically speaking, even with a 4-minute setup, some of these 2-minute setups and what have you, think of it like 10 minutes per match. You have over an hour. You have an hour and 5 minutes. You need 5 wins. Even if it's a little over 10 minutes per matchup, you're able to actually make this comeback. So I think a lot of you guys at home would love to see that. I personally would. You know, I don't want commentators curse here, but maybe we see a comeback from Ghost Strix. Let's get some energy in here. We got Street Fighter coming up. Both of these teams are capable on fighting games. We just saw that right there within Ghosts. Ghosts not only just won by Die by the Blade, they just won on Mortal Kombat 1 as well. The Blades have been performing well in some of the other fighters. Who do you think is going to be taking Street Fighter 6, man?
I have to, after their recent performance by the Ghosts, put my heart behind the Ghosts. I think that they have good fighters over there on the side of the Blade.
Okay.
But I do think that Tekken was more Blaze favored, whereas I do think that playing well and playing at their peak is going to be the Ghost side of things. Lucci has, again, shown magic time and time again this season. And then I think Paku's in a position with the most recent patch. One of the characters he's really enjoyed, Jamie, got some good buffs. So I'm hoping maybe he can show off a little bit. And we see a little Drunken Master style come out. But at the same time, hey, bro, he's hitting that one. You literally see him hit the one and then boom, hit the drink. And then go back to fighting. It's some of the most fun we see. And just, again, Mortal Kombat tells me that Big Bad MJ's been working on fighting games. I know that Brene also has some time. So they have O to the L has surprised people. They don't know about the Noel, the double guns and blades. He's done his thing, and the team across the board has people that play fighting games.
Yeah.
And I think Street Fighter is a game that rewards fighting game players through just fundamental play more than anything else. So we're going to have to see. Maybe the Blades can prove me wrong. Maybe Hollywood been cooking a little bit. Gardo, I mean, he's been cooking today.
Yeah.
So maybe he has worked on his Street Fighter as well.
Yeah,
I think
most of the players. I think most of the players have played a good bit of Street Fighter. I mean, you just look at the sales numbers for the game. Like Street Fighter 6 isn't just one of the most popular selling games of the last year or so. But okay, so we got Regen versus O to the L
to begin with. Okay.
To begin with here, but Street Fighter in general, man, it's one of the most successfully selling franchises in video game history. I believe it's in the top 20 in terms of total sales for video games of all time. Which is an indication that, listen, these players are good. If you're a fan of the FGC, you're going to play a little bit of Street Fighter. Okay. There's other games, right? Like I think Mortal Kombat 1, being popular here in the West, is a very popular game. MK1 didn't sell all that well, but Mortal Kombat in general tends to outsell those other games. So when we jump into the UEL lineup of 33 different games, you bet people have played a little bit of Mortal Kombat, a little bit of Tekken, and a little bit of Street Fighter. And you're going to see that on display right here. I think everybody at least knows a couple combo strings here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what players are going to be able to do. 30 seconds left on this timer, though. We have to get into game here shortly. And yeah, for most people,
I want calm, cool, kill somebody. No way, dude. No way.
The fighters are rolling. So we got the Akuma, which should be on the side. I believe OTL plays Akuma, if I remember correctly.
Akuma versus Ken.
Okay. We got the swings. Modern on one side, not on the other. But the drive impact came out. And then to the corner, used a lot of drive for that. Oh, I like the last second parry. He doesn't get it this time. My man said, yo, I'm impacting everything. Third impact is back once again. And now we get back into it. This is starting
with
to
the
happen.
jump over Strix. He was almost caught in the corner, but he's now out. Both these characters center stage, brother.
Ooh, did he block? He blocked it. Punish. Nice throw. There's going to be big damage. Now we got to find his opportunity. Ooh, leg, hot. Caught him with the jump. And now he's going to hit him with the super. That should close out the round.
Yep. Okay. All right.
And who moved? Who's moving? I need one of y'all to stand up. One of y'all is dead.
I know, right? It looks like O2. Yeah.
Rajane that went down. Wanted to confirm. Now, importantly here, compared to Tekken, you mentioned it back then, you do not get your full health bar back. You get a little bit. You get some dependent on time. So O to the L has to beat his next opponent if he wants to continue this streak.
Yeah, he got a little bit of health left. All it takes is maybe, one or two hit confirms to sort of level this thing out. O2 looks good, though, man. Jade going in next here against O to the L. We just saw him perform very well on Die by the Blade. Can we see him take out two players yet again? Die by the Blade and then Street Fighter? Say it ain't so, strict. But we might just see it right here. Depends on if he's able to get a little bit of that pressure. It's just difficult against this particular character in Lily because of the actual size of the hitbox on those field hockey sticks. They also have 360 degrees of a hitbox when she does some of those spinning maneuvers. Ooh, but O to the L struggling and ends up getting dropped right there.
He didn't have a whole lot of health, but he did find a couple of hits. Everybody else managed to get a couple of hits. He was playing Akuma, so low health. But now we get to see the man go Lucci himself. Lucci Sama sitting down on the stick, playing his Zangief. We're going to go ahead and get locked in. I do want to make a correction to you because I know Paku. I said Jamie. I mentioned Zangief. But I forgot that the SNK GOAT himself is Paku. Loves him some KOF. So now that Terry from King of Fighters, City of the Wolves, is in this game, he is a Terry main. Okay. So that left side should be good. And this is what always happens. Jade looking like he's ready to swing, ready to continue to perform as he has been all day and find opportunities. But Zangief is a big boy, and when you get hugged,
with the power bomb in the corner. I love seeing this momentum, though, from Jade. He's been, highlighted pretty much all night. He needs to get out of this corner. Zangief has tons of damage, but he is stuck right now. He has a big body, but that's also a big hurt box. And Lily with these field hockey sticks, putting in work. Gotta be careful. Maybe this can confirm his age.
Lucci's gone. Lucci's dead.
Lucci
Jade said, I may be a rookie. Yo, hold the win. I don't want your hugs.
Dang. Just fell right on top of him. Cracked his back. And Jade pulling out a pretty clutch win right there over Lucci. He's got to be feeling good after that, man.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Get his get back from Die by the blade. He had to.
Oh, we got
Now
E-Honda.
E-Honda. Yeah. Now
Patty
this is
cake,
another
patty cake.
scary character. We got MJ here on the modern Honda. Make sure you get your hands up, everybody. Get ready. As
Hands
Matt
up.
said, to play patty cake. Because when he gets started, it gets bad real quick. He jumps in.
Boy.
Your
Clapping.
hands. Ooh,
Clapping.
ooh,
Oh,
perfect.
no. Oh, no. Okay, MJ's feeling good. Never mind. MJ knows what he's doing. So you got MJ followed by Bernay and Paku. Maybe Blaze struggles. I don't know. But we got Garto sitting down right now. Garto definitely knows how to play this game. So he's going to be feeling himself when it comes to this. Let's see what happens, man.
Yeah. So Garto is going to be on the Akuma himself. So again, everybody at home, Akuma's that glass cannon, a lot of damage. But if you touch him 2-3 times, he's going to die pretty quick to a solid combo. What I want now out of the side of MJ in this matchup, because Gardo been killing it all day, so I expect Gardo to kill it. But what I want to see him do is to get that super kick.
Bro.
Okay, he's locked in.
He bullied
locked
him.
in and ready to play.
Oh, he's
locked
bullied
in
him.
and ready to
MJ,
play.
don't do him like this.
I love
Let
to
him
see.
breathe.
He's got every call. This should be death. Spend it. Spend it.
No
He doesn't.
way.
He said, I don't need to. The throw. Now
Good
you're in
read,
the
though.
corner.
He went for a neutral jump into a grab, and that was read by the likes of, Garto slept. Oh, no, and then he squat on top of him. No.
He lectured. You imagine getting squat on Houston up there. Yo, why you even do that? Why you swing? Why you stand up? Why you look at me? What is this conversation we're having right now? You could have just walked away.
You see the way he shoved him at the start of that round, bro?
Yo, back up.
Yeah, into the
You gotta
locker.
reevaluate your life because they picked you up, right? You weren't expecting that. You was expecting.
I know,
a push.
man. Yup. Just big brothered him. Is what that was. 5 seconds away from a wedgie. Is what that was at the start of that round. Nonetheless, he's feeling good right now. He's got a smile on his face. You can see MJ, guys, in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Now against Napkin in the top left. Napkin looks a little nervous. He looks nervous.
This is my. I haven't seen. I don't think Napkin play Street Fighter yet this season.
Okay.
And I'm wondering what he's gonna look like. Cause I have confidence in Napkin. Like again, he's a player that when I first met him and kind of like was chatting and like found out he was a fighting game player. A lot of big expectations. Make sure we get these buttons right. Make sure everything's where we need it to be. The DJ is an interesting option. Very fast character, very tricky character, but he's got to pick these fireballs well. I'm hoping that he's ready for this jumping. As someone that has played a modern Honda, once they get started, your life is not fun.
Yep.
Okay, we could have gotten more. He just waited for the throw. He said, "I know you're gonna block this."
Okay.
And now Napkin begins his opportunity, looking for a chance to put a little bit more pressure on. And the punch is coming out. Here we go. He's starting his offense, and now he's waiting for the jump in because he knows it's coming. And into the super, this should kill. Napkin's done, I'm pretty sure.
Nope.
This is level 3. He put the controller down and watched the cinematic himself. That's crazy.
Picked him up and threw him. Strix. We got MJ out here just bullying him. Again, just popping a squat, talking smack. He's feeling good, smiles on his face. Do we see him knock out Hollywood? Is this the end right here? Hollywood, the last player on the bench for the Blaze, on that Kin player. MJ still has about 80% health. Look at him walking down the likes of Hollywood. Hollywood, fight back. Don't let us see this again. Oh no, hit confirm into almost this full combo. 12 hits. Now he goes for the grab mix up, sits on top of him, but he catches an uppercut. Hollywood fighting back, getting a little bit of chip damage in here and there. It's not going to be enough, though. The patty cake prankster getting ready to show up as Hollywood has his back to the corner, lands the jump in and the full combo. Ooh, he doesn't spend it.
He said, "You
there it is.
Talk to the hand." Hey, yo, Papa Squat. Papa Squat. He threw it up. Hands. Done. He killed 2 in Mortal Kombat, and he just killed 4.
Yep. Oh, he plays fighting games. That's for sure. He plays fighting games. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, the Ghosts can hold their own, and I feel like in any of these categories. From the sports game, I mean, listen, the Blaze forfeited NCAA to them. They held their own in FIFA. They stole a game in NHL earlier. So when it comes to these sports games, they're kind of doing their thing. Racing games, I'm trying to remember how well they've performed.
Look, they were the most entertaining. Oh, to the L and Forza is still the highlight.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious.
It was cruising.
Yeah, but what are the other racing games that we've played? I mean, Need for Speed ended up.
Ejected was put back.
Yeah, that was tough to watch. But what about Formula 1 and Forza? I'm trying to remember who took those.
Formula 1, I believe, was a forfeit from the Ghost because Hollywood was no. No, yeah, they did. They forfeited after the first lap. Remember, Hollywood set up in second place. So that was the forfeit.
Okay,
and then the Blaze have done a really good job in these racers actually all day today.
Yeah, and the reason, so the reason I wanted to mention that is like they've been able to sort of hold their own a little bit in a lot of these categories. Racers, they've struggled. But I think racers is one of those things, man, if you can understand sort of the mechanics of how these racers operate, it's just practice. It's just repetition as opposed to like as much of there is like map knowledge and just environmental awareness, power weapon spawns and stuff like that within shooters. Racers are a little bit more like fundamentally easier to understand. So that's something they can definitely practice. Brother, if they were to put in some work, I feel like on shooters, Ghosts would be a really, really formidable team because clearly they're capable of putting in work here on these fighting games.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Now I'm looking at OTLs on the right side of your screen with the guns, and on the other side of your screen, you do have the side of Napkin. Napkin, if you watch this back, I got high expectations for the Kokonoe play. All right,
Okay.
I want to see that improvement. I know you've been working on it. On the side of O to the L, keep doing what you've been doing, bro.
Yeah,
this Noel is
doing.
a pain. A pain.
Mm-hmm.
In the box to deal. She be behind you, in front of you, above you, below you. Every time you're like, "What you doing?" Shooting. That's all you need to know. She's shooting at the
I
same
like that, man.
time and everywhere. So we have to see this button check. Looks like it's good. Looks like everything's been handled. So here we are starting.
Man,
it starts out. I like the placement into this pressure, immediate burst, and now O to the L is starting his pressure, looking for his opportunity, and this is going to be big. I like. He immediately looked for his chance to jump up and to take a hit, but O to the L is considering and starting his offense. Ooh, overhead. Ooh,
My favorite character to watch. My favorite character to watch. The down spike with the gunshot into the double blasters. The Max Payne being optimized right here for the likes of O2. Absolutely clapping right now across the stage. Can he be stopped? I doubt it. It's not happening. He's got him locked into this corner. A little bit of chip damage and grab. The grab simply is just a mix-up, guys. He was throwing out some inputs, throwing out some combo strings, decided to cancel that combo string into a neutral grab in order to clutch the round. It's not looking good right now for Nap.
I think he's starting to figure it out. I always say, again, in Blaze Blue, it's a canon event. If you play the game, you got to get hit vortex,
right?
Even by this character Noel. There's so many different hits, so many different opportunities. You just need to know when it is your turn. Napkin now electing to play from distance and uses his own projectile, this fireball, which he can pull to this gravity well that he creates called a graviton. Now trying his best to just keep him out, but both sides have low life, and OTL found his hit. He's backing up. He has his burst, so if he does get touched, he will have a chance to fight again. And here we go. OTL, if you confirm this in the super, I think this will do it.
No!
Game one to OTL. One hit. He does it again. He does it again.
No, Strix. He had that hot pocket on the hip, that microwave. No, Strix. Listen, O2's not going out like that, bro. I love it, man. First game goes to O2. Now, this is a best of 3, correct? So he's got to get one more win in order to clutch the victory for the Ghosts. Now, Napkin came alive there at the end of that round. Maybe he's starting to understand his rhythm a little bit and starting to download O2. So maybe we see a little bit of a comeback here. Closely contested in that second round. Nonetheless, O2 clutched it. Was able to maintain that pressure. I think the combo strings that we're seeing out of O2 are better, but Napkin is reading O2 more effectively, just not getting as much damage output. He's using more of his toolkit, right? With the zoning tools we talked about, the gravity well, the fireball, things like that. But his combo strings haven't been as optimal as O2's are.
We'll find out what's going on here. Is that the round or what is happening? No, didn't affect gameplay, so we're getting into it. I think there was some conversation about a button check, maybe something off. They were trying to figure out exactly what's going on. But it looks like Napkin has kind of figured out what he wants to do, setting up these gravitons and using his fireball to create kind of these impassable areas. But it doesn't matter if you make it impassable, because OTL said, I'm going to find a way. You gonna hold these shots.
Yeah, he's gonna hold that whole magazine. Yeah, Blicky Stick's on sale right now, and Noel is the market runner right now, getting him stuck in the corner. More damage output, one more hit confirmed from a victory. Dives in with a down spike to combo finish. Strix, who is this guy? O2's been slept on all day. In the last 3 games, has come out of nowhere to clutch a bunch of matchups for the Ghosts.
I think this is something that's really underrated about, like, the UEL locks in on one specific thing about a player, one specific instant, and sometimes I feel like they miss growth as it happens time and time again. I'm watching, nice job by Napkin here. He needs to fight back. He doesn't have any more rounds. He doesn't have any more time. I'm asking for near perfection, but that throw comes out to stop his offense, stop the graviton from being utilized to start any offense. And I think Napkin just making the decision to try to put him under pressure. But I'm saying everything needs to be a straight up block string or frame. You can't give OTL any opportunity here, because if you give him any room, he is going to press, he is going to shoot, and he's going to look to kill you, as he might just do in this moment. Overhead lands, hits the combo. The burst has to come out. Are we just going to super? Yup. Just super.
Oh my gosh, he's close.
He does it again.
Oh! Goes, okay. This would be so clutch by Napkin. The understanding of those. It's going to be too tough, man. At 360 degrees of a hitbox right there on the side of that particular character, Noel, and he knows it. When those guns are shooting in front, they're shooting from behind, they're shooting at all different angles. He gets caught. Strix 0-2 with a great moment here at the UEL over the last 3 matchups. Man, I got to tell you, if I was a fan watching right now on Twitch, on YouTube, on TikTok, Instagram, and any of the places that we're streaming this broadcast, I in particular have had a lot of fun sort of growing my fandom for some of these players. O2 has stood out a ton tonight. Here's the irony, right? The 2 tier 5 players from Jade and O2 have been my 2 favorite players of this entire game. It's been a blast, man.
They chose a scientist to throw hands. Lucy out here with the prophecy, bro. That's insane. But yes, I think that's the fun part about the UEL. The UEL has a lot of people joining, coming in, and there's a lot of new personalities. A lot of people having fun. And you get the chance to just see people in their element, right? Like, all of these players now, this is the last game of the season. We're halfway through December. Bro, let me just have some fun. Let me just have some fun playing some games.
And that's what we saw a little bit from the side of the Blaze, right? Anytime they jump into a shooter, they are clearly having fun. We saw Jade sort of vibing with some of his music earlier and what have you. Big smiles on their face the entire time. And then we jump into some of these fighting games, whether it be Mortal Kombat, Die by the Blade, now jumping into Blaze Blue and so forth. Listen, that's sort of the Ghost comfort zone. If they can sort of make a correlation between those genres with some of the other ones, start finding that synergy and sort of that positive momentum that we see displayed on their faces when they're playing this. We saw O2 and some of his teammates coming up behind him and shaking his shoulders when he got 3 people eliminated on Die by the Blade. I mean, that's the type of vibe that you want to catch, at least on a couple of games of every genre here on the wheel. So, although they are trailing still by 4 games, I think they've caught a vibe here, and they still got 45 minutes left on the in-game clock.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see Lethal League Blaze being the next game. Could be. They need to take this victory here, though, and continue this momentum around. I can see a path. I can see a road to a victory. Jade jumping up the wall, getting some speed, looking for the ball to come down. Is the only person on this side, so should be able to pick it up for his team and get himself started to a new lap. Tosses up to Mr. Gardo. And Gardo is off to the races. He's broken 2 gates and unfortunately ends up getting tackled there. And these players are trying to build up some momentum.
I haven't mentioned this yet. This is going to be a Blaze win, 100%. Hollywood is beyond good at this game. Jade and Garto are going to try to aid him as much as possible, but expect a full court basket from Hollywood at some point during this match. Even if listen, I don't want to curse the match. Even if the Ghosts are comfortable, I don't know if they're Blaze comfortable on this game. We'll have to see, though. We're seeing a little bit of them throwing hands right now. They're the orange team. The Blaze, ironically enough, is actually on the blue team. But just keep track of where these players are. Again, this is sort of a roller derby meets basketball type of game, guys. They're on roller skates going around this roller rink with glass walls. Because they're on roller skates, this game has a very interesting sort of physics to it. This is Garto with the ball. He's going to pass through this gate. I think he's giving it to Hollywood to potentially go for a full court shot, and he lands it. I called it in real time, Strix. It happened. Full court. What are we doing?
I'm looking at the goals. You gotta watch some VODs. I need a goalie back there. I think a player was trying to get back in time, but there was no one in the position to just stop that shot from range.
He's got the samurai outfit on. That means he's jumped on here, completed a battle pass, and or purchased that skin because he actually loves this game. Super, super comfortable as the likes of Hollywood. You can see him getting shoulder checks and stealing the ball and going for uppercuts, jumps, passes to his teammate. This is what I'm talking about. And he just did a slingshot maneuver off of his teammate. His game sense, awareness, and capabilities on Roller Champions is absolutely insane. And the reason you see them, guys, sort of surfing the edges of these glass walls, like you saw right there, the higher they get on that wall, the more momentum and speed they can pick up going down it. So that's why they're doing sort of this serpentine action that you're seeing Hollywood perform here. That's sort of the purpose of that, if you will. There we go. Look at the way that he's just slingshotting.
They're working so well together. Like, this is a game that also rewards teamwork, I feel like. And the Blaze are doing a great job. I love the decision to reverse the direction he's going. Don't be a part of the crowd. Go another direction. Ball's up in the air. The Blaze come down with it. They get one.
Oh, no
and Hollywood
way.
just said, hey, I'll do it myself. Don't
Did
even worry about it. I
Hollywood
got
just score that goal as he was getting shoulder checked? Let's see here. Grabs the ball, throws it. Yeah, throws it as he got hit. Another almost full court shot. Does a little bit of a dive through the goal just to be fancy, just to kind of celebrate. Rub it in, if you will. Great job coming out of Hollywood. That's why I mentioned it, man. You know, it seems like after they get the point eligible, just give the ball to Hollywood. He's going to score that shot. Clearly.
Hollywood isn't trying to let them play the game, by the way.
No, absolutely not. I'm gonna say it like this: had they watched over the Blaze previous VODs and saw how well they played this game, I think they would have forfeited. To be honest with you, because that's how impressive he seems to be on this game. Now they're going for a huge point finish, guys. They already have 1 point available. They are trying to go through 2 more laser gates in order to secure a finish to this game. If they get this point right here, guys, the game is over. Oh, but it gets denied. Good clutch out of the likes of the Ghost. They're still in it, guys. We haven't even mentioned that yet. If you race 360 degrees around this roller rink, you get 1 point eligible. If you get around it twice without getting interrupted, not
the bounce shot. This is a bank shot. Hold on. Who hit the bank shot? I need to know. I need to know who hit the bank shot.
It's Garto. It's Garto.
Hold on, watch this. Everybody at home. Boom.
What? What in the world? I have never seen that before. Garto with a little bit of style right there on his score. But as I was saying, guys, if you race 360 one lap around this roller rink, you get 1 point eligible. If you get 2 laps without getting interrupted, you get 3 points eligible. And if you get a 3rd lap, you get 5 points eligible. So these teams have to be careful. 1 point isn't so bad. But if you let them get 2 complete laps, it's going to spell trouble. So if you're the Ghosts, right, what do you want to do in this situation? There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. You can try to go for single points. If I was them, I would be attempting to at least get 2 laps around this ring, score a goal, which will result in a 3-point, basically tie-up scenario where you would be tied, potentially taking this thing to overtime.
I'm trying to say, Hollywood said, Mom said it's not your time to play on the controller. I'm taking it away. I'm putting it. You don't get to play the game no more. No more roller champions for the Ghost. We're winning. We're ending the game. Gardo got his point. Now it's on me. They have to find some way to get some offense started. Their defense has been solid. They've gotten a few stops. They've gotten the ball. But it feels like they cannot start to play offense because exactly what happened there happens time and time again. Hollywood hit that first gate. He jumped back over. Now he's didn't manage to hit that one, but you got the ball back. So let's go back to step 1. start our offense, get that first gate, and don't let Hollywood catch your team. I'm gonna need somebody to attack.
Well, one of the things I'm seeing that I'd like to see the likes of the Ghosts switch up a little bit is MJ is playing down court, sort of further along on the roller rink itself in order to potentially set himself up for a pass. This point's going to be eligible. He's going to turn. Oh, he's actually not going to go for the score. I think they're going for the finish here, guys. They're going to continuously race around this roller rink. They still got the ball. This is going to be Hollywood going for a potential full court shot here, guys. Get ready for it. Oh, no, not a full court. He's just going to slam dunk it. He whiffs, but then he shoots it backwards and finishes the game. He was a little worried right there. You can see him stress a little bit.
For a split second, he had a smile across his face, like, okay, we got to make sure everything is good here. All right, no problem. They secure that, go up to 14, reestablish a 5-point lead, going in the Lethal League Blaze. It'll be Lucci versus, I'm gonna say Pac. Lucci versus Pac.
Yeah, 2 sports games. Lethal League Blaze, another one of those like not awkward by any means, but sort of alternative sports games, just like Roller Champion says. I want you guys to think of a platform fighter similar to Multiverses or Super Smash Brothers. The character portraits will be on the screen, and you'll see 3 lives below each one of those portraits, or in the FGC, they're called stocks, okay? So each character is going to have 3 stocks. It's going to be 2v2 action. One team, I believe, is... Well, sometimes they can be multiple different colors, but one team's going to be red, one team green or yellow, something along those lines. There's going to be a volleyball that gets dropped onto the stage, okay? And instead of using fists and kicks and headbutts to damage your opponent, your goal is going to be to hit that volleyball towards your opponent, because if it hits them, it takes away health. The more times this ball gets struck, the more damage it's going to do, because the faster it's going to be going. So it becomes really difficult to sort of gauge, your hand-eye coordination, guessing the trajectory at which the ball is coming, because you can try to go to hit the ball, but if you whiff that hit, you then are going to be struck by the ball and probably eliminated. So players have to be really careful. There's a lot of really interesting strategies when it comes to Lethal League Blaze, and you're going to see some of that unfold here in just 30 seconds.
Can't wait to see it. And we have Regine and Napkin going in, and it's actually Bernay Lucci.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. I like that.
I just thought about, are the fighting games exhausted for today? I think we played all of them.
Yes, other than some of the opposite categories, I believe, right? Like we still have Checkmate Showdown, which is a little bit of a fighting game, but it is within our strategy categories. I think we've used them all.
That's crazy. I just thought about it because I was like, oh, we saw Street Fighter finally. Wait, that's everything. That means that this wheel is becoming tighter and tighter in a few decisions. I know the Ghost... It's probably crap.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that should be a pretty clear Ghost victory. But here we go. Yellow is the Ghost. Red is on the side of the Blaze, and the Blaze have control of the ball. I like the quick deflection into a quick double kill. We see Lucci starting to talk.
Yep. He's feeling good, man. This might be a double-digit win. You can see those stocks getting depleted at the top of your screen, health pools otherwise. Oh, there it is. I think they tied it up. I think the Blaze, Blaze just tied it up. It's now 2 lives, everybody on your screen. I think the strategy that we're sort of seeing on display right now is maintaining pressure on the actual spike of the ball. So instead of letting that ball go, you want to continuously spike it as often as possible right outside of that sort of character animation of the spike occurring. They're just basically all collapsing on top of it, trying to get that initial secondary strike on it. That's what you're seeing.
Yes, and for people at home, if you want to pay attention, that little boombox at the very bottom of the screen will actually tell you when the ball has to be released. So these players are able to time their strikes and get their opportunities to get the playback. That's why you see everybody jumping up, trying to get that timing right. But if you mess it up, you can see exactly what happens. Candyman goes through the wall, and I only mentioned it because if you aren't ready for it, it's like, oh, well, Lucci's going to hit the wall and come back to me. No, bro, it's already behind you.
I love that. I actually didn't know that about the actual boombox itself. So that creates a little bit of like sort of a mix-up or a mind game with regards to when the ball is going to be released. That way you can't just continuously jump up and hit it, countering your opponent and going back and forth. So I actually really love that. Thank you for that input, Strix. Nonetheless, man, you can see them in the corner cam of that last match. Bernay and Lucci vibing right now as they just picked up on
picked up a beautiful win here. I think we're having a technical difficulty. We'll go ahead and get everything handled and put back together. But they were able to pick up that win, which is really good. It bodes well for their chances to come back and get another possible victory. It's 10-14. This is 4 points in 30 minutes, both timeouts. The Ghosts just need a little bit of help from the wheel and some good team play, and I think they'll be able to find their opportunity. And don't worry, we're just recharging Matt's batteries. We'll be back in 1 second. Sit pretty and hold with us. Now, 2K25 is next. Lucci, Big Bad MJ being up versus Hollywood and all right, people. Go ahead, grab the popcorn. Go ahead, grab the popcorn, put the kids to bed. The kids can watch this if you want. This should be some good 2K action. We play 2v2 Blacktop here, and we play with all the legends and all the players available. That means you'll see the likes of anybody from Dr. J, Julius Servian, Wilt Chamberlain, all the way up to your favorite modern day players. We do it is Blacktop, so it's 1s and 2s as opposed to 2s and 3s. Points to shift over a little bit, and it's going to be whichever team scores the most points or hits 21 first. We do have a timer. We usually go to timer. We'll keep you updated on that. Don't you worry too much. I'm really excited for this because at the end of the day, it is a tremendous amount of fun. And these are some really good 2K players. Big Bad, I mean, his name is Big Bad MJ. Let's start there, right? Big Bad MJ is a top tier, an amazing player. I think I hear a voice from the floor, from beyond the veil. Possibly. We will have AV jumping in here for a second.
Yeah,
I think as we go ahead and get into this 2K. Welcome. I saw Lucci getting loud there. What was Lucci shouting?
Lucci,
during that
before
last
the game
game?
even got started, Lucci already said that he could do it himself. He didn't need help.
Somebody give me the Spider-Man mask. It's time to go, Lucci, bro. Pull the mask down. Lock in.
Oh.
They're not ready for it. I'm trying to tell you, they're not ready for it.
No, they're not, and I think that this is going to end up being get back for the Ghosts, especially with MJ being one of the ones that are going in.
That makes sense. I think Big Bad MJ is who I'm really expecting, and for a long time on his tenure on the Bandits, Lucci was also one of their sports core players. So I do expect the two of them to be able to come out here and perform. But he's going up against the likes of Hollywood. Hollywood, a known facilitator as well as shooter in this 2K, and then Regine, he knows how to play some 2K. I could try to glow. He's just good at the end of the day, so I'm expecting him to put out a good show. There we go.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like what's happening is that right now with Hollywood and Rejay being the ones that are in, I feel like that is a stronger combination than MJ and Lucci. Because I feel like with Lucci, he's a good, like, he plays like those weird games. Like he's great at Lethal League Blaze and he's great at some of the fighters, but like it's just like Lucci in a sports game. I don't know, man.
I don't know, bro. I
can't see it.
I need you to understand. Chat, are you with me? Is it Lucci? Hope on this Blaze victory. Blaze victory. Let's see what we're getting in. We're getting into a button check here, and we're going to be making sure everybody got the shots. They got every little thing they want to be able to do, be able to finish up, and be able to see here. We're jumping in, and we will see what this game has in store. I am going to be expecting some good gameplay. This is the fun part. We get a little bit of downtime while everything gets set up, and we'll get the names and get who's playing what. So we are going from here. So Carl Malone, Hollywood, pick a player that is not 5 times your age, Hollywood. Pick a play. He played Pistol Pete. Now he's on Carl Malone. Who started this? Karl Malone and Kevin Durant is going to be the side of Regine, and then Jason Tatum and Embiid will be the side of the GOAT. So Hollywood on Karl Malone, Regine on KD, Lucci on Tatum, MJ on Embiid. We will see. So that means the dark colored jerseys are the side of the Blaze. and the light colored jerseys will be the side of the Ghost. We got to see who's going to be able to take this victory. We're going to be able to see here and now. And a quick step there from Regine. He's got a backcourt. Go ahead, give the ball back, and we will see who's able to take a possible victory. Let's see. All right, ball is impounded, and we are going. I like the quick pass there. MJ looking to make his play, backing down, using his size, getting some space. Lucci, quick pass, shot doesn't land, passes back out. I want them to work the ball back together. Keep doing plays together. You don't want this to become a single game. They both want to double team. They said Lucci can't make that, and I guess they're right in this instance. Lucci went ahead and whiffed that shot. AV might have been on point with his opportunity. His call there that this might just be a more potent duo. Karl Malone pulls up from three. I'll be able to. Older Karl was there, but he's doing his thing. Once again, Embiid backing down Jason Tatum. I think we might end up seeing some rim running because neither side has found their shot just yet. But the dunk from Big Bad MJ to take the lead for his team is going to be huge. Karl Malone, Lucci, you're jumping line. I just want the hands up. Some defense. Kevin Durant for three. It's clean. It's good. And this is the scary part about Hollywood. Hollywood can play that offensive scorer if he needs to for his team, but he's more impactful a lot of times as a facilitator. Lucci does it hit? He does. He answers for two of his own, putting his team up on the points once again. Now the Blazers have their opportunity to answer. Hollywood with the ball, doing a few dribble moves, starting to push his way in, backing down Lucci. Is Lucci going to be able to make a play? Is he just going to force him out? I think they're looking for a bigger player, trying to get a mismatch. He gets a 2v1, kicks back to Hollywood. Top of the key, the ball does not land. He's slightly early with his shot. And here we go. MJ drives in, and it looks like he went to throw the ball to Lucci. Got to be a little bit safer. They fix the play. They figure it out. Let's kick it back. Let him do it again. Lucci came in here for an easy two to go up by 2 points. This is now fully in the control of the Ghost as a possible win, but don't count them out. We already saw 1-2 came out. I just need them to hold to their defensive assignments. MJ's got to kind of try to trust Lucci a little bit here. As long as they're only within one, if you keep making their point, you should be good. Lucci pulling. Looks like Hollywood over. Hollywood never committing outside of the key. And he took that shot. He doesn't make it. This allows the opportunity for the side of the Blazers to get back in here. Hollywood runs the baseline, puts up a shot, doesn't end up going in, so they aren't able to capitalize off the mistake. Make sure you clear the ball. MJ, I want you to take a little bit safer of a shot next time you get an opportunity. Lucci completely open on the perimeter, drops it down, makes it a 3-point lead for the side of the Ghost. The Ghosts are saying we want our opportunity. We think we have a potential win, but the Blaze can't stop them. Their shots aren't landing. There isn't an opportunity. 5 of these 6 points have now come from the side of Lucci. AV, I thought you were right, but right now it seems like Lucci Mania has taken full control. If he hits it, there it is. I need you to have it. I need you to see it. I need you to feel it. Lucci is on fire right now in this game of 2K, keeping his team in the game. The Ghost players are doing everything in their ability to keep this game going down. 3 minutes left. Hollywood tries, and guess who's on fire now? Big Bad MJ with the block. Go ahead and reset. The ball went out. You get another opportunity, Blaze, but I need y'all to go ahead and keep up. You got to get better. You got to pick up. You got to do something. And we have to see what we're able to do. They finally answer back. They get a point on the board at least. And here we go. Lucci pulls him in, and he kicks it back over to Big Bad MJ, who kicks it back to Lucci, who drops another one. That's 10 points. Uncontested. Everybody. You asking where Lucci is? Lucci's on your forehead. Right now, in this moment, Lucci is on your forehead with these points. Another score by the Blazers. They're doing their best. I need them to stop just trying to pick up the drive. This is a game far more about stopping the perimeter shot. You left Lucci open again. What do you think is going to happen? Another 2 points. Hollywood, I get it. You may not think Lucci is that great of a player, but he has proven time and time again that he is going to make this shot every time you give him space. You have to stay here. I need more perimeter defense. Thank you. Don't drift away. But now you let Big Bad MJ have the 1v1. That's what he wants. You ever see what happens when you give MJ a chance? You kick it back. They feel the pressure. They feel like Regine is going to have to start hitting some twos. They have to start catching up. They can no longer really wait and just take 1 point. Hollywood, if you competent pull, Hollywood pulls, and he's still not able to land the shot. Lucci steps back. He takes his time. Lucci is fully comfortable. The ball doesn't land, but MJ's there for the rebound and the putback. That puts us up to 14 to 5 points now. All day, we've been looking for an opportunity for someone to make a chance. 1 minute is left, and 1 minute before another point appears, Lucci's feeling confident. The fact he's willing to put it up there, misses and says, I'm down to take it again. Get a little bit of space, take the shot, doesn't land. Blaze, this is where you can start. He's not chasing you. This is an open shot. It goes in 7 to 14. You got to start stealing the ball. Blaze, I need you to show some life. But right now, with a minute left, 30 seconds, they can just hold on to the ball. Big Bad MJ just dunks it, puts another one down. 8 points, 30 seconds. Are you Tracy McGrady? Show it to me right now. Show me. Can you put it down? Boom. That's 1 point. You gave the ball back to them. They can hold it for 40 seconds. I'll be honest. This is the issue. This is the issue. They can just hold it for 40 seconds. They don't even need to shoot it. But I think Lucci might want to prove a point. Ooh, the lightning launch comes out, kick over, and beat in the corner. And the Ghosts have taken the point. It's a 4-point game, 3-point game, y'all. It's a 3-point game.
Yeah, 3-point game. And Lucci definitely proved me wrong. You were absolutely right when you were commentating there. I was not expecting Lucci to be as good as that. And to beat both Hollywood and Regine is crazy.
I'm trying to, it's one of those things that I'm just trying to, bro, I know that a lot of players, and I'm standing on this, I think there have been a lot of amazing players this season. I think this is the hardest season to pick a most improved player. But from the moment I played the first game of this season, personally, I realized how locked in Lucci was for this season, for being able to try to show off and to perform. And time again, I've watched people start to doubt him, and he comes out, performs. But now Ejected Rivals is back. Remember, top of this game, the Blaze won RPS. They had control of this game, rolled. They put it back when they could pick who they wanted to go in. If this is another forfeit, that's another point going to the side of the Ghosts. But instead, they have to play it here, and we are on the final race. Crash Team Racing coming up next. The big question is Hollywood available? If he is, I think that's a great game and a happy win out of the side of the Blaze. You probably just forfeit that if you are on the side of the Ghosts. Save yourself some time and keep on playing. Hope that you can trade it for StarCraft at some point. Paku doing a barrel roll as Gardo chases him down. Gardo hitting the wall. Neither side going for the shortcut. And now we have to see who's going to be able to take a possible win. They're zooming. They're fighting. And Gardo is just trying to stay in Paku's rear view. Paku feels comfortable after that first little bump. He ends up jumping a little bit early, realizing he's going to contact the wall. He's not going to touch there, maybe looking for an early reset for a better launch, but that gives Gardo the initiative, Gardo the lead in this game, and now he's chasing from here. You got to make sure you hit all of these circles. If you don't, you will fall behind. Paku's a little bit wide now, cuts back. And now he is chasing Gardo. That's who he has to catch if he wants an opportunity to take a win. Gardo had a clean section there, and Paku low on fuel is going to have to really manage it perfectly if he wants to get through this entire section and start to catch up. But Gardo isn't even on the mini-map. He's pulled away. I have to wonder just how much time has he lost. We see him there in the distance. You got to watch it. The hand clips him. Can he recover? He missed, though. He missed the circle. He finally got it, though. It turned blue. I don't think he realized the circle in front of him turned blue. He's lost a few more seconds, and now Paku is really playing catch-up. Here's the swap back. The canyon section could make or break the difference here as he zooms along. Nice turn. Doing a great job here, but Gardo has so much distance. I have to believe as he enters this canyon section, as long as he's clean, he has secured his team essentially 2 points. I can't believe if Hollywood is available, they're going to elect to play Crash Team Racing. So Gardo locked in, ready to go. Tier 1 Gardo is here to play. He ran out of fuel, though. He's not going to have enough to get up there. That's going to force a reset. This is your opportunity. Gardo, I just need you to reset. Let it end in this moment. You need the full reset. Paku, this is your moment. He's trying to go up. He's trying to get there. Oh, to the L is out of bounds, chilling, trying to get his moment to get up here as well. Can't get high enough to get on the bridge, trying to climb his way through the rocks. OJL's having some fun. Where on the other side, Weeping Jade is now past Haku, and it looks like this is going to be a first place finish for the Blaze. It's just a matter of which one of the two will complete the level. It's so scary walking up here. Jade flying into the last section, lands here, and has 2 more gates as Gardo crosses it. That's a Blaze victory, a Blaze win. They go up by 5, possibly 4, possibly 5. Excuse me, my math's a little bit off, but they might just have sealed the game away with that victory. It might just put it too far.
Oh, they are already going off on. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh, the fact that AV was talking, it might be going off and said, hold on, and whoo, started running. The floor is getting hot. If you are not here in Fredericksburg, Stafford, Virginia area, I need you to go ahead and pull up. Even if you're not here, go ahead, catch a plane, catch a flight, pull up, join into the arena, catch the energy live yourself. I am excited for what's coming next. CTR is up, Hollywood's available. This is not a bad forfeit. I'm gonna be real with you. Go ahead, let it go. StarCraft comes up, you immediately get the point back. Because the Blaze don't play StarCraft. Now the Blaze might play StarCraft. With 17 minutes left, the Blaze might load up, and they don't care what's happening. They might just let this game occur, and we just have to see exactly what is happening here as we have the time continue to count down. There's only 50 seconds left. Not a whole time to get it set it up, but I have to believe that Hollywood saw CTR and went, oh, this is my free point. Let me keep on moving, keep on walking. And it is a Blaze setup. If they need to burn a timeout, they always can, but I don't think they're going to have to just yet. This game has been explosive. It's been unexpected. It has been very different. I am excited to see exactly what is going to come out of this game of UEL. These are 2 teams that are playoff caliber teams. I think that there needed to be a little bit more synergy, a little bit more work being put into the game. And in some cases, just some unfortunate losses. It comes down to your mistakes more so than your victories. I like both of these teams. I hope that they stay at least as a core structure together because I think they both have growth and can challenge some of those teams in season 10. It's going to be a beautiful showing. Chat, though, I'm going to turn to you. Video games do mean the world. They do mean a ton. And what I want to ask you, chat, who is your MVP for today? I know me and Matt, we've shared our opinions on who's good, who we think is great. But who, chat, do you think deserves MVP for both teams? Let us know in chat. Just because it's interesting to see who y'all view as those top tier players. Welcome back, Matt. It's always good to see you.
I missed you.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. You missed Lucci going off in 2K. He was draining shot after shot. They kept leaving him open, and he kept doing the little look like, you gonna leave me open and drain shot after shot.
I was listening the whole time. It
was quickly answered by the Blaze, though. And now MVP or CTR is up, and Hollywood's available. I was asking the chat about who their MVP was. Who do you think on each team has really stood out to you today?
Listen, major kudos to Garto for what has been definitely a tier 1 performance, I think, throughout the evening. But make no mistake about it, my 2 favorite players from today are the 2 tier 5 players, and the likes of Jade and O2. Both of them, I want to say Jade, I think within the first half was sort of my MVP of the first half, and then my MVP of the second half, again, another tier 5 player in the likes of O2. I don't think we got to see a lot of the strategy out of O2, potentially from StarCraft or specifically Checkmate Showdown. But when he jumped into those fighting games, man, he definitely held his own and sort of anchored the team with regards to just being able to really lock down one specific category. It was a ton of fun watching him and also seeing him, showcase a little bit of emotion throughout the evening. You know what I mean? He tends to be very focused when he jumps in. When we see him on those corner cameras, right? We don't tend to see a lot out of him, but he definitely broke out of that shell a little bit. Started getting animated, sort of flexing a little bit. His teammates coming up behind him and shaking his shoulders and what have you. So those are my 2 MVPs, man, just because I felt like they really put on a show. They weren't even just here to simply win the game. They were entertaining the viewers and us as the casters.
Hey, I can agree with you. I think I largely agree. I want to give Gardo a lot of credit. He really performed. I think there's a lot of question marks, but I think he's silenced a lot of those question marks.
Yeah.
The entire Blaze team, honestly. But Jade from top to bottom from that first game of Halo till now, I do have to go ahead and give it to him. I don't know. I
Yeah.
just think that he's killed it along the boards. And on the side of the Ghost, I mean, everybody's had their surprise. I think Lucci's up there. I think OCL's up there. But I think with almost 2 full sweeps, Imma give it to Big Bad MJ. He came out swinging in these
Yeah.
games. And it's time again proven that he is also a tier 1 caliber player with his skills and his ability.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Oh wow. We're
So things really were getting heated. It feels like on the floor, a lot of
Yeah.
energy. Maybe these two teams really, really, this is the
Wow,
thing.
maybe there's some real drama between these teams, like for real.
Maybe I have to tell you, it wouldn't surprise me. So you
Right.
mentioned earlier, right? As we have a little bit of downtime while we get the
Mhm.
CTR set up.
Yep. Say it, Strix. Listen,
Gardo,
for those of you at home,
Gardo
Strix
at home
also
has
is
been
a
a
player within the league
yes,
as well
yes.
as a caster, so
So
he has some insider information
I think
as
like
to what might be going down.
I think Gardo and Hollywood. First and foremost, Hollywood is always that play. Like
Okay.
Hollywood, and I'm not just going to give it to Hollywood. Like a lot of both Gardo and Hollywood both were on the Reapers, and the Reapers in general, they are a very talkative team. A
Yeah.
lot of them are talkative players.
True.
But specifically this season, Gardo, I think, has taken upon himself to be the bad guy of the league,
Okay.
which means he talks a lot,
Mhm.
and I think that has gotten to a lot of players, and his team and players around him can also feed off that. Hollywood can realize when you're getting irritated and knows how to poke the bear. So I think that like legitimately, if you come into the game, and be like, cool. Well, I talked to AV a little bit earlier. He was like, "Yeah, it's been very quiet out here."
Right.
No, the moment they know that this game is getting kind of close, all right, we're gonna start playing the mental game a little bit.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look over and start talking and yapping and just in general. And sometimes some players, look, we're all gamers, Matt. You and I are
Yep.
gamers.
We're competitive, man. You know what I
But at
mean?
a certain point, yap sometimes.
Mhm. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah. We're probably gonna get into Fortnite too. CTR seems to be a little bit more faster pace. We've seen some really, really quick matches in CTR. Let's see how this one. I haven't been particularly seen this track necessarily. Walk me through this one, Strix. Is this a relatively quick track? It seems like it might be.
Yes, it's a very simple track. It's pretty much just a standard racing track. It's one of the to me it's like the first shortcut most players when learning CTR can really get under their belt. You come around this first turn, you're going to be able to cut through some bulbs here and go up this hill, jump over it, and basically shave off an entire corner of the track. We'll see Hollywood in the top right do it right now. Comes over, slides back out, and now he's already on essentially the second half of his lap going forward. Hollywood out in first, trying his best to just not lose his drift at all and finish this game up as quickly as possible to get directly into that Fortnite and have some fun. Finishing his second lap, one more lap, and right now he's sitting on a turbo boost, by the way, just so you're aware. So unless some magic really happens,
right?
He's almost about to lap them on this map. They are finishing their second as he's finishing their third. We do play one map, so this is going to go ahead and sign, seal, and deliver the 5th point victory. This is why I legitimately said it might be worth the forfeit from the side of from the side of the Ghost, because when Hollywood gets started in CTR, you got to know immediately. You can beat him. If not, it's time to go ahead and move to the next game.
How ironic that we got word, guys, that there was a little bit of drama on the floor between Hollywood and MJ, and then Hollywood has to basically sit right back down, go into the next match. He ends up clutching it for the Blaze. So maybe we hear a little bit more trash talk. If it was me, I just got a dub over your team. I'm probably smack talking at least a little bit. So you might see some of that, Strikes.
Hollywood has that perfect energy, though, because he's not just going to start talking. He's going to do one that hits you with one of these. He's going to finish the game, and he's just going to look at you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now you mad? Like, all right, like, and are you gonna be the person to say something, or are you just gonna let it go? Because if you say something, he'll respond. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. We got to get the. Actually, I was gonna say we got to get these players mic'd up, but I like our Twitch channel, so I might go ahead and take a step back.
we might get in trouble for that, Strix.
We that might be you might catch even some of us. There's some time that legitimately, Matt, we in house and we want to be like, and you might just catch everybody wild in. But we'll get you that. Well, trust me, there are people taking on your suggestions, Chad.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Listen, no, I'm gonna shut this down right now. The people want a mic on the floor. Yeah, y'all don't know how to act. First off, and
that's true.
Get that? That is not happening. I got you. I'm spinning the wheel. Forfeit.
But
from Ghost for Fortnite.
Oh wow, forfeit from Ghost. So is that a confirmation? Game. Every single shooter has now. No, so it's Rainbow Six Siege. Rainbow Six Siege is the only game of the shooter category left.
Checkmate roll.
Checkmate roll. This is going to take us to the end of the night for sure.
This might be another forfeit. I think they're going to play the game they want to play at this point.
Yeah, unless what you'll see typically, like within the last 15 minutes, guys, for those of you at home, if there's a team that wants to practice a specific game that's left on the wheel, they'll intentionally forfeit a bunch of games because they know they've gotten the win, right? The Blaze hit that magic number of 17. The most wins the Ghost can get is 16. Time's running out. Let's go ahead and just forfeit a few games because we've already gotten the win. And let's play something that we know we need to practice. Typically speaking, teams tend to get rid of the games that kind of take a little bit of time, right? Let's just bring up a game that we can just knock out right quick within this last 7 minutes of the night. Checkmate Showdown, not one of those games. I mean, you're playing a full game of chess, but also a fighting game because it transitions from a chessboard into a 2D stage fighting game. But we might be seeing it played right here, Strix.
Yeah, I don't hear a forfeit being called. So unless the Blaze don't really care about giving up a point, just want to play something different.
Yeah. What though too? It depending on who is playing what specific pieces, this would be a great moment for MJ and Hollywood to come across each other. Can you imagine? Strix? That would be so hype. Now listen, guys, like a chessboard is set up, with the exception of the pawns, players in the back line of the chessboard are all allocated to one specific piece. So there's going to be a player on the king, the queen, the rook, the bishop, and the knight. Okay, 5 different pieces. That means that they're playing 2 separate pieces. Okay, so there's 2 knight, 2 rooks, and what have you, except obviously the king and the queen. Each player allocated to a piece. If his piece goes to get taken and or he goes to take another piece, the board will shift into a 2D stage fighter, and the 2 players that are on that piece will then have to fight each other in a really, really good 2D stage fighting game. And we love it. One of my favorite games, if not my favorite. I think it's the most unique game on the board, right? On the wheel, at least. And it's also a great time to sort of vent your frustrations, should we say, when some trash talk starts happening on the board. There's certain pieces, I would say, that have a little bit more of a toolkit at their disposal, right? The king, the queen, right? As opposed to, I would say, maybe the knight. But each one of these pieces are fully capable of beating the other. So even if you're playing, say, a rook in this game tends to play similar to king, right? On Tekken, where acts sort of like a grappler, as opposed to, I would say, the knight, which is utilizing some more zoning tools. 2 different play styles, but they can take each other out if they know how to play that particular piece, just like you know how to play a certain character on a fighting game. So I want to see MJ and Hollywood settle their beef right here and right now. Maybe not settle it, but maybe intensify it.
we might just have to see it with 1 minute and 32 seconds left.
Yeah.
We got to be finding out here shortly. Now, there is one other option.
What's that?
And this is the saddest option for me, to be honest. They could be waiting for this timer to get below 4 minutes. Go ahead and forfeit this game and close out our night. A lot of times at the end of the night, players are so tired.
You wouldn't do that.
Players, so I was raised by a sports parent. Oh, they playing? Okay, I love y'all.
Strix. Oh, Hollywood's up.
Yo, let's see what's going on. But I was raised by a sports parent, bro. You hustle to the final wheel.
Yeah.
You hustle to the final wheel.
Oh, Garto
for
and
Big
Hollywood
T.
dancing, bro.
What they want to see. We're gonna need to hear a double forfeit real quick. Forfeit.
Yeah.
Go ahead
We'll
play
see.
StarCraft. I appreciate you, Hollywood. Thank you. Now it looks like they're playing. Chat. Looks like that.
You know what you could do is if both of them were familiar with the game,
Somebody
you could have
forfeited.
both MJ. Oh, really? Is that going to be it?
Forfeit Ghost.
There it is.
Timeout from Blaze. Are we actually playing?
Oh my gosh, there's 3 minutes.
Ghost. Midnight Ghost. All right, cool. So we are going to be moving into. They want Siege. I think that they might be looking for FF. Like that's going to be the game. That's going to be everything signed, sealed, and delivered. We're going to be getting
18 to
everybody in
11.
here for a post-game interview. So please stick around. Please stick around. Matt, it's been an amazing.
Dude, it has. Listen, I mean, at the start of tonight, guys, just to recap what all has sort of unfolded throughout the evening, the Blaze went up 2-0 relatively quickly. And then just when we thought the Ghosts might be sort of folding to that pressure, they got 2 wins of their own. So then they tied things up 2-2. At that point, I think we sort of felt like this game was going to be super close moving into the night because we saw some surprise performances from both of these teams, in particular earlier on in the night, though. Garto definitely locking it down, holding his own. Hollywood playing exceptionally well. But Jade on the side of the Blaze was playing exceptionally well for a tier 5 player. So he started to make a difference early on. When they were tied up 2-2, all of a sudden Blaze started taking it away. They started racking up win after win after win. Occasionally the Ghosts would get a cheeky win here and there, but typically they were about 5 or so wins above the Ghosts from really early on. Then at one point, right around halftime, the Ghosts created this shift in momentum. You had players like O2, another tier 5 player on the side of the Ghosts, sort of maintaining that winner's mentality, right? Had a little snack, had a little drink or something around halftime, that 15-minute intermission. They came back and they started getting a few wins for themselves, making it a little bit closer. But I would say probably in the last 30 minutes, Strix, the Blaze just went no holds bar and racked up a few more. So we wanted it to be closer. We thought it would be, but I think at every point of the night, the Blaze, for the most part, were able to stay enough in the lead to where the Ghosts were just never comfortable at all.
Yeah, I think you covered it pretty well. I think both these teams should be happy. I want to see this Ghost team with this, like same players with a little bit more practice. I think that it's a scary squad.
Brother, if they start locking down shooters, bro, Ghosts are a very formidable team against anybody. I mean, you're talking about the bots and the Reapers and anybody in the league, man. I think they're a really good team. It's really just that category that I thought we saw like a dominant performance out of the likes of the Blaze. We'll have a chance to ask them about that here in a little bit, man.
We have to see. And I'm so happy. This has been a great regular season. And that's the weird thing for me to say is it's a regular season. We are moving towards playoffs. The action is just getting started and going to heat up even hotter going into the new year with plenty of content and a ton of fun. Every bit of the different categories got played. You know, I'm always sad when StarCraft doesn't get played in a game. It hurts my soul a little bit. But these teams and these players play. Wow, that's crazy. You got Halo. You got Mortal Kombat today. The only thing you didn't get was Siege.
I know. And you're like, I just want to see some StarCraft. No. That's funny. Yeah, no, man. Honestly, I always find StarCraft fascinating, like to your point, because it's super overwhelming to, I feel like, to a lot of players. So it's really evident because it's a 4v4. You'll see 1 to 2 players that know what they're doing. They're crafting their resources, the barracks, and adding units to the field. And then we'll swap over, and somebody's just kind of clicking around the map, not knowing what to do. It's because it's overwhelming, right? It's a very steep learning curve, and it takes time. It takes commitment. But that's what makes these players in-gamers. Listen, if you're going to be in the UEL, you got to be able to learn at least all 33 games on this wheel. So you're right, man. We didn't get to see a little bit of StarCraft, but nonetheless, what we did see was a great performance. I feel like out of both of these teams, man. Like if you're able to rack up double-digit wins, it doesn't matter if you lost or you won. clearly you have a great understanding of at least a third of this UEL wheel.
Yeah, I'm super happy. I am excited for what the future does hold for these teams, for these players, and for the league because it's only been getting better. The gameplay has all season. It's been critical, but hey, when they're on point, they're locked in.
Yeah.
I am incredibly happy to see and to hear it. Man, it has been a break. Favorite game of the night, Matt.
Ooh.
Favorite actual game of the night.
Huh. You know, honestly, my favorite, I don't want to say this because yesterday was such a great moment for Sky Guy on Overwatch. You know, I don't necessarily play a ton of Overwatch myself right now, but we've seen a lot of great moments. It was awesome to see Blaze catch a vibe the way that they did on multiple shooters in a row. And when Jade popped his Diva ult and then started waving and doing emotes at the same time, ended up getting a pick while he's emoting with his Diva ult on top of the injector. And then they capped the payload while he had his feet up. Bro, I was dying. That was a great moment. And I think just sort of showcases the personality, right? That tier 5 player just having a ton of fun. But then on the flip side of that, when we saw O2 with like such a strict face in the corner cam, and then he picked off 1 player and 2 player, and then he's going for his 3rd player, and his teammates are coming up behind him and shaking his shoulders and kind of getting him into it. It was just a really fun moment on both sides of the teams, and it just made me happy to see, man. So those are my 2 favorite games, probably Die by the Blade and then that Overwatch moment.
I feel you, and definitely I have to big agree with you there. It's been a great game and a great day. I think we might be jumping into these interviews here soon, though, and we'll hear from the teams. So make sure you stick around and hear exactly what their thoughts are, how they felt about the game, and maybe where everything is going tonight.
Yeah, because I think oftentimes, guys, it's easy for us to, as casters, to just sort of watch over things and sort of try to pick things apart for almost like we're backseat gaming in a sense. But then when we get the actual word from the players on the floor, right, we heard some drama going down there a little bit between MJ and Hollywood. Maybe we can get some more information on what all went down with that, because we only know so much either in the production room or here remote casting, right? So it's going to be super fun. And looks like we might be getting into our first interview, guys. So stick around and we'll get some more information from the Blaze as to what all is going down on the arena floor. Here we go, guys. We got Napkin and Jade, bro. I've got to ask you about that moment. You probably heard us just talking about it on Overwatch. You caught a vibe today within shooters. First Halo and then into Overwatch. Man, tell us a little bit about like sort of the synergy of your team. What is it about the Blaze that allows you to sort of excel just in shooters, which you guys really locked down today, but allowed you to excel as a tier 5 player? Mm. Hey. Sort of compliment them a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. Because we talked about that a little bit with Wonku on the Paladins, and she had mentioned a little bit of chemistry. I had mentioned that with some of my buddies that I've played with for 20 years. You guys were pulling off maneuvers today, like on the finals, where you were transitioning from rooftop, ground level, onto the objective platform in tandem with one another, and just complementing each other's playstyle without necessarily like communicating all that much. It was like, oh, they play shooters. Okay, we get it. So that was a lot of fun to watch. Napkin, my next question is for you, man. What happened between Hollywood and MJ on the floor? Because we heard some drama was going on, bro.
You want me to be the one to say that.
I gotta ask somebody.
You gonna put me on the spot like that.
Somebody, the people
so now
want
it's my
to
job.
know.
All that happened was, sometimes people get into it. I'm not gonna be the one to spill that. I'm not gonna be the one to sit here and do all that. That's not me. So.
All right. Hey, I respect that. No doubt. Well then, listen, if it's not that question, man, where do you feel like you as a player sort of fit in within the Blaze themselves? Because we saw everybody on this team clearly start to excel. We saw a little bit of your action when we jumped into Apex. You know what? And I'll give you credit for this. I'm not a fan of the variable zoom on Apex Legends. You were using the 1 to 2x variable zoom on that game. When we jumped into it, I was actually, as a caster, going to identify it and say maybe he's not super comfortable on Apex, right? But I wanted to wait before I said anything about that. And right as production swapped over to your camera, you ended up landing like a double kill immediately. And I was like, maybe I don't say nothing, because you were holding it down. So where do you think you fit within the Blaze, man? Because you definitely do.
I don't know. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. I really don't. I mean, I am just a bit of an all-arounder. I was brought on this team to be more of a fighter. Ended up losing a lot of fighters. What can you do? But
yeah. Well, I mean, that's a fair.
Yeah, I'm pretty solid at other games, specifically shooters. I know I don't go in for the shooters often, but I'm not bad at them at all. It's just, we have other people who excel at it. And I've always preferred playing off of people who are very aggressive, i.e. Hollywood. Like, Hollywood's play style is very good for me, and Jade too, because I can just play off of what they're doing. They don't need to tell me what to do.
Yep.
So it makes it more fun to play.
Well, dude, that's a perfect answer, man. You tend to filling the roster, filling those roles. Jekyll is another example of that, where he's pretty well at like sort of being an all-arounder. He fills the roles that need to be filled in order to create that synergy. So thank you, man. I appreciate you being honest about it.
You're welcome.
It's great to hear. Nap can jump back to you really quickly. You and I talked at the top of the season, so now at the end of the season, after being in a full season of UEL, how's it feel? How are you feeling? Any pros, any cons, any good, bad? How you feeling?
The UEL is fun. It's definitely fun. I won't sit here and say that I didn't have fun, but I do think that there are some times where it's a bit less fun than it should be, and there's a lot more stuff that goes on that I feel shouldn't happen. But I'd say overall it was a good experience. I'm glad I did it. It was fun. I'd like to do more in the future, but it's fun. I enjoyed the UEL.
Loved it, and do also appreciate the honesty. Jade, I think you put on a performance today. I'll let you know a lot of chat was calling out your name in particular when we were asking about possible MVPs coming from the game. You were having a lot of fun. You might have been one of the most unexpected players, I feel like, for a lot of people. What has your practice plan been like, and like the time you've invested here into this season to have some of the performances you did like today?
It's a little hard because as a rookie, a lot of people don't expect much from you. But overall, like, when I can, a lot has gone to Garto Hollywood and helping me progress in practices for all these different games. Overall, I switch a lot of games as my time as a gamer. So with them helping me with the games they're more familiar with, and I just pick it up, I adapt, and I put in my hours. And I'm glad to see that it shows.
It definitely does. Both of y'all, thank you again for some amazing, amazing, amazing performances. And congratulations on completing your rookie season. Trust me when I tell you it only goes up from here. There's a lot of first-time experiences that everyone has to have in UEL. And once you've had them, it does continue to be more and more fun. I think we're going to jump on over to an interview with the side of the Ghost. Enjoy your night, gentlemen. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And here we are, guys, with the Ghost. We got Lucci and O2 just contemplating life right now. You can see him. Gentlemen, it was a ton of fun watching your matchup today. I actually didn't know that you two were going to be the two that we were interviewing, which is ironic because my favorite match of the night was on Die by the Blade. We saw O2 kick things off on there, eliminating multiple players, teammates coming up behind him, shaking his shoulders. We got to see some emotion out of O2. I was digging it, man. It was an absolute ton of fun. And then later on, we saw Lucci sit down, give the camera a little wink, and then instantly picked off his opponent right after his wink. So that was a ton of fun to watch as well. Gentlemen, how do you feel about tonight's game? Like, where do you think that you need improving, and how do you go about doing that sort of moving forward?
Well, start off, tonight's game was fun as hell. But I think improvement-wise, we definitely got to improve on the shooter side. Like that was our downfall. Everything else, either we beat ourselves or we kick their ass. But the shooters is something that we definitely got to work on. Other than that, as far as practice, maybe throw a couple extra shooting games in there for practice, but it's not too bad.
Okay. Wow. All right, I
Yeah.
like that. I like that. Well, you mentioned some fun games, some good moments, and what have you. I'm interested, man, because this is the last regular season week, prior to going on to the playoffs there in March. Guys, what are, and maybe one from both of you, what are 2 games that you would like to see on the UEL wheel moving into next season? Make a call out right now. What games?
Hey, bro, I'm gonna sound like a weeb, but I want to see Armor Core 6. I think that'd be dope. Custom X, a little 4v4
Okay.
actions. That'd be dope.
I like that. Lucci, what about yourself, man?
Just 2 games. One, I need Lethal League to go back on there because undefeated has been proven again and again. It's gonna keep
Yeah,
being
Lucy
proven
has been winning.
again and again. But not only that, you can just give me Demon Slayer. So I just want to play with Tanjiro one time for the league. Just one time. Oh, man.
We're getting word from production that might not happen.
I throw
Yo,
Marvel Rifle on there.
shout
That
out to
won't
Strix wearing the same hat as me today.
Hey, bro. shout out, bro. Always much love.
Yeah.
To you,
Shout out the men's section at Target. I feel that.
Right.
Wow.
I got it at Ross.
See, good minds think alike, bro. To both of y'all, and just starting over here on OTL. I feel like you were slept on today. Where did you find kind of the ability just to show out today? You really performed. I feel like in those moments you always found that clutch factor. How are you feeling today, and just in general?
Well, most of the games, I'm still rusty at most of these games. I just come in and play that as best as I can and have fun. I don't really try to stress it out. Like lately, like halfway through the match, I was like, you know what? Ain't no pressure. Let's just have fun out here. So after halftime, we just came in and did our thing.
I think it really showed.
Yeah, my buttons are always messed up in Blaze Blue, but it don't matter. I'm only pushing one button, so it don't matter. I'm only pushing one button. I'm just making sure I'm in the right position. That's all that is.
Honestly, that's something a lot of people gotta learn. Like, it don't matter necessarily always what button. It's about where you're pressing the button at to make it correct. I appreciate that. And Lucci, I mean, you and I have had conversations since game 1 of this season. I'm gonna give you a moment to tell the league, everyone listening, why are you deserving of awards this season, especially?
Ooh, I like that.
Well, I'm one of the most unbiased people in the league. You know what I'm saying? It's progression. A lot of people that are up for it, there's about maybe 1 or 2 that actually deserve it. Rage and Cajun, you know what I'm saying? Even him. But some of the others, they just had steady progressions, real stagnant. You kind of got better in one, but you didn't really explode in the others. As far as the other people, they kind of like showed up in every category progressively. Like this season, him has been going crazy. Raging's been going crazy. Strix, you already know. And I don't even like to talk about other people for real. I like to talk about myself. So to let you know that it's something they've been doing their thing. But I don't know. This season I've actually been having a lot of fun with it. I see what I need to work on, my shooters. But other than that, I felt like this was a pretty nice season to show my value to the league.
Yeah, man. Appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that, and appreciate y'all. For a team that was kind of, a lot of trades happened, y'all were put together. Y'all have continually gotten better every single time y'all step on this stage, and I want to give you all kudos for that, to constantly fight and to prove why you are a part of the Ultimate In-Gamer League. I hope to see y'all next season. I'll let y'all go ahead and close out your night. Matt, we got one more thing to do before we head out for the night, so you got to hold on just a little bit longer.
Congratulations, boys. Well, Strix, man, what a night, man. What a night. It was a ton of fun. Listen, we saw some not necessarily upsets, maybe a couple steals here and there, specifically NHL earlier on in the night. But nonetheless, the Blaze didn't get far enough in the lead to where there wasn't the possibility of a comeback. And that's all you can really ask for from a team if they're going to take an L on the board. Ghost ended up making this super, super entertaining. Guys, I think that's going to do it here for the regular season matchups of the UEL. Listen, we got playoffs coming up here very, very soon. We're going to be having some all-star games in between now and then. It's going to be a blast. If you want more information on everything that's going down in the UEL, head over to uelesports.com. That is Strix, my man. I'm your other caster, Mobster Matt. Guys, this is the ultimate in-gamers league where gamers go pro.